gonna slide this shit out your nappy. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in the good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I not the punch in the good bitch. She got a diva, did a cooch tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. I got a feels that's a season now. I'm gonna slam the shit out of Shinabe. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I'm not the punch in the good bitch. It's hunch train the guffer. She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar.
The engine is starting up.
Moments, space, lives.
Let's create lives.
Moments, space, lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good.
Moments, space, lives. Moments, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right.
Space wise.
Moments, space wise. Moments, space wise. Lord Cola.
I would like to have intimacies with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Space wise.
Let's create life.
Moments, space wise. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good, he looks good, he looks good, 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 good. Space, sex, space, sex.
Space. Moments, space wise. Moments, space wise. Space. reforming space-wise.
Let's create.
Oh yeah! There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. The word begins with you, not you. I'm gonna tell you what word it is. Usury! On the dance floor. Get that ass up! Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more paid. Get more paid. I wanna see your ass poor. CEOs, yeah, I'm talking to you. Get more hoes, get more paid, get more votes, get more laid. I wanna see the CEOs ruining lives to the beat. Ruin those lives in 141 BPMs. Oh yeah. Sweet cool. Sweet cool. Oh yeah. You more name, you more name, you more name. Shake that ass. Shake that ass. Shake that ass. R-A-P-E middle class. CEOs, get on your toes. Your base. Where's the interest rates? I wanna see the bankers on the floor. I wanna see your ass poor. Make it clap. Make it fiat clap. Shake that ass. Usury. On the dance floor. Oh yeah. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more name. Only one thing can bring this world together. Destruction of the middle class. And more fiat cash in my bank account. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers. Yo, it's about that time. Y'all ready for this? It's about that time. Welcome, everybody. Another open live stream forum call-in debates. It's time to get into it. I got a few things I want to say. We're going to open it up. Welcome to the callers. We'll go to you in a second. Where's my co-ran? Got to make sure I got my co-ran present with me. Oh, first of all, it's not looking good for the realm of apologetics online. Why is that? The latest crop of goobers, particularly the Gen Z 25 and under, it's not looking good. We have now, and not just for them, also for debaters in general, we have seen now multiple instances back to Cholo Cheater at DebateCon 8. We got cheating in terms of ChatGPT writing Malik's opening statement. We got then at DebateCon 8 in order. We had Cholo Cheater trying to use his Meta AI glasses in live time with his bot buddies sending him answers, questions and answers in the text messages, and perhaps doing other things as well. Sending them butt pictures of themselves. I don't know. Then we've got more AI reliance on the part of people like Orthodox Muslim, repeating things that are easily disprovable, not substantiated. For example, we had him claim that the idea that Luke's genealogy is giving you an indication of Mary's lineage. The Muslims are so stupid that they think that I was arguing that Luke's genealogy is telling you Mary's background as if it's not about the Davidic line. I'm not saying that's literally Mary's genealogy. I'm saying that that's the genealogy that ties it into Mary also being from the house of David. But they're too stupid to know what you're saying. They think you're actually saying that literally Luke's genealogy is how we got Mary to be who she is. It doesn't tell you Joachim and Anna. That's from the Proto-Evangelium of James, which is part of our tradition. So if you're Orthodox, one of the ways that you would know things like, Saints Joachim and Anna, it's not listed in the genealogy, but it's telling you the genealogy from a different perspective to tell you how Mary is also part of the house of David. And thus she also has priestly descent, you see. And all the way back to St. Ephrem the Syrian, other people who are not saints, Clement of Alexandria, Tertullian. This is a common reference in the Church Fathers. And so I went into Ephrem the Syrian's homilies on Luke, and you'll find him giving a lengthy description, exactly arguing what I was arguing. Now, I was arguing this on the spot from memory. I didn't have any patristic quotations, citations, or chat GPT or AI in front of me. No one is sending me text live time, ding, 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 as you heard with Orthodox Muslim as he's reading out these arguments via chat GPT. If you want the link, you can go to my Twitter and you'll see right there. This is the full section. I put up 2 sections. But I want to highlight really what's going on here, which is all of the people that are about 30 and under have picked up on the fact that they think that AI is some sort of cheat code for all of this stuff. Now, we saw with Jesus and whatnot, he admitted earlier in previous videos that when he tried to do a debate with Need God, now Need God is one of the worst, lowest tier debaters on the internet, who himself uses AI in debates and just quote mines and spits out what AI says. This is so fraudulent, stupid, and fake and gay that it's mind-boggling to me that they're all just doing it, and then their giant horde of 500,000 Mexican Catholics don't see any problem with this. But I'm noticing a pattern. Cholo cheater, no problem with it. And they'll even defend in the comments, yeah, so what if he cheats? You deserve it. Now I thought I was the bad guy. But if you cheat and lie and do all these things against me, it's justified because I'm the bad guy. Okay, well, why am I the bad guy? Because you're mean, bro. Right? So it's all just literally just herd pack behavior. Nothing to do with what's true and false. And ultimately, and you can't get these people to understand this because they're like 17 to 25-year-old idiots. If you look at the way, for example, I commented on Jake the Muslim Metaphysician's post. So Jake noticed an inconsistency in what Avery is saying about Protestants and Catholics and Orthodox, and then at the same time turning around and saying, if you teach anything other than justification by faith alone and sola fide and sola gratia, the Reformation distinctives, then you teach a false gospel and you're under the curse of Galatians 1. This is what he says in the Brian Davila interview. Now, all of these people are so dishonest that they can't see that Jake's point is correct. That doesn't mean that I'm supporting Islam. I just debated Jake a week ago. This is really idiotic tribal type of behavior to think that I'm only going to be on a team and I don't care how dirty my team fights, how underhanded, how fraudulent, how deceptive, how lying my team is, all of that's justified because you're the other team. It's childish. It's stupid behavior. And all of the hundreds of people in the comments underneath Jesus and whatnot, they're doing the exact same thing. First of all, they're saying he's a victim. He's not a victim for calling into my stream. If you call into my stream, we've had this going for almost a decade. This isn't a formal debate. This is where you are in a proving ground to do a formal debate with me, right? A lot of these people are 17-year-olds. It's in their bios. They're like 14, 17, but they're operating in giant Hispanic packs. It's a bunch of cholos trying to debate Thomism. They don't even know what it is. And they're all relying on AI. And it's gotten to the point of it just being absolutely insane. And I'm just pointing out that, do you understand, we're approaching it in a principled way. I'm going to say if Jake is right about something he says about Godlogic, that's factually correct. It doesn't matter if he's on another team. It's just factually true. Godlogic is now saying that if you don't teach justification by faith alone, you teach a false gospel. That means he now condemns all of his Orthodox, all of his Catholic and Oriental audience because they don't teach justification by faith alone. So he's already said, he's admitted now, he's finally having exclusivist positions. Now, at the same time, the irony here is that in Galatians 1 says that if you're a Judaizer, you're teaching a different gospel. But Godlogic is a Judaizer. He openly, consistently sends people to a synagogue where they circumcise people, which is Judaizing, textbook Judaizing 101. So even this idiot hypocrite who's sending people to a false gospel church, which is actually the context of Galatians 1, is calling Orthodox and Catholics and anyone else who doesn't believe sola fide a false gospel cursed person. And if you just want to side with, even if you think Godlogic is right, you have to be consistent and say that he's condemning Orthodox and Catholics. And all you guys do is play teams and you don't care about what's true. This ultimately only hurts you. I'm trying to tell you this. Don't you understand that Lofton did this in 2018 and now he's irrelevant? The people that do this, you become irrelevant. You won't even be here doing this stuff in 5 to 10 years. You'll be in something else. And for the grifters, they don't care. They'll just move on to some new thing. But for the people who are trying to pretend like they're serious and they're pious and they're victims, nobody forced Jesus and whatnot to call in under a sock account. Nobody forced him to pretend like he was here as an impartial questioner when he wasn't. He was just clip farming. And if you go to his channel, all it is clip farming. On talking about his Instagram. If you go to his YouTube, however, he's got many, many live streams joking about kissing his other Catholic butt buddy. Okay, it's weird. That's just, I mean, it's obvious to me that the kid is gay, right? And he's trying to cloak it with, oh, it's all irony, bro. It's all irony, bro. We're all irony bros. Everything's like irony, bro. But by the way, check out these pictures where I'm kissing you that are AI, right? Like, whatever. Like, but I'm totally not gay. I'm totally not gay. I promise. I mean, the kid acts like an actual like theater gay kid. Okay. And then you're all like, oh, he's a victim. You're mistreating him. He's a victim. He deceptively called in, first of all. How is he a victim? Secondly, when you call in, this isn't a place for you to get, you're not owed a formal debate. You're a rando. So when you call in, you get basically what I would call boot camp treatment. You get boot camp treatment. That's what this has always been for. That's why you don't get to just ignore the challenges and the critiques and run off into some other topic and then play victim. You don't get to do that. That's fake and gay. And if you can't handle the way that I do the boot camp stuff, you're not going to be a public formal debater with a significant audience. Now, you can be one of these phony baloney real clip farmers and have a mind bomb audience of people who've never read a book and watch 30-second reels. Yeah, you could do that all day long. And maybe that's what but then you don't need to step into trying to be a debater, right? So if Jesus and whatnot admits that he lies and uses AI, all of his commenters are defending it. Well, so what? He repented. Why are you still being mean? This exposes you. No. It doesn't. It exposes him for not being fit to be a public debater. Could you imagine how would these people handle me cheating in a debate? What if I used AI and cheated, which I've never done? I don't need to. I think it's ridiculous. You're a retard if you have to do that. Plus, it's not even reliable, you idiots, as we just saw with Libiano. It's fraudulent. It's just as fraudulent as pretending that you speak Latin when you don't. It's all sued stuff. And notice whether it's Destiny's Crew and Erudite, she does the exact same thing. Or Jesus and Whatnot and his crew, they do the exact same thing. Cholo Cheater, exact same thing. The Muslims, exact same thing. Do you think any of these people have actually read any of these texts? They haven't read any of this stuff. I mean, if he wants to really come over here and debate, I am inviting him to do a formal debate. And let's get into, look, here's the writings of St. Basil. I've read almost the whole thing, okay? Let's get into his letters that actually discuss the Filioque. Let's actually have that discussion if you want to do it. But I don't think that's what he wants to clip farm. That's it. And that's not what debating and apologetics is. And here's why, as I said in 2018 to Lofton's crowd, and exactly what I said was correct. If you just build an audience of low-tier people based on clip farming and based on bad argumentation, you're not going to keep those people long-term. In 5 years, they're going to hit significant challenges, especially as they get into their 20s and 30s. And a lot of these people are going to figure out, hey, wait a minute, all that sales pitch that I was given in terms of low-tier slop quote mines, it's a little more difficult than that. These are a little bit difficult fallacies. A little bit difficult issues, And I was relying on fallacies. I didn't actually read any of this material. I just, again, you understand that AI will contradict itself from one prompt to the next. I've seen it. We've done it. Everybody's seen this. So it's idiotic to rely on it for your religious paradigm. This is so stupid. And you're all being super childish. As you say that I'm being mean to a kid. He's an adult. Nobody forced him to call in. You don't get to call in and play victim. So if he wants to do the discussion, I've offered him multiple opportunities. Now let's do a formal debate. And I'm going to start saying that it actually needs to be in person. Debates need to be in person because everybody now can hide behind their computer and their laptops. And when it's not their time, they can be looking up, getting chat GPT responses. That's not how to do a debate. It's fraudulent. And I'm actually seeing a lot of these idiots, these young people, these like 17-year-olds. What's wrong with using chat GPT in a debate? So what if he's using meta glasses? You could do the same. No. Are you serious? That's why when idiot Jesus Whatnot debated idiot need God, they're literally just using chat. It's two chat GPTs fighting. This is so stupid. None of this is productive. It's not real debate. Yeah, when you go to his comments section, it's literally all like 17-year-old Mexicans. That's all it is. That's the only people to defend. That's his audience. That's why he has a huge audience. Somehow he tapped into the illegal immigrant market somehow. I don't know. Somebody just call ICE on Jesus and Whatnot's audience, because that's the way to, if you want to shut him up, just start calling ICE on his audience. Now they're going to play victim, right? He's racist. He's racist. The Muslims did the exact same thing in the Libiano debate when he started freaking out and I did an impression. They say doing impressions is racist. Get out of here, you lying. You guys are disgusting, lying, hypocrite, deceivers. You're all racist. You make black jokes. Muhammad enslaved black people. He said they had raisin heads. And then you're going to pretend that you're victims when somebody does an impression of you. But see, this is the point. This is another point that keeps being borne out, which infuriates these people because it's true. They don't have the same ethic as you. They don't understand and value truth and honesty. They have a tribal brown ethic. That's a fact. And they will protect the team above what's true. They don't care about what's true, first and foremost. They care about what's advantageous because that's their upbringing, their society, their belief system. That's not Christian. That's their indigenous BIPOC ethic. And I don't care if you think that's mean. It's literally factually true. You can see it with the Muslims. The whole religion is early on in the Quran literally said to be the revelation for the Arabs. The Arabs felt inferior because Jews and Christians had a revelation, but the Arab people not have one. So Muhammad, being cunning, noticed this. I will give it. I have revelation from God for Arab people. And then later on in the Quran, after his wars and conquests, it becomes, oh, this is actually for everybody. And it trumps the one that came before. Even though early on in the Quran, it says many times over that what came before is perfectly consistent and a confirmation of what's in the new revelation. Yeah, every Arab will play the race card. And this is what people groups who feel insecure do, right? Minorities do this because they understand in a democratic society, as we've seen from the paper, what's it called? The Dark Triad Traits paper. The Dark Triad Traits paper notes that people who are narcissistic with the dark triad traits know that in an egalitarian society, victimhood status is actually a currency. So the more that you can portray yourself as victim, the more attention and currency and status you can get within those societies. That's why it doesn't matter what Jesus or whatnot said or what Libiano said, because they're victims now. Even though what they're saying is absolutely retarded. And I also want to get into a point that none of these people are going to get, right? None of these people got the argument that was being made against Jesus and whatnot, because their response was, well, okay, so fine, forget his paradigm, just argue the church fathers quotes as if they're theory neutral. I mean, every Roman Catholic does the exact same thing to the Protestant that I did to Jesus and whatnot. They will say, you can't just quote mine the scriptures without a context. The scriptures are theory laden. They're not self-evident. And yet, suddenly with the Thomist, I'm supposed to give the common ground and just grant neutrality. Oh, okay, yeah, just quote mine, the church fathers from your Thomist paradigm, even though you're saying that, okay, fine, I won't use my paradigm. How? It's not possible. That means that you think there's neutrality. You'd have to prove to me that there is neutrality first. There is no neutrality. These people don't even know what we're talking about. They don't even know that this is a massive debate in the last 2 centuries of philosophy. They don't know that. They literally will say this is all just sophistry. No, it's not. Let's go take a class. You'll have a class on what it means to be theory laden and what neutrality is. Is there neutrality at all? This is what paradigm worldview philosophy is about. It's not my fault that you don't know that you're not educated. If you're coming to debate, the expectation is you're stepping into an arena and you're educated. If you're not, that's not my fault. That's on you. Nobody forced you to come to debate. So I'm inviting any of the people, and we're going to talk about paradigms. We're going to talk about Islam. We're going to talk about how, again, the Muslims are so stupid. They actually think that when you ask them the messianic dilemma, as Sam Shamoon formulated it, they think you just go to a dictionary, missing the whole point of what the argument is. You don't believe dictionaries are revelation. And the dictionaries are going to refer to the Hebrew text about what Messiah means, you idiot. So that's begging the question. So now you do believe that the Hebrew revelation is valid and authentic. Yes, we do. Yes, because only in that part. So only in the parts that back up the thing in question. You understand, this is an inconsistency in your position, because you're arguing on the one hand, I can go to Hebrew revelation, it's valid, and then when it poses a problem, it suddenly is corrupted. This is the same stupid move that the Mormons make that we call out. It's fraudulent. It's an obvious problem. And you saw last night, we had about 5 Muslims after Libiano given this argument, And then we did the same thing that we always do to illustrate how stupid this is. All you have to do is ask the Muslims to just state your argument. They can't even do it. They literally cannot do hypotheticals. None of them. I've not yet encountered one. Maybe Dr. Khalil can. Probably Jake can. But they're about the only two Muslims I've even met or talked to in recent years who can actually do a hypothetical statement. They're actually incapable. Do you understand? You're not dealing with a religion that has a place for reasoning and rationality. It doesn't. In fact, the early phases said logic is haram. We've seen those slides from Dr. Khalil. Ibn Taymiyyah says logic is haram. So later schools had to modify this and try to implement elements of Greek philosophy. And they're such frauds, they'll actually claim that everything that's in Greek philosophy is actually from the Quran. I'm not joking. They'll say that Allah actually gave the Greek philosophers the Greek philosophy principles that the Muslims in the Quran later explicated. You can't make this up. I mean, this is so fraudulent. It's an exact copy of what the Mormons do. This is why these religions are fraudulent. If the prior revelation says any new revelations have to be consistent with the prior, and the new revelation comes and says, I'm consistent with the prior, but the prior is also corrupt, this is an obvious kill shot. And the Messianic dilemma is just a variation on the same type of argument with the Islamic dilemma. Because if the Quran doesn't tell you where Jesus is Messiah and what that means, then you're assuming the biblical context that provides the meaning for the phrase. Messiah, what does that mean? It's a Hebrew term for the anointed one. And it doesn't matter if you define the word according to Arabic philosophers and linguists, because they're not revealed infallible people. That's the point. Painted, what's up? Painted, what's up? Unmute.
Hello?
Yep.
Hi. I am a little bit of a unique case with Catholicism and Christianity as a whole. I was born and raised in the Society of St. Pius X. And I've sort of become convinced of the truth of orthodoxy, or at least, it's a much easier position to hold, but it's incredibly difficult for me to take that next step to actually go to an Orthodox church. I'm far more familiar with the Latin. So the only thing that I would try and defend is that the sacraments for the Catholic Church are valid. I don't know if...
Yeah, but I mean, that's just still assuming the Roman Catholic position on the sacraments. So why would I, if the Roman Catholic Church is becoming, fraudulent in your eyes via SSPX Vatican II issues, why would you still trust its account of the sacraments?
Well, you can't. I guess I can't.
Yeah. So, in other words, their theology of the sacraments is also flawed. I'll give you an example. Roman Catholicism teaches that Muslims and atheists can baptize you. How can Muslims and atheists baptize you when they don't have the faith?
Yeah, well, technically anybody could baptize you, theoretically.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's absurd when you point out that a Satanist can baptize you. How could a Satanist baptize you when they don't have the faith? It makes no sense.
So is the Orthodox position that only an Orthodox priest can baptize you?
Yeah, we're not Donatists because we don't think that the grace of the sacrament is dependent upon the worthiness or the sinfulness of the minister. But there's a qualifier here, which Saint Athanasius talks about. You have to have the faith. If you don't have the Orthodox faith, regardless of the sins of the minister, you're not imparting that faith to the person. So how are you getting the faith when Jesus said to the apostles to go out and baptize? He never gave any command or issuance, nor has the church ever accepted baptism by pagans, Jews, or atheists, or Satanists. Can you name anybody in the first 1,000 years of the church or any example of a pagan or an atheist baptizing anyone? There's a reason why this develops after early medieval Latin sacramentology.
Okay. How does confirmation work with the Orthodox then?
I mean,
is that sort of
chrismation is
baptism?
what chrismation goes along with baptism. So when you're brought into the Orthodox Church, depending upon how the bishop decides the economia in terms of your status, you will either be baptized or chrismated or both.
So according to Orthodoxy, the Roman Catholic valid.
We don't do the whole model is a valid invalid is the wrong mindset. So outside of the faith, you can perform the rituals, but we don't have some determination that the grace is there. What we say is that, and by the way, this is actually
So
close.
let me ask it like this.
Hold on. This is actually closer to Augustine's position, ironically, that when you become Orthodox, the impediments to the grace that you would have gotten are removed. So even if you did the ritual correctly, it doesn't matter if you're in heresy. So this whole idea of magical sacraments is itself part of the problem. That's why Athanasius says there's no Eucharist outside the church. I mean, let's just look at it like this. In the Roman Catholic position, that's how silly it is. You can be ordained a Roman Catholic priest, and then that same day you become a Satanist, and forever, for the rest of time, you can confect the sacrament and blaspheme it. Doesn't that seem silly?
For sure. For sure.
Well, but that's the Roman Catholic ex operato position.
Okay.
So in other words, for the Orthodox sacrament, it's not just a question of valid or invalid. It's a question of you need apostolic succession and you need the faith as well. Because without the faith, there's this mechanistic view, which is really irrelevant. It doesn't even really matter. Because if you don't have the Orthodox faith, what's the point of it? There's no, God is not bound to some mechanical, technological program that he has to confect or change the Eucharist just because some person was ordained by some other person. If you apostatize from the faith, you're not doing the Eucharist anymore. You're not baptizing anyone. So that's not Donatism. Donatism said that the sinfulness of the individual minister determines the efficacy of the baptism. So in other words, if an Orthodox priest in the Donatist view, if he had a dirty thought when he was baptizing somebody, the baptism is not valid. That's different from saying we don't believe that a dirty thought invalidates it. We are saying that if you're excommunicated from the Orthodox Catholic Church or outside the church through canonical censure or whatever, then you don't have the faith anymore. Therefore, you can't baptize people because you've lost the faith. You can't do the Eucharist because you're not in the church. How silly is it to think that people outside the church can do the Eucharist? But that's the Roman Catholic view. It makes no sense. It's not the Eucharist if it's not one body in communion. I mean, the whole argument of the Eucharist in Ignatius is that we are one body because it's one bread coming together. And the Roman Catholic position is basically admitting, yeah, but technically also the Satanists that were ordained can still also be part of this one Eucharistic offering. It's just silly.
So you would say that the transubstantiation that is performed by the Roman Catholics is not valid?
No, they don't have the Eucharist. For another way to prove this is if you read our, I think it's the Confession of Dositheus, it says the only way to have the Eucharist is have the permission of an Orthodox Catholic bishop. Well, no Roman Catholic bishops are Orthodox Catholic bishops. So without that permission, there's no Eucharist. Just like Father Deacon Ananias, or let's say Father Stephen DeYoung. If Father Stephen DeYoung goes and does the Eucharist, but it's under no bishop, he's not doing the Eucharist in the Orthodox view. And so if that's true for us as Orthodox, as everybody knows, then this obviously disproves the idea that Roman Catholics are doing the Eucharist.
What if I said this? And this might make me even worse than the Protestants in a lot of ways, because I think this is like heresy 101 right here. What if I said, I want to go to a Latin Catholic church. What if I said that's what I prefer?
Oh, I mean, that's just putting. I mean, even other tridcats point out that that's a form of idolatry because the faith comes before the. Even in your system, the faith is more important than the liturgical rite or the
The
linguistic.
churches.
Huh?
The church is more important.
No, the faith.
Define
You
exactly.
because
what
you
by
can
faith.
because the dogmas of the Roman Catholic Church are more important than which rite you're in.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes. That's
So
what-
that
that's what I'm
answers
saying,
your
yeah.
question. So you're just putting the rite and the liturgy as an idol above the faith.
Yes. Yeah. It's I don't know. I'm does the name Father DeLallo mean anything to you?
I don't know, maybe. But
He wrote a book.
on what?
He what was the book? Father DeLallo's book.
Look, I mean,
he's a very good man.
look, you could go like when you go to the Orthodox liturgy, I mean, there are plenty of Orthodox liturgies that are in another language. If you're looking for some mystique of some other language, and you can get a Slavic English prayer book, you can get an Arabic English prayer book, you can get a Greek English prayer book. I mean, it's just
The Sword of Christendom. The Sword of Christendom was
oh
sorry.
yeah, I referenced that book the other day. That's the one about the kingship of Christ.
Yeah. He taught me catechism when I was younger, and this is kind of where I've because Catholicism and specifically the Latin, right? The pre-Vatican II Latin Mass it's not something that I found. It's something that I was born into and have been practicing for
Yeah, so this is
like
just
20 years.
right. So it's just
I
idolatry.
know it's not an argument. I know
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
just
an argument, but
idolatry.
sorry.
And I think a lot of you guys, I'm not being mean to, I'm just saying like a lot of people, and I appreciate the honesty of Roman Catholics. A lot of Roman Catholics will say, it's just my heritage and my tradition and my family. That's what keeps me what I am. Okay, well, that's just idolatry. So it doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah,
those
I
are
mean,
not
I
good
don't have
arguments.
I agree, and that's
But I mean, I don't like the Russian Orthodox liturgy is super reverent and they practice confession before every communion. So I mean, if you're looking for the closest analog, I don't even think it would be a Western Rite Antiochian church. I actually think it would be the Russian Orthodox Church because it's a super reverent liturgy. It's has a lot of overlap with the praxis of the Latin Mass. And the things that you're used to, like frequent confession, it's all there. So, I mean, it
right.
just sounds like aesthetic taste is the issue. Well, I prefer the Latin versus the Slavic.
Well, it's deeper than that. It's like I went to a Vatican II Catholic Mass a couple weeks ago, which was it was the first time that I'd ever heard the Mass said in English, and it feels like a betrayal of my entire life. Which, once again, I know that's not an argument. And
yeah, I mean,
I
I appreciate your honesty because this is, I mean, if a Buddhist said, "Well, I can't accept Jesus because it's a betrayal of my lifelong, legacy of a family of Buddhists," I mean, it's
right. It's just sort of the same.
yeah, I get it.
Sort of
I mean,
same.
it's not the same. I'm just saying that you would agree that's not a good argument. So, but look, why don't you just go visit some? I mean, if you went to Novus Ordo, then go to Orthodox Church because even your church says that the Orthodox services are valid.
Yeah, there's only one Orthodox church that's near me. It's like 45 minutes away, and I don't think it's very big. That's sort of the biggest thing that's kept.
Well, that can
me from,
actually be
going
that can actually be a positive thing because the smaller Orthodox parishes, you can have a lot more, spiritual, time with your priest versus, if you were to go to some giant church where, there's 500,000 people, like there's going to be less time for you. Hey, but look, I appreciate your questions. Just keep searching. Go to Orthodox liturgy. I think it's the most important part of that. J Rome, what's up?
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, man, I'm so nervous. I've basically been binging on your stuff the past month. That's kind of crazy, like the full circle with the metaphysics tying into, you know, ecumenical things that are going into the church. So I didn't grow up religious at all. None of my family really knows like what's going on with my faith. They all think I'm weird. So basically, about 6 years ago, I was quote unquote a born again Christian. I got challenged on my faith, on like being Catholic growing up. I'm one of those Mexicans that grew up, went to church, didn't know anything about it. Anyways, around that time, was like the red pill movement was coming up, and I was getting taught like some weird metaphysical stuff. And the guy who was teaching this stuff was also kind of like slash a pickup artist. It was really weird. And then when I was like a mentor of his, he was like a mentor of mine.
Okay, what? I'm not trying to be rude, but let's get to the question. Go ahead.
Anyways, I'm okay. Basically, through my testimony, I'm here, like in the Orthodox faith. I believe it. I'm Hispanic. I have the Virgen de Guadalupe tatted on me. I'm trying to come to terms with putting that to bed. And also, I'm kind of struggling because I basically this time last year I was Calvinist, Reformed. I found some videos from the Catholic apologists that showed me that John 6 is real, and then I was like hardcore into that movement. Then I found you, and then I found all of this crazy stuff having to do with Vatican I, Vatican II. No, I'm basically convinced this is the only way to go. I'm also kind of embarrassed based upon my like faith and stuff. I'm a lone wolf.
Sorry, look, just take your time. First of all, like you don't. I mean, I know what it's like to be struggling with these things, and a lot of people think that it's all an intellectual dilemma. It's not, and that's what I'm going to say. Like, do you have an Orthodox church you could check out?
So I'm in South Texas at the moment, but it would take me driving to Austin. There's a few churches that
Well, there's a bunch in Austin that are good. Father Moses' church is there. He's good.
Okay.
There's a good Antiochian church there too. So I mean, there's good churches in Austin. I would say I'm not telling you not to look at the intellectual stuff, but a lot of people just approach this stuff like, a Protestant mindset where they're just like, well, I'm going to read all these books and I'll watch all these debates and that will be the thing that finally does. It's not just intellectual stuff. Like you actually got to go experience the stuff firsthand. But appreciate that question. That's a great question because a lot of people I think feel the same way. And I'm going to play briefly this quote. Now, obviously, I tried to splice together the key points where they're talking about this topic. So you can go watch this full interview. And by the way, Brian Davila is 100% a scammer. He's the dude that claims he can float. It's what he told me when he interviewed me. He didn't put the interview up because I called him out. He's like, you're saying I can't float because I levitated and it was the miracle of God. I mean, the guy's a total phony.
Who Jesus is. This is the true gospel. There's nothing that you can do to be saved, like of your own works. Like, because the Book of Mormon, it'll say that you're saved, that you receive the gift of grace after all you can do. So it's after all I can do, then he covers for me. No, the Bible says you are saved by grace, right? Alone. It's the gift of God.
Yeah.
You don't work for a gift. You can't work for a gift. It's a free gift, right? All you gotta do is trust in the Lord. You believe in him and who he truly is. Make him your Lord in your heart and your life. And boom.
Yeah, that's not all there is to what salvation justification is. So he's really just repeating sola fide, sola gratia, like Reformation basics. And in this interview, they discuss false gospels, right? It all comes up. Remember, Galatians 1, when Paul says that, that's the context of condemning the Judaizers. Did you hear me? Godlogic explicitly sends people to messianic synagogues that practice dietary laws and circumcise people. So he doesn't even realize that what he's saying is a false gospel in Galatians 1 is his own position. That's why you can't do churchless apologetics. And now he's starting to finally have to come out with positions, and he's siding with the Reformation distinctives. And he's saying if you teach anything else, and that's what Orthodox, Catholics, and Orientals teach, then you are teaching a false gospel. You have to be consistent with this. And all these people are just playing team members. Well, I'm on Avery's team. I don't care if he's totally contradicting himself and being a hypocrite. I'm on his team because you're mean. Like, are you a 12-year-old? Are you a girl? What are you talking about?
You're saved. You have,
All right, so let's run it back. Next quote.
this. When God says that there's no other God besides me, right? But they say, you know, yeah, there are. There's many gods besides you. They'll argue that God the Father was once a man
He's talking about
that
Mormons.
then became God. That's blasphemous. So they have a false gospel. They have a false Jesus. So if you have a false,
So notice, Mormons have a false gospel and a false Jesus. But he's also going to say that if you teach that justification is not the Reformation view, you have a false gospel.
and therefore you have a false Jesus, and therefore you have a gospel that can't save.
By the way, as he got called out the other day, he didn't know what the Nicene Creed was. He didn't know why there's two creeds. He didn't know why the Filioque is relevant in regard to the creed. So by this definition, on his own grounds, that would also mean that churches that don't have the Orthodox monarchical model that he defends, if they teach Filioque, then they have a different God, according to his own logic, his own God logic.
Got it.
Right?
So what does someone need to do to be saved?
You believe on Jesus.
Okay,
You
but they
believe
would
in-
argue they believe in Jesus.
Right, but this means that you believe in who he truly is. You can't just say, "Oh yeah, I believe in."
There we go. That's admitting our point, right? You can't just say, oh, I believe in Jesus, I believe in the Trinity. He's saying that against Mormons. But he's been saying this whole time, just believe in Jesus, just believe in the Trinity. It doesn't matter what church you go to. Do you understand he just contradicted himself? This is what we've been saying for the last 6 months.
We have a lot of people who are, you know, beautiful people
Yeah.
that are in a falsehood, in darkness, and kept in that darkness because and deceived by a false gospel. It is up to us to be like, hey guys, we love you. So look, here's the truth.
Yeah.
This is who Jesus is. This is the true gospel. You know, there's nothing that you can do to be saved, like of your own works. Like, because the Book of Mormon, it'll say that you're saved, you know, that you receive the, the gift of grace after all you can do. So it's after all I can do, then he covers for me. No, the Bible says you are saved by grace, right? Alone.
It does not say that. And by the way, you notice he's calling out Muslims today because Muslims are citing things in the Quran that are not explicitly stated in the Quran, which is fine. However, if you're a Protestant, as Avery is, remember he pushes his dad's Pentecostal hooting and hollering fart church, where they scream and do voodoo and shit. Excuse me, the Bible doesn't say faith alone. The Bible doesn't say grace alone. Where does Jesus say sola fide? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, okay. But you're asking that on the part of the Muslim, right?
It's the gift of God.
Yeah.
You don't work for a gift. You can't work for a gift. It's a free gift, right? All you gotta do is trust in the Lord. You believe in him and who he truly is. Make him your Lord in your heart and your life. And boom.
Yeah, that's not true. That's the Reformation doctrine. And if you go to this interview, you can go watch the rest of it where they say, if you teach something else, it's a different gospel. Tristan, did you want to comment?
Yeah, it's funny because it's basically just a bunch of platitudes, right? Like, oh, if you just accept Jesus in your heart, just make him Lord over your whole life. It's like they act like these are just some simple statements that everybody's going to understand how to implement. But also this whole thing about, well, if you believe any works, right? If you believe that any of your works can get you closer to God in any way, you're damned, right? You're not going to make it. You're not elect. You were never really elect. You were never really Jesus's friend. You were never really cool. But if you ask them, okay, is accepting Jesus and accepting that faith alone is how we're saved? Is that something I can choose to do? Right? You know, can I choose to do that? Must I choose to do that, or is it done for me? They're going to say, "Oh, it's something you choose." Right? Most of them
Most of them
are going to say,
Yeah, this if they take the other route, I don't know where they're going to go. Then it's just you're into like double predestination gobbledygook.
Well, you also have to exercise faith, and even if you think it's a gift, it's still a requirement that you have to do, and that's why this was actually an old school Reformation debate, and this is a still ongoing debate amongst Reformed Reformation people. Is do you actually have to exercise faith, and does faith actually play any role in justification itself? Now, strict Reformation people say no. Like Lutherans, their whole position is no, your own faith isn't even part of it, because justification as a doctrine is solely on the basis of what Jesus did. And even you being caused to have faith flows from that. So they won't even say or admit that faith is a work, even though Jesus says this is the work of God, that you believe on him whom he has sent. So faith is a work, but they don't even want to go that far because they realize the problem. Well, if faith is necessary, then there's still something that I'm required to do, which would be, in their view, works-based salvation.
Yeah, it's a good explanation, because Christ doesn't separate faith and works. He says that faith is the work.
Exactly.
So you'll get them. You can get them to this point with just a couple questions, and then they'll end up. Most evangelicals will have no idea how to work around this, and they'll just kind of start throwing out slogans, and
that's what they do. It goes to slogans.
And then if you point that out to them, it's going to take. So if these are your friends and you have time with a person, you're going to obviously be seeing them several times and having this conversation over and over again. It takes a while to get through to them that this is kind of. It's a dead end. You're at a dead end because you can't even define what a work is or how to separate faith from works. And you're saying that you need to do the work of believing in faith alone. So it's also self-refuting.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many levels in which it kind of trips them up. So I think having patience with, if they're, friends and family, you got to have a lot of patience, and really, sometimes you have to be really careful, because they'll just try to avoid the situation once they know they've hit the wall with that, and then they won't want to talk about the issue anymore because they know there's nowhere to go with it. So sometimes you have to really navigate it carefully as far as not pissing them off too much, or literally just kind of making them so frustrated with themselves that they project it on you.
Yeah, and today, as you guys know, it is open for Muslims. We want to discuss the topics that I brought up with Liviano, which he avoided: the attributes of Allah issue. I'd like to discuss the messianic dilemma issue, which we brought up last night with Sam Shamoon and the Muslims that called in. I'd like to discuss Godlogic's positions. I'd like to discuss Thomism and Jesus and whatnot's use of AI and slime ballery. All of those things are on the table, but I want to bring it back to the issue of paradigms and why this is so important, because this guy here on X made a really good analogy, which I think would help the Catholics who don't understand what happened in that discourse. And he puts it in the context of, imagine that this was just with Protestants. A Protestant says, let's go to the scripture, okay? And a Catholic would say, I'm not going to just grant you the scriptures. We have to address the canon of scripture first from your worldview. The Protestant says, why though? I just want to argue about random Bible verses. No, that is a waste of time until you address the canon. This is an exact model of what happened with Jesus and whatnot. Because when he says to me, I can't argue the Thomistic paradigm, so let's just ignore that and let's just go to the church fathers. Yeah, but how can we do that as if you don't have a paradigm, right? It's not possible. You're going to read Basil and the Cappadocians. I mean, I've got Basil right here. I've got all of his works for the most part that are in English right here in my hand. We're going to go to his letters. We can go through, letters about the Trinity. We can pull up St. Gregory Nazianzus' letters on the Trinity, the five orations. We can go into what it means to be sol arche. Okay, but none of those passages are going to be relevant or solve the issue if you have the Thomistic paradigm that, but there's nothing about being the only cause that necessitates him being only cause. There can be a second cause, another cause, a tertiary cause, right? So that's why it doesn't work, because you're not going to be able to be theory neutral all of a sudden. Any more than a Protestant saying to you, okay, fine, forget the canon question. I can't solve it. Now let's just go argue the Bible text with me, Roman Catholic. You're not going to do that. You're going to say, no, we're talking about, my challenge to you was the canon. Yeah, fine. I grant the canon. I can't do it. So let's just go to the Bible now. It's like, no, why would I do that? Because everything that you're going to do is built on the thing that's at the bottom, right? So you're a foundationalist. Your foundation is this, that you can just read the plain texts, exactly what the Muslims said in our debate last night. By the way, I'm going back and forth with Tim Gordon, and we're having the same problem. This is kind of providential because Tim and I are discussing a potential future debate about Thomistic epistemology, because guess what? They have the same problem. They're in the same boat. All of these people, whether they're Protestant, or whether they're Thomists, Roman Catholic, or Muslims, are you noticing a pattern that they all just think that you can just simply look at the thing and read it and it's self-evident? There's the perspicuity of the text. There's a clear, simple, obvious reading. And it was so great that Sam Shamoon hopped in to illustrate that point with the messianic dilemma. Do you see how that fits into this overall pattern that we're critiquing amongst all these groups? It's the same that I did with natural theology. All of these people believe in natural theology because natural theology is also predicated on self-evident, axiomatic, properly basic beliefs, propositions. They think you just can't demonstrate those things. They just are the case. Yeah, well, we don't believe that, and we keep challenging that. And they just say, yeah, but I don't have an answer to that, so let's just act like they're self-evident. No, that's the whole point. That is the argument. If you don't want to address the argument, I appreciate admitting it. But it's not going to be possible to then act like, okay, well, let's just pretend that we have neutrality and that we have the same paradigm when we read the church fathers. It doesn't work. That's the whole argument here. There are no self-evident brute facts. It doesn't exist. And then you want to come and say, okay, fine, I grant that, but now let's act like there's self-evident brute facts and let's argue. Dude, are you dumb? Like, what? That's the whole point here. And all of these people have this same position. And ironically, the Roman Catholics realize this when they debate the Protestants. They will have the same position as me on this. They'll be like, you can't go to the scriptures because you have a different paradigm. You don't even have an account of the canon. Why would I grant you your interpretation of this or that verse? You're all jumbled up. Yeah, okay, now transfer that same argument, goober Roman Catholics, to Jesus and whatnot, trying to cite the Cappadocians. You come from a Thomistic paradigm. I've been dealing with this for 20 years. I know how Thomists are going to read the Cappadocians and how they're going to read St. Dionysius. They read it, it's even in the scholarship. There's debates between the Thomistic reading and the non-Thomistic reading of Dionysius or Maximus or the Cappadocians. So that's why it doesn't really work. It's a deflection from the root issue of disagreement. And I went back and forth literally all day yesterday with Tim Gordon, who's a great buddy. I love Tim, but Tim can't get this. He cannot grasp what I'm saying here because these people are locked into a system. And the problem with worshiping a system or being locked into these pre-lest fraudulent systems is that you have a huge problem seeing anything outside of the system. It's almost like they can't do it. This is why, for example, it's illustrative to ask the Muslims at a certain point, as we did last night, you say, look, can you even just restate what you think we're arguing? I don't think you believe it. I'm not asking you to believe my position. Can you just at least state what you think we're arguing? Even if you think it's wrong, just state what it is. They can't do it. I tried to get Tim Gordon to do this yesterday for all day. I'm like, Tim, I know you don't believe what I'm saying. I get it. I know you're a Thomist. You think what I'm saying is crazy. Fine. Could you at least just state what I'm saying, what you think I'm saying? They can't do it. They cannot think outside of, there's like their mind's in a box in a little like prison cell. And you're trying to talk to them about the world outside of the prison cell. And they're like, I don't see that world in my prison cell. It doesn't exist. I can't understand that there's a world outside of this prison cell because this is the world. You're like, no, there's other things outside of this cell. No, there's not. I cannot see that. That's what's at root with all of these people, whether it's the Muslims or whether it's Tim Gordon and Thomas and Jesus and whatnot, or whether it's whoever. And a lot of those people don't understand that. And I'm not trying to be rude, but I think they don't have the conceptual capabilities to even reason at that abstraction level. So their immediate move is to just say, oh, this is all sophistry. It doesn't exist. I'm not even sure it exists. Like you might not like it or agree with it, but it does exist, at least as a giant portion of philosophical discourse for the last several centuries and even further back. So, it's not my fault that you don't know that. Like, it's not, if you're coming to debate, Remember, this is not a formal debate. This is boot camp. You're calling into my stream. I don't owe you a formal debate. You're not guaranteed a formal debate. So this is boot camp, proving yourself. Think of this like open mic night. If you went on Kill Tony, you don't go on there and be like, I deserve a full 30-minute special. Where my 30-minute special is, Joe Rogan. I deserve it. No, you're at boot camp, dude. This is where you get blasted and critiqued. That's how you come up in the ranks, goober. You don't start with a 60-minute special like Brendan Schaub tried to do, which was a disaster. You got to work your way up. You've got to go through the process of being heckled for 10 years because that's going to toughen you up. You're going to go through the process of people interrupting you, people calling you back to the mistake that you made. That's what this is. That's what these call-ins are. We've said that from the beginning, by the way. In the Phil said, Tim Gordon looking like Chris Angel. Oh, man, I got to clip that and send that to Tim Gordon. He's going to get a kick out of that. Because I thought I burned him pretty good back in the day when I was calling him Scott Stapp from Creed. I told him he looked like ghetto Creed. But actually, that's pretty good. Looking like ghetto Chris Angel. Anyway, all right, Rachel, did you want to say something?
Hey, Jay. Yeah, I was actually calling in because I had another example for the slow boys. They're having trouble with the paradigm level argumentation.
Please do.
So, and it's an example that's outside of religion, so maybe it'll help. So my last two debates that I had with people who were supposed to, crush me on feminism. One was with everyone's favorite, not so erudite. And before that was one with Kathy Barnett, who is a right-winger. She's a constitutional conservative. And I thought, oh, good, this will be different. And I had the exact same problem with both of them, which was that they could not understand. One is coming from a intersectional Marxist framework and worldview. The other is coming from an Enlightenment liberal human rights worldview. And both of them had the same problem with me, which led them, it was like really frustrating debates for people to watch, because it was like them sitting there looking at me going, Rachel's so stupid, why can't she understand what I'm saying? And me going, no, you're stupid and you don't understand what I'm saying, because like in Erudite's case, you're assuming this worldview where women are uniquely oppressed based on intersectional, race, class, all these different things. And we have to start with this presupposition and argue everything based on this assumption that we agree that this is how the world is. Well, I don't agree that that's how the world is. And the other lady she kept reading the Constitution to me, like how a Protestant will cite you Bible verses.
Right.
But the Constitution says that we have equal rights, and it says this, and it says this, and the founding fathers wrote this, and they wrote that. And I'm like, that's all tangential, and you're trying to argue things that come after sorting out the paradigm level worldview problem. You have to contend with that first. Otherwise, you're just over here arguing tangential stuff that not only do we not agree on, but we don't even understand the terms that are being used in the same way. We don't even understand what rights mean. You have a different concept of that than what I have. So it's like the same thing can happen in politics, where if you take this, you're insisting that this is the only framework, it's the only worldview, and we just have to take it at face value as true. We don't ever actually contend with the argument. That's why I had this 7-minute opening with Not So Erudite, and she never addressed anything in it. It was like it never happened. And she gave me a whole opening poetry about how we should be girls and talk about how we feel about things instead.
Well, if you notice, you probably didn't hear last night's discussion, but the exact same thing happened where the Muslim guy said, I want to do 2-minute opening statements, and then we'll back and forth address the things that we said. I said, yeah, fine, let's do it. So I gave a very specific critique about Quran 42 here, where it talks about Allah's attributes, right? And it says that Allah is nothing like the created order. Now, I'm going to give you guys a helpful pedagogical teaching device aid here with glasses. We're going to use the they live analogy for how to understand what Rachel just mentioned with paradigms. Now, let's take this verse, which you might think, well, this is just a simple, clear, obvious, plain reading text. This was the whole argument last night about the plain reading, right? What does this text say? It says, Allah is the originator of the heavens and the earth. He is Allah. He made for you spouses amongst yourself. He made mates for the cattle, multiplying both. There is nothing like him, for he alone is all hearing and all seeing. Now, one Muslim sect will put on their paradigm glasses. These are the sunglasses I'm wearing now. And they will read this text through their presupposition, for example, that there really is nothing like Allah in the created order. So, for example, Dr. Khalil, he's going to read this passage and say, see, this proves how stupid the Sunnis are, because the Sunnis think, the Salafis, they think that Allah has a shin and a hand, an uncreated foot, whatever, two right hands, blah, blah, blah. See how stupid this is. Allah is nothing like the created order. But now let's take our Dr. Khalil Shia glasses off, and let's put our Jake the Muslim metaphysician Ibn Taymiyyah glasses on. Well, Allah's nothing like the created order, except in some ways he is like an uncreated foot, but we don't know what that meaning is. See? I thought that the Quran was perfectly clear. By the way, you know, the Quran says that about itself. It says this is a perfectly clear revelation of itself. Okay, so which glasses are right? Is this verse itself going to tell me which interpretation is right, Dr. Khalil or Jake? And if you remember, that was one of the first funny debates that we saw online, was Dr. Khalil versus Jake about this. They were debating this very passage. Well, the hadiths that say, for example, Allah leaves the heavens and comes down and visits the earth, or the sixth heaven, whatever, the lower heavens every night, right? So do you see the point here is that this one verse is not able to resolve a paradigm level conflict of interpretation. Now, apply this same principle to when a Catholic's debating a Protestant, and a Protestant says, John 6 says that, you know, like the rest of John, that it's an allegory. It's a symbol. Jesus says, I am the door, I'm the vine. So why would I go to John 6 and believe that that's the real presence? And the Roman Catholic says, you idiot. Clearly in John 6, it is the real presence, and blah, 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 blah. So do you see what I'm saying? It's like there's no immediate self-evidence necessarily in these cases. And quite obviously, in many cases, it's the opposite. There's ambiguity in the language. And what the human mind does is that it fills in those meanings and those gaps from its paradigm assumptions. And sometimes those are correct and sometimes they're not. So we can't resolve this like Eric Ibarra or Jesus and whatnot, or Tim Gordon or any of these people think, by just stacking up another bunch of verses. Oh, well, let's come over here to this verse. If we don't address the paradigm level dispute, then we can't do that, because we're going to be looking at it from different they live glasses. Your they live glasses show you this, mine show this. Okay, so how do we know which one's right? Well, you might think, well, maybe it's futile. We could never know. No, we can know, but we're going to have to address the fundamental stuff first. At least that's my approach. You don't have to take that approach. You want to debate, throw text back and forth for 4 hours forever, go at it. But it's not usually that effective. I think worldview apologetics, paradigm level debates are way more effective. I think they're way more useful, because if I can pull the rug out from under you on your first principles, all of this other stuff doesn't matter. It's secondary. It all falls apart. In other words, if, as even Ibarra admitted in our debate, if the papacy contradicts on one dogma, then Roman Catholicism is false. Okay, so Eric's admitted that I have a very easy task ahead of me. All I have to do is show a dogmatic contradiction. And I think I can show many, right? But from Eric's evidentialist vantage point, as he tried to do in that old debate, he thought and actually said, well, if I just stack up a whole lot of papal quotes, don't you think that it will be eventually a bunch of evidence that maybe sort of tips the scales towards papal infallibility in Vatican I? Well, which of those approaches do you think is easier, even according to Ibarra? Well, I mean, you could do all that. You spend all day long with your papal quotes. Because if I have one system level defeater, and this is what Thomists don't understand, is that paradigm level arguments are system level defeaters, because you're showing that everything else the system is built on falls because the foundation's gone. The house is built on sand. If you build your house on sand, I don't have to pull apart every brick in your house. All I have to do is, I don't know, put the hose down to the base of it where the sand is, and it'll just collapse. Hey, Jamie. Now, do we have anybody that disagrees? I want to open it up. That's what the strength of paradigm level argumentation is. That's why we don't debate the atheists. Think about it with an atheist. It's the exact same debate with an atheist. Could you make me some espresso? Thank you. If we're debating an atheist, and I brought this up to Jesus and whatnot, an atheist is just going to throw all these science papers and science facts and the earthworm is 14 billion years old. And blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I'm not going to debate that because you're going to be interpreting the natural world through your naturalistic lenses. So I want to attack naturalism and the naturalistic fallacy and your scientism presuppositions because that's clouding all of the data that you're reading. If you want to know a specific example of this in philosophy, there's a problem called the underdetermination of data thesis. And this is in the domain of philosophy of science. And this is a problem in philosophy of science because if you have two different paradigms or theories, in this case, we'll say scientific theories. If you have two different scientific theories that can adequately account for data, just having more data isn't going to tell you necessarily which of the paradigms is right. And if you think about it, it's like, well, yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? That seems to be the case. Okay, so that seems to be the case. Why would it not be the case when you're interpreting the data of religious text or interpreting the data of, the church fathers text? It's the same stuff.
Hey Jay, I have one more thing to
Sure.
add real quick
Sure.
on that same note. In the super secret, much talked about debate class that Andrew did for TPUSA, I sat in on it. He and Rob Noor taught it. And they did a long section where it was like role play, and he had one kid after the next come up, and Andrew was role playing the progressive leftist, and they're supposed to be taking the Charlie Kirk position because they're gonna send these guys out in October and November to debate like Charlie did on the campus tour. So Andrew's trying to prep them for this. And he wrecked these kids like one after the next. And you could tell that these kids all watch tons of conservative right-wing media, and they know all the talking points and they know all the stats, and they were so confounded. Like, how is Andrew destroying us? Like, what? I don't know why I feel so stupid and like I'm getting my ass beat right now. And he said, the problem with every single one of you and where all of your weaknesses is that none of you understand the progressive left worldview and what its foundations are. And he hammered that home all day for them. Like, you need to learn their worldview and what its foundations are. He named what they were. This foundation, like, these are the foundations of the progressive worldview. And the way you win is to learn how to kick those foundations out from under them, and then anything else they argue just falls flat on its face and collapses. So you don't have to memorize a million statistics. You don't have to know every single fact of every single administration going back to, Buchanan or someone. You just need to learn the foundations of their worldview, what the weaknesses are, and how to destroy those, and that's how you win.
Yes.
So that's what he was doing when he was down there.
Yes, and also working with the generals to cover up, right?
Oh, right. I forgot. We also were teaching them how to debate Charlie Kirk conspiracy murder theories.
Know how to cover it up, because now I think now is Andrew is behind it. Andrew's actually planning the whole thing the whole time, and now he's sort of coming out from behind, the scenes as the mastermind. I'm joking.
Yes, we're getting paid.
I don't have evidence of that, but I don't need to. I don't need to have evidence.
It's so funny. Well, there's some huge stuff dropping regarding that. I'm sure it'll all come out today. Things have intensified since yesterday, so it's going to be fun to watch what happens.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that here in a second. Appreciate that. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, is this the Michael Knowles, Candace statements? Okay.
Yeah, there's been some really incredible developments in the negotiations, and this might end up being much bigger than it was originally even going to be. So we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. I don't think we've nailed it down yet, but there's been intense negotiations going on all day. So.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited about it. I will be honest, not just because, I appreciate you guys and what you guys do, but I really don't think Candace is that great of a debater. So even setting aside positions, I don't think she would really do that well in debate. I mean, I'm trying to think of, she debated Piers Morgan, and I think Piers had some, actually, I don't think Piers is very good. Piers actually had some pretty good questions for Candace, which that tells me Candace is probably not going to do that great in a debate.
Yeah, Well, I mean, we'll see. What Andrew really truly wants is a fair debate. He really just wants the best evidence from both positions to get out there. That's what he does. I mean, and for all the people that love to lie, and, I know there's haters and all that stuff and you can't do anything about it, but he just loves the actual battle of the ideas. That's what gets him up in the morning. That's what he loves to do. And if he's proven wrong, so be it. But I mean, that's what he wants. He wants like a full, fair debate where he wants her to come with her absolute best.
Sure.
And he's going to come with his best. And like whoever wins, wins. So.
Yeah. I think that's noble. That's been the vibe I've always gotten from Andrew. I know that the Dinesh Andrew debate, I thought it was great. I thought it went very well. I don't think even towards the end when Dinesh thought he scored a point with trying to argue for is ought, I don't even think he got that part. I think Andrew was still correct about that part too. So I think this is going to be amazing if it actually goes down. I hope it does. Cross my fingers. But yeah, I've watched enough of Candace now over the last year to notice that I don't think she actually reads and comprehends very well. And she can talk fast.
Yeah.
And that's a useful skill in debate. But if you take somebody like Erudite, just talking fast and spitting out stuff, that's not enough. You can maybe pass yourself as a Sud for a little while, but to really be good in a debate, especially a high profile debate, you need more than just talking fast. You got to have good reading comprehension. You got to know basic fallacies. You got to know worldview debate, internal critique. And by the way, on this point of internal critique, I'm noticing a lot of people who've watched a lot of these debates. I've noticed it with some of the Catholics. Erudite does this. I don't think they even know what internal critique is, and then they'll just spit it out.
You believe the position.
And they'll spit the term out when they're doing some retarded thing and being like, "Well, I'm just trying to do an internal critique." I don't even think you know what that is. Like, that's not what you're doing.
Right.
You're not even doing that.
They don't know. There's a lot of people who actually just don't have that comprehension level that and this happens to Andrew all the time, and they'll clip him out of context, and that's why you hear crazy things like, Andrew thinks it's okay to rape women or whatever, because he's taking the position of the person he's arguing and arguing their position back to them or whatever, and they think he's actually like no cap saying this is my position. It's hard to understand how they don't get that.
Yeah.
Some of them I think are bad faith, but some of them I think genuinely don't understand what's happening.
Well, no, if you debate enough Muslims, you will understand. They don't understand.
Yes, I remember,
they do not understand.
I remember how many days in a row and how many Muslims did you go through?
We had one night where we did a 6-hour live stream where we did an experiment of only asking the Muslims, "Hey, could you just restate what the Islamic dilemma is? Not do you believe it? We know you don't believe it, but could you just restate the argument?" And none of them could in 6 hours of constant Islamic calls. So, yeah, appreciate
something else funny.
Sure.
After the Agrippa's trilemma thing happened with Kyla, even Ask Yourself and Doc Avi, two of our favorites, right? They even in the background had like a Discord call with her, I think it was, where they tried to explain to her why Agrippa's trilemma was not a valid argument, why it didn't do what she thought it did, and how she was wrong, like from the same side, right? They're going, Kyla, we're trying to help you. We want to help you understand why this wasn't effective and why it didn't work and why it was not a valid debate move.
Yeah.
And she still insisted to them that they were wrong and that she was correct. And they were
she's still insisting that Plato wrote, or that Aristotle wrote, quote, 5 dialogues. She's still insisting that. She tripled down on that. So.
Oh, also she's hotter than me, so she won the debate. So I don't know what else to do after somebody comes out with that. I'm just like, okay, yes, you win, you're hotter. Good job.
I mean, have you considered snorting Adderall and rapid fire meth mouthing? Have you just considered that as a possibility of a debate strategy?
You have to chase it with an extra big Red Bull. That's the trick. You snort the Vyvanse and then you chase it with a massive Red Bull, and then you just freak out, and it's just a battle of who's hotter and freaks out more. That's how you win debates. She's still declaring victory. She's beaten you. She's beaten Andrew. She's beaten me. She's undefeated, man.
Yeah, she reminds me of Trent Horn, because Trent also has never lost a debate and never actually made a mistake, even though we've pointed out multiple places that are obvious errors. For example, Trent's own Eastern Rite Church uses the term triad in the Eastern Rite liturgy, in the Byzantine liturgy in the Roman Catholic Church, and Trent still has quadrupled down that he's correct, that triad is an inherently Arian term. I mean, it's just so silly when it's in his own liturgy. But I think what this shows is a very psychologically weak, sort of fragile, insecure person that they feel like if they ever admitted any mistake, even the slightest mistake, that it would just be like their whole like psyche would collapse, right? It would crash, which is actually a narcissistic tendency to be able to never be able to make admit the slightest mistake. That's like number one for narcissist. And I know narcissism's overused. Everybody says it on the internet, but in actual cases of the people with this issue, like they are actually incapable of ever admitting even the slightest mistake.
Yeah, because they think that then the whole world will
Then their
look
whole-
at them and go,
Yeah,
"You're terrible. You're worthless.
you
whatever."
failed, and it would be the end of
Yeah,
their whole.
when
But
it's actually not. It's not like that. Normal human beings would be like, if I say, "Oh, you know what? I made this mistake here in this debate. It was actually that's happened to me. I said the wrong date once. I've said a few things that were wrong, or I've
yeah, it happens to everybody.
I've messed up.
I have too.
But
Yeah.
it's like, of course you're gonna mess up. And by the way, how do you think you're gonna get better if you're already perfect? If there's nowhere to improve, I guess take your ball and go home because you won.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know,
I guess you can retire like,
yeah.
Magic Johnson, or, retire with your AIDS, Magic Johnson. You beat everybody. You never made a mistake. Yeah, I remember in the Ibarra debate, early on in the debate, I made a mistake when he mentioned the 869 council, and I thought he was talking about a different ecumenical council. And so I started responding to the wrong council, and that was a mistake in the debate. Now, I don't think most people that watched it thought that overall I lost the debate, because that was a sort of a minor point of argumentation about me just misreferencing which council he was talking about. But again, like that was a mistake. I think I think I misstated something in the Lutheran debate, right? But that didn't have anything to do with like 90% of the polls thought I won that Lutheran guy debate. But sometimes you're going to make these mistakes, especially when you're thinking fast and you misremember a citation, a date. You say, Basil said blah blah blah, and it was actually Chrysostom or whatever. Like that kind of stuff is very common. You're going to do that, and even in a debate, even if you could conceivably lose an entire rebuttal, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've lost the entire debate, right? I mean, there could be a lot of different scenarios in debates, but all right, let's see what's next here. Does anyone disagree? You go to the head of the line. I see quite a few people. Yeaster's been waiting for a while. What's on your mind? Yeaster. Yeezy, what's up?
Hey, I was watching that clip of the whole Jesus and whatnot yesterday, and, trying to logic out the whole paradigm thing. I'm all for it. It makes logical sense in my opinion. The only kind of question I would have then is, how would you decide and come to the conclusion of which is the correct paradigm in which to view a certain topic, such as filioque, canon, what have you?
Yeah, one reason that especially if I'm debating a Thomist or an atheist, the reason I go in that direction, I don't always do it with Muslims, because Muslims are very bad at thinking at those sort of abstract levels. Usually, though, with some Protestants and with some Roman Catholics and some atheists, you can kind of get them to think at that type of a level. So it's a little more accessible, I think, for those groups than the Muslims. But you could conceivably do a paradigm level debate with a Muslim. It's just more challenging, and I've tried that in in the past debates. But just for me, first of all, it's my focus, because I've been a Thomist. I know how they think about things and what their starting points are. So I think what has to happen is you would have to basically shake the paradigm and get the person to actually question the paradigm to where they might be able to read it in some other way, right? So And that's the reason I didn't go into debate about this or that text with him, which can be done. I mean, again, I've got Basil right here. If people want to actually go into these texts, I've got on the Holy Spirit. I've got all these passages that discuss the monarchia and the sole arche of the Father. The problem is that, like, you have to, I think, just like if you're debating a Protestant, right, and the Protestant says, well, I've got all these Bible verses and you just want to debate about the formation of the canon. And it's like, yeah, because the formation of the canon is prior to your citing of the verses. But if I actually shook a Protestant's view, then I think it could be beneficial to get into those texts. But I don't think, nor did I detect in the case of Jesus and whatnot, that there was any significant sort of shaking of his paradigm. I think he was set in just wanting to rapid fire out these quote mines. And I didn't think it would be fruitful, but I'm not opposed to having that type of a discussion. But I think to have a fruitful filioque discussion, it needs to be formal. So I've actually reached out and said, if he wants to have a formal debate, we can do that.
Okay. Interesting. Just background. I am Orthodox. I've been charismated nearly a year at this point. And, I've just had some friends of mine question, and I've kind of always held to a more logical framework type of argumentation of like what is objective truth and all that. So I'm kind of just curious.
I agree with all that, but how would I'm not being contentious, but how would that how would that relate to what we're talking about?
Well, how I would see it is it would contain objective truth. Okay, then what would the objective true paradigm be? So
yeah, that's why Tag and all these positions are arguing at that level first, right? So it just like if I'm debating with a Protestant and I'm Catholic or I'm Orthodox, and I get them to question the history of the canon, then that's going to begin their process of thinking, well, maybe I actually do have the wrong paradigm. But I don't think that guy was even interested in entertaining that it actually was the wrong paradigm, because he was just like, yeah, okay, whatever, I'll set it aside, but then let's just read these quotes, and then he says, well, let's read them from your paradigm, which I don't think he was actually doing that. Because he said, I want to do an internal critique. And I'm like, well, but you're going to be doing an internal critique from the Thomistic paradigm, which that was the whole point of this debate. Now he can, if he doesn't want to debate the issues, I get it, then we can set up a formal debate for filioque. But anyway, back to your question, I mean, you prove which paradigm via the fundamental contradictions at a systemic level in the other paradigm. That's how you do it.
Okay, that does make sense. So it's just like what was being said earlier. It's the foundation. What is everything built off of? And there's one little pebble.
Not one little pebble. If the fundamental capstones that is built on, not a pebble, the capstone, or not the capstone. Excuse me, the foundation stone.
Yeah. Okay.
So in other words, if he has a foundationalist system, which is what all Thomists have, and it's built on first principles, if I point out that he can't justify or make sense of his first principles, all this other stuff that's built on it falls.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the method of demonstrating that they have the wrong paradigm. So in other words, I think you're asking, well, sounds like, Jay, you're saying that this is all just paradigm versus paradigm, and then we're stuck in our paradigms. There's no way to prove it. No. There is a way to prove it. You prove it like the transcendental argument does by contrasting those two paradigms and showing which one works and which one has fundamental contradictions, system level defeaters.
Okay. That clears it all up.
Yeah.
That does.
No, great. Yeah, I should have caught on to what you were actually asking sooner, because this is actually a key point in this type of argumentation, because people will also think, as oftentimes happens, well, if we're just stuck in our paradigms and there's no way to get out of them, like you're always just going to be interpreting from your paradigm. No, that's why it's a paradigm level argument. It's my paradigm versus your paradigm, contrasting those basic starting points. I'll give an example. So when I was arguing with Tim yesterday in DMs, I said, what's your starting point, right? He's like, first principles, axioms, etc. I'm like, exactly. My starting point, Trinity. Now he thinks that's crazy because he's like, well, how could you even do that? You can't start with Trinity. Trinity is a logical, you do all this natural theology first, and then you build the grace on top of the natural theology. And I'm like, no, but I just reject that whole paradigm. I don't have the two-tiered nature grace system like you have. And he's like, and that's why I'm pointing out this Saint Staniloy quote, right, which points out that we don't do the Thomistic natural theology. We have natural revelation. And so I'm trying to explain our position, and it's just like Tim is like, short circuiting. It's just he thinks this is just crazy, and I'm like, I get you to think it's crazy, right? I know you don't like it. I get you disagree. You think it's fine, but at least try to understand what I'm trying to argue. I know you don't believe it. No, you disagree. How do I illustrate it? Well, how does Summa Contra Gentiles start? Okay, not the Summa Theologica, right? Summa Contra Gentiles of Aquinas is 5 volumes. All of this abstract philosophical speculation about the first unmoved, absolutely simple essence that actualizes outside of itself, that's non-composite, non-temporal, all this jibber jabber, right? How does John Damascus's On the Orthodox Faith start? Does it start that way? No, it starts with the Trinity. What? I thought John Damascus was basically a Thomist. Well, why is he on page 1 starting with the Trinity? Right? Literally the first thing on the first page is Trinity. So the exposition of the Orthodox faith begins with Trinity. Yeah, there's philosophy. Yeah, he makes use of it. But his order of theology, Ordo Theologiae, begins with Trinity. That's the exact opposite of the Ordo Theologiae of the Summa Contra Gentiles. It begins with Aristotle, philosophy, metaphysics, all of these supposed givens. Now, it took literally about 8 hours of texting with Tim Gordon to get him to understand that I am saying, but he's like, but you believe in teleology. You believe in causation. Just like Jesus and whatnot said. We have the same church fathers, Basil, Gregory. Why can't we just go to him? The question isn't, do we have the same beliefs or fathers or principles? Yeah, I believe in telos. I believe in causation. We have different accounts of them. I believe you have bad reasons to believe in causation, but I do think you believe in causation. I think you have bad reasons to justify your belief in teleology, but I do believe in teleology like you. So I don't know, this was the hardest thing to get Tim Gordon to grasp. I'm not being mean. I love Tim. We're great buddies, but I spent the whole day getting to basically understand, look, here's Father Deacon's classic analogy. This was so hard to get these people to grasp, right? If I wash my hands and you say, Jay, that is a great practice. I'm glad that you wash your hands. You are a very hygienic person. Congratulations. Hygiene is good. And I say, no, Tim, you misunderstand. I do not wash my hands for hygiene. I wash my hands because every time I do it every month, I only wash my hands once a month. It is because Bitcoin goes up. So I wash my hands once a month to make Bitcoin go up, because I see that in the past, the day I washed my hand, Bitcoin went up. So you see, that is why I wash my hands. Now, that is a stupid reason to wash my hands, right? But me and Tim both wash our hands, right? But we have different reasons for why we wash our hands, different justifications, different accounts of why we wash our hands. It took all day to get Tim Gordon to see that. Still don't even know if he gets it. But that's what I'm trying to say is yeah, I agree with you that there's causation. I disagree with you on your account of it and your justification of it. That's it. So that's what we're talking about here. That's 2 different approaches to epistemology. Tim has a foundationalist approach to epistemology. There's just properly basic axioms that are self-evident. They're not demonstrable. They just are. Why? Well, they have to be to do things. Okay, I can agree with that, but that's not good enough for justification. Because if he can do that, then I can say, well, my axioms are and are necessary for rationality and reasoning. Don't you understand, in a debate, you can't just show up and say, well, my starting points just are. And even if I agree that, okay, we'll use that, let's use causation as a starting point. I even proposed this to Tim. I said, look, let's just use causation or something, say, this is our starting point. I think you have a bad account of it. Still, they can't short circuit. They just can't get it. This is why the main challenge of paradigm level arguments and worldview arguments isn't whether they're sound or whether they work. It's getting people to get it. That's the hardest part, is to convey this and how to think at this level, right? Here's the classic, FDA example. If I have a cake assumes eggs, milk, flour, sugar. Okay. To have cake presupposes those ingredients. And any position that you take on the church fathers, or on interpreting the natural world, or giving an account of teleology or causation, any of these things, understanding the scriptures, they all flow from the ingredients that make up the worldview, the cake, the interpretation. So the questions that we're asking when we move things to a paradigm level, to a presuppositional level, is how do you account for the lens that you use to interpret this data? I know you have a different account of the data, right? You read Basil to teach filioque. I read Basil to absolutely not teach filioque. And we're going to throw quotes back and forth for 2, 3, 4 hours. Okay, fine. But what's really at the root of this? Two different accounts of first principles. Hopefully that's helpful. And by the way, for those that want deeper, more explicit, long podcasts, if you go into the archives, we have a zillion of these. Anything that FDA and I were doing 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they're all about this. Go back to the Russ Mannion paper. The whole paper is about justification and worldview argumentation. So we did a whole podcast on the Mannion paper. Pull that up. I think if you just type in Russ Mannion, M-A-N-I-O-N, and then J. Dyer, it'll come up. But let's see. All right, we got to get some more of these calls, because I think we got a lot of people here in line. Arrow, did you want to say something? Yeah, so if you go to the stream here, this was almost 5 years ago. This is, I don't know if it's me and FDA or just open forum. This is a 3-hour live stream on the paper that I'm talking about, Russ Mannion's paper on worldview argumentation. So here's one of these. If you want an argument about Thomism and the Cappadocians, guess what? One of my first academic debates was on this with that Jewish Thomist guy. What was his name?
Dr. Feingold.
Dr. Feingold, thank you. And we actually ended up debating causation in the triad. And he didn't even know that the Cappadocians taught that the Father's the cause. Just mentioning the Father as the cause. By the way, this same debate that I had with Jesus and whatnot, it's a repeat of the debate from 4 years ago with Astro. Because Astro did the exact same thing, where he started asserting a bunch of these just givens, just so arguments. Well, we know that this is this is just how metaphysics works. And I'm like, that's why I always bring the debate to the epistemic level with you, Thomas, because you just want me to grant you all of these metaphysical assertions, and I don't know why I ought to believe that that necessarily follows from your line of argumentation. Maybe it does, but why ought I think that? And they just short circuit, because they're like, because it just does. It's obvious. Let's see. I'm not finding Feingold. Let me have to type his name in. What do you want to say, Arrow?
Yeah, I'm just keep it short, like 30 seconds.
Sure.
So the clip you played with Godlogic, I said it last night. That's 1,000% proof that he is grifting, because 2 months ago he wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
And then now all of a sudden, if you don't believe in sola fide, you don't have the gospel. And I think it's because Catholics started finding out, because of the streams that Cleve was doing, Catholics started thinking, and hey, we might actually be getting scammed. So they started asking him questions about sending people to synagogues, and they were getting blocked in the comments. So then now you have to make a decision. And I think
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's not just the Catholics. Muslims started putting pressure on it too. Did you see Jake's video?
Yeah, I just watched Jake's video last night. Now, I think he's kind of stirring the drama.
No, I know he is, but I'm just saying, like, it's just more pressure also from outside of, his circles.
Well, it wasn't just Jake. I know, obviously, the whole thing with you and Orthodox Muslim, but with you saying bingo, but Muslims been saying this for a little bit because,
okay.
yeah, everybody's been calling him out for this, but now he's put in a position where he has to be dogmatic because, well, the Catholics don't really like him like that. So now you have to choose a position, and his position is Protestant, which that's going to kill his audience, like Christian Prince, because Christian Prince did the same thing, if you remember. And then now the only people watching him is his co-followers. So
all that the Father has belongs to the Son, except the causality. This is a famous Cappadocian dictum. This is one of the key points that refutes the idea that the Cappadocians teach the Filioque. So if you want the first Thomistic debate where this happened, this is actually almost 9 years ago, me versus Dr. Feingold. I think this debate still holds up. I haven't heard it in a while, but I think it would still hold up because there's nothing that I'm arguing that I would disagree with nowadays. I think I probably learned a lot more about Thomism even since then, being that this was about 9 years ago. But there's also, if you want a fuller treatment of the Cappadocians and the Monarchia, we did a talk with Dr. Bo Branson on this. And I think it's this one. This was 2 years ago. I think that, Catholics are missing the point when they want to say stuff like, well, why can't we say that because, the Son, the Holy Spirit proceeds through the Son? Why can't that be a form of cause? Why can't that be a power, a property that's given to the Son? Because in relations of origin, hypostatic properties are the very things that are unique to the persons. They're the incommunicable properties. Things like common attributes or actions like creating or love, right? Those are common to all three. All three persons share the attribute of love. All three persons share the, attribute of divine providence. But persons have unique markers or idiomata or characteristics or properties. Hence, in Orthodox theology, without question, it's relations of origin are the hypostatic properties. So if Father is soul, S-O-L-E, cause, fount, arche, etc., that's the unique thing that can't be shared, because at that point you're confusing nature and person, or you're confusing person with person. Anyway,
hey, quick question.
Go ahead.
So about that debate last night, so you were speaking about, I think it was, you said something about Jesus not having the same, like Jesus can't. So you know how the Spirit proceeds from the Father, right? Jesus can't do that as well. And I think he had said, well, there's a distinction. And you said, where's this distinction? I think you asked him, where's this distinction?
So that's when he brought the Thomistic scholastic distinction in terms of like two types of causation in the Trinity.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask you about. So I think this is the issue that you were trying to get the Catholics to understand is I can't just grant you your worldview just like you can't grant a Protestant his worldview on the Bible, right? So you asked him, what was the question you asked him?
Yeah, I remember saying that. Well, one reason why I can't grant that there's a tertiary cause, another type of cause, a secondary cause, a co-cause, is because I believe in the Cappadocian dictum that I just read you from Gregory Nazianzus, everything that the Father has, the Son has, except causality. That phrase right there restricts causality to the Father.
So then you asked him, okay, where is this distinction in the first 1,000 years?
Yeah, because
right?
the thinking there is, for Orthodox, we are bound by Constantinople I and the Cappadocian understanding of Constantinople I. So I can't import Thomism into Constantinople I and say, oh, well, I believe in the monarchical trinity, but it's a monarchical trinity that allows for these later Thomistic distinctions. That would be reading Thomism back into the Cappadocians. And this is exactly what Wagner tried to do, because, and you notice, Jesus and Whatnot did the same move, because he said, well, we could talk about relations of opposition and relations in the Trinity. And I'm like, no, do you don't understand? You made the same mistake that Wagner made, because relative opposition is not relations of opposition, and it's not relations of origin. Those are all different things. And they were confusing these things to make it like I'm saying that Basil can't talk about, well, one person is relative to the other person. That's not the doctrine of relations of opposition that develops in Augustine and in Thomas Aquinas. That's another way that they come up with trying to distinguish the persons. But that's not what Basil's talking about or the Cappadocians are talking about when they say, okay, there's a relative opposition of one to the other or one to this one, right? Because in a triad, there's no dyadic opposition. Strictly speaking, there's not relations of opposition because there's no opposition in a triad. There's relative opposition in that you could say that this one is not that one, sure. But that doesn't tell you anything about the persons. That's why it's a useless sort of distinction because, well, the Son, this one is not that one. Okay, but that doesn't tell me what this one is, right? Because everyone shares the common trait of being not the other one. So anyway, that's being a long-winded, but just bring it back to this simple point with the Cappadocians that as we see in that quote, and let me pull it up here because it's in one of the orations, but I don't remember. It's either like 20, it's one of the 5, but let's see. We'll just pull it up. It's oration 34. Oration 34 of St. Gregory Nazianzus, and it's paragraph 10. You'll see this here. And I think this is a really simple sort of kill shot for this. And you'll notice too, there's no place in the Cappadocians where you find secondary cause or co-cause. That doesn't exist. There is evidence, I think, of energetic manifestation and that the Spirit does have a relationship to the Son. St. Cyril says he rests in the Son. Other fathers say he shines forth from the Son or through the Son. That's the Orthodox position outlined by Gregory of Cyprus and the later Blackernay definitions. But you'll notice that when Gregory Nazianzus outlines the hypostatic properties, and they're done explicitly in him and Basil and Nazianzus by relations of origin, to the point of origin being the Father. Let's read this. He says, what must we say of the Father, who by common consent all who have been preoccupied with natural conceptions share, although he has endured the beginnings of dishonor, having been first divided by the ancient innovations into the good and the Creator, he's talking about pagan religions, and of the Son and the Holy Ghost, we now see simply and concisely shall we discourse. If anyone could say of either that he was mutable or subject to change, or that he was in place and time, or power, energy could be measured, or that he was naturally good, not naturally good or self-moved, he's talking about the person of the Father, God the Father, or that he was not a free agent or a minister or whatever, or was not counted with God, let him prove this, and we will acquiesce and be glorified by the majesty of our fellow servants, though we lose our God. But if all that the Father has belongs to the Son except causality, and all that the Son has belongs to the Spirit except sonship, this is hypostatic properties. These are the properties that are unique to the persons, that are not communicable. They're not shared. Clearly, look at the way he uses the same argument for the Son. The Spirit doesn't take on sonship. Well, then the Son can't take on causality. It's right here. Whatsoever was spoken of Jesus as to the incarnation, for me, a man, and for my salvation, the taking of mine, that he might impart to me his own by this new commingling. Then cease your babbling, etc., sophists. So, it's not difficult to understand, I don't think, if you understand that for Orthodox, it's hypostatic properties about relations of origin being the Father, right? Origin of the Godhead, the cause, the fount, the arche, that's the person of the Father. And the Son has everything the Father has. Full deity, all the same attributes, except being the cause. And I argued this 10 years ago to Dr. Feingold. And what did the Thomists say? There's no cause in the Trinity. not even aware of like basic Cappadocian Trinitarian theology, the basic theology of the Second Ecumenical Council. Now, this alone, I think, shows you why when you go into, and this is not unique. I mean, when you go into the letters of Basil, when you go into St. Gregory Nazianzus and Nyssa, you're going to notice the same approach, the same pattern to hypostatic properties based on relation of origin. That's not the same thing as relations of opposition, that one is not the other two, okay? One is not the other. That's a medieval idea of creative ways of Augustinian theology and Thomistic theology trying to figure out how to distinguish the persons, right? And that's admitted if you read the article by Congar on this point. If you read this paper by Yves Congar, the famous Dominican Thomist guy, Roman Catholic, this is his essay called, it's a kind of a difficult theology paper. I'm going to warn you, it's not for beginners, but it's called Augustine's Theology of the Trinity. Okay, so here's a famous Thomist, and you're going to notice if you read this, he says everything I argued to Wagner and everything I've been saying ever since I tried to explain this to Wagner. They didn't care what I was saying. They just wanted a gotcha. So if you read this paper, he'll say that relations of origin is not what the Cappadocians teach. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Excuse me, relations of opposition is not what the Cappadocians teach. They teach relations of origin. O-R-I-G-I-N, origin, not Origin, the church father or the heretic. Origin meaning the origin point of the Trinity, the person of the Father, okay? Now, here's an Orthodox theologian on this same issue, also saying the same things that Congar will say. It's called Losky's essay, Procession of the Holy Spirit. Okay. So you'll notice that I'm being very precise in what I'm talking about and when I make these arguments. And in the case of Wagner, and obviously in the case of this other kid, they don't care about what I'm actually saying. They're not interested in understanding what I actually argued. I don't even know if they're actually going to go, they're not going to read it. Because I've sent this stuff to Wagner like 2 or 3 times. He's not ever going to read any of this stuff. Or this used to come up really easily. I don't know why it doesn't come up anymore. This is getting annoying. Maybe this is it. Here we go. Yeah, this is it. No, that's not Losky's essay. See, this used to come up. This is so annoying. Here we go. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. So if you read this paper by Losky, guess what? You're going to notice that he lays out the very same thing that I argued Congar says. They both agree. I mean, they don't agree ultimately which position is right, but I'm saying they both agree on the points that I'm making, that the Cappadocians don't teach relations of opposition. It's a later Augustinian and Thomistic idea that's developed after the dominance of Augustinian theology in the West. Okay. That's not the same thing as relative opposition. And it's not the same thing as relations of origin. These are different things. So they're just confusing all of this terminology, and they're not looking at what even their own theologians and our theologians agree with, which is my point the whole time. And they don't care. No, it doesn't matter how many times you point this out. They don't care. They just wanted the quote, the clip farming. But what does it mean if you're a Roman Catholic for him to say the Son does not have causality, and then you turn around and say, but he kind of has it in this secondary sense or this co-cause sense? It makes no sense. It confuses the persons. That's a father-son, because now they're both a co-cause. And these people are still making this low-tier argument that, well, the Son has to have it because if he doesn't have the power of causing, he lacks divinity. He's a lesser deity. You goober, then it applies to the Spirit. Then the Spirit not causing anybody means he lacks it too. You've subordinated the Spirit by this stupid argument. Again, all these people will not read the text. Okay. I came from the Augustinian position for years, all throughout my 20s. And then I read all the Orthodox stuff. So I know both positions. These people won't do the reading. They'll only read one side and then play the game of clip farming gotchas. And every one of these people, including Wagner, all these people, I've asked them to come debate what I think are the main contentious issues, and they won't do it. What does it tell you that they won't do formal debates? They just clip the gotchas. That's not a good faith actor. If you're going to clip the gotchas, you should be willing to do a formal debate. And Wagner has turned down a formal debate on Thomistic epistemology 3 times. Jesus and Whatnot is ignoring my offer to do a formal debate. Zero, what's up? Zero, go ahead, unmute.
Hey, so I just wanted to ask, and it's basically, it goes something like this, like, do you believe that paradigms are truth bound or truth dependent?
I mean, I think paradigms carry with them some truth theory.
Okay, so, but what about truth then? Like, is truth paradigm bound or dependent?
Yeah, and I mean, for us, it's the logos. That's the ultimate sort of capital T truth, the personal logos.
All right. Is reason universal or like a universal tool?
Sure, absolutely.
And you don't believe in any thematic axioms, right?
Are you talking about peripatetic axioms, which means Aristotelian philosophy? So again, let's bring this back up. Appreciate your question, but learn to pronounce it first. Peripatetic axiom is the basic principle of Aristotle and Aristotelian philosophy in terms of coming to know or how we have knowledge. And we want to stress, of course, that Aquinas affirms the peripatetic axiom, which is there's nothing in the intellect that is not first in the senses. Okay, I spent literally 2 hours yesterday talking to Tim Gordon about this point. And he was like, we need to specify something precise to debate. And I'm like, let's just debate the peripatetic axiom. I disagree with it. How's that? No, that's not precise enough. I'm like, dude, this is precise as heck. What are you talking about? There is nothing in the intellect that is not first in sense data. Okay, Aquinas affirms this Aristotelian starting point. And I think that this is contradictory. Very simple. For example, the proposition or the truth of the proposition that nothing is in the intellect that is not in the first in the senses is not itself in sense data. So I believe that this universal quantifier at the beginning of this claim contradicts and nullifies this claim. Now, to me, it's a very, very quick, easy, simple argument. Right? I'm not asking if you agree with it, but I think that this is contradictory. I think that many things that we learn and know come from sense data, but I think that it's silly to start a whole system by saying that there's nothing in the intellect that's not first in sense data. The proposition's truth itself is not in the sense data. This is so stupid. Like the meaning of each one of these words is not in sense data. So like what? I don't know why people think this is just so like and they'll just say, well, this is a given. But look, we got to start somewhere. Now I brought Phaser. Let's see what Phaser says. Because I asked, Tim's a big fan of Dr. Ed Phaser. Okay, fine. So I brought my Phaser to Tim to talk to Tim yesterday. And what might Phaser, for example, the famous, probably one of the most famous Thomistic, teacher, philosopher guys out there today. We covered this book, I think 5 or 6 years ago on the channel. This is the book, 5 Proofs of God, right? And of course, when we covered this, we were critiquing this as a very bad line of apologetics, right? So I think these are bad arguments. There was one argument that I think is probably his best approach, possible approach, but even that one still failed because I just don't think it gets very far. The closest to tag, I think, was what he called his Augustinian proof, but even that's pretty faulty, I would argue. But there's a point in this book that I thought was interesting where he actually addresses what I'm bringing up here. He doesn't specifically address the peripatetic axiom, but he addresses the people who would, for example, wonder, why ought I accept your first principles, right? Why ought I accept your axiomatic, properly basic beliefs? Okay. In modern epistemology, they'll use the terminology of properly basic beliefs. And I'll read you what he says. Let's see where I marked this up last night. Let me find it. Okay, I think this is it. Here's Phaser's account. This is one of the top Thomists out there, right? Keep that in mind. I want you guys to, and I'm not trying to be mean, but like, just because you're high IQ, it doesn't mean you can't make a basic bitch blunder. Okay, you guys understand it? This is the strength also of tag paradigm level argumentation. So just because something is put out by a high IQ dude, right? And look, I've got I thought we might have some Thomas calling in today. So look, I brought out the hardcore stuff. All right, I've got my giant Whipple here. Okay, this is one of the key, massive, the metaphysics of Aquinas. Okay, I've read a shit ton of this. It's super boring, super dry. But this is what you have to do if you want to talk to these people, or they won't listen to you. They think you don't understand their mystery religion. But then when you start, guess what? You know what happens with the Thomists when you go to like their giant, like official metaphysics, dogmatic textbooks? Oh yeah, Whipple's not actually that good. They did this. Everybody does the same. Oh yeah, he's not the real Thomist. It's the no true Thomist fallacy, right? You can never actually find the great final Thomist boss, because anytime you go, that's not the real one. That's not the real one. So thank you for creating a worthless mystery religion LARP system that essentially is accessible to one guy somewhere. You might as well be following the hidden imam. All right, so here's Dr. Ed Phaser's account of self-evident maxims, and I want you to tell me if you think this is convincing. This objection is not... Let me see what the objection was. Okay, let's move back a little bit. So I think here he's talking about causation itself. What if people just reject causality, right? So he's going to be addressing the Humean Kantian critique that we often make. I'm not a Humean, I'm not a Kantian, because people don't understand this. Like if I make an argument that David Hume makes, or if I make an argument from Kant, I know some of you have a hard time with this. That doesn't make me a Humean. I don't have to believe their whole system to agree that this is a good critique of another guy. Can you guys grasp that? Because I know it right away, like, he's a Kantian, he follows Quine, he's a Quinian. No, using a person's argument doesn't make me that, you goobers. What about Kant and Hume? We have learned things from causation in terms of our observation in the empirical world. The surrounding air, for example, cools down our coffee. The air conditioner cools the air. You turn on the air conditioner and so forth. But even if we acknowledge causality and that it applies within the world of experience, why should we suppose that it extends beyond empirical sense data? What about to the purely actual actualizer? To something which is immaterial and outside of time and space? Now, I think this is a great question, right? So here's one critique a person might make of classical arguments for God, particularly here a causal argument. I agree with this, and this is a Hume Kant type of critique. How do we know that because this occurs in the temporal created, billiard ball hitting another billiard ball world, how do we know that we can apply that to God? Great question. Let's see how the great Thomist answers this. You guys are going to be surprised, I think, at how low tier this actually is. This objection isn't actually difficult. We learn about causality from our experience of this world. It is true, but it doesn't follow that we can't apply it beyond experience. Okay? For the reason we conclude that things of our experience require causes is not because we experience them, but because of potentia and actuality. So he's actually going to move from one metaphysical disputed question to another metaphysical disputed question, which human Kant would equally call into question. Now, listen, here it is. Here's the key point. The principle that no potentiality could actualize itself is just completely general. When we learn this, we can apply it to our experience. Did you hear that? So, yeah, you might think, what if I doubt causation? Okay, fair point. But if you learn that no potentiality can actualize itself, this is completely general. It's completely general. That's the justification for your self-evident maxims, completely general. And he's saying you can then apply that to causation. So you see causation is completely general. What the F does that even fucking mean? Completely general. Do you understand that if you can say that your first principles, your maxims are completely general, the opponent in the debate can come and say, yeah, but I actually affirm the opposite of all of your positions, and they're completely general. It doesn't matter whether they're true, right? I mean, ultimately it matters whether it's true. But I'm saying in a debate, if you're allowed to come to the table and say, just so, I can come to the table and say, yeah, but the opposite's just so. That's why it doesn't work. It's arbitrary. It's ad hoc. Now, every Thomist, every Roman Catholic at this very point says, but you agree that there's causation. You agree there's an external world. But you agree with me. Yeah, but not on how I get there. Not on the justification. That's the point. That's the argument. Why can you not get this? But you agree there's causation in the world. We agree. Yes, we agree. But go back to the Bitcoin analogy. You have dumb reasons for why you believe it. I have good reasons for why I believe it. That's the point. But can you believe, I'm going to show you what he says, that the top Thomist out there in his book on apologetics and classical argumentation, when asked the human Kantian question of, well, what happens if I doubt that you can apply causation to something outside of the realm of time and space? What happens if I doubt causation? What happens if I doubt, that? And I understand that in the Thomist system, they would say that, well, by definition, no potentiality could actualize itself. Yeah, I'm not even concerned with that. I'll grant you that. I'm more concerned with the justification for these axioms that they're, quote, completely general. What does that mean? They're just accepted? That everyone, first of all, they're not everyone accepts these principles, namely human Kant. David Hume and Immanuel Kant have influenced thousands, millions of people to not accept these as self-evident first principles. Now, maybe they're wrong, but that shows you that they're not completely general. How do you tabulate what principles are completely general anyway? It's retarded. It's the same thing as like T-Dump saying, well, all the philosophers agree with me. All the scientists agree with me. Yeah, so what? What does that prove anything? Yeah, here, look what he says right there. So, in other words, the Aristotelian metaphysics just is completely general. Oh, okay. So all of my theological positions and argumentations are completely general. This is so stupid. But so that's what shows you, like, it doesn't matter how high your IQ is and how, even if you've mastered some system, yeah, good job. Doesn't mean you can't make a basic bitch mistake. Now, any Thomist, Roman Catholic, you disagree? That's why I bring this back to the starting point epistemology, first principles, properly basic belief level, is because it fails from there. So all this other superstructure that you build on it, it doesn't matter. It falls apart because it's all built on that. If you can't make sense of that, I'm not going to believe the rest of your system. And if you can come to the table with ad hocs, so can I. Do you not understand that in a debate? So if we had actual, real debate mods out there, I'm not dissing modern day debate, but like if you had a, Oxford style debate and everybody was sort of, trained in philosophy or whatever, in a formal debate, if you came to the debate and you started doing this line of argumentation and you said, well, this is just so. It has to be the case. A good moderator would say, you can't do that. That's an ad hoc fallacy. That's just, you're just asserting the thing in question. And it doesn't matter if when you hear this line of argument, you say, well, you got that from humankind and you're just being a sophist. You're making a skeptical argument. Yeah, so what? That's a genetic fallacy. It doesn't matter if the argument comes from a skeptic or it's in the domain of the skeptic school of philosophy. If it's a good argument, it stands on its own. It doesn't matter what school it's from. Why are you doing fallacies again? David, what's up? This is the key point. And the reason that I go to this is because I spent a lot of time in Thomism, man. I'm not an idiot. Like, even if you disagree, I don't claim to be a PhD in Thomism, but like, I take my time trying to understand this stuff. Okay. I spent many years in it. I can get my Summa out. It's full of notes. It's very well read. It's worn down. So I know the system. David, what's up? You can't connect. Michael, what's up? Michael Jordan, what's up? Michael, you want to unmute?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about certain things and how to rationalize it with my Orthodox faith, and I was hoping you could help me out with that. And it might go into the debate about like the age of like the universe and how people keep debating about that.
I mean, we're not talking about that today, man. I appreciate your questions. That is not at all on the topic today, but thank you for that. Jacob, what's up? I mean, I'm not totally opposed to question, but that's way off topic. We're not doing cosmology, age of the earth stuff today. We're doing Islam, Godlogic, Roman Catholicism, that kind of stuff. So let's try to keep it at least some way within that domain. Now, we're talking about properly basic beliefs, and maybe this will help people understand what we're talking about here, because whether you're a Thomist or whether you're, this applies to Cameron and capturing Christianity, cucking Christianity too, right? Remember, Cameron is an evidentialist. He believes all the same stuff. And one thing you could point to that characterizes all these people, even these Muslims, right? And because I've got several Muslim texts, even some of the Muslims I've debated, they send me their books. And they'll argue for properly basic beliefs. Okay. So you've got Cameron, you've got people like, Tim Gordon, the Thomists, Muslims, even the atheists and the evidentialists still have this basic bitch epistemology where they'll be like, we have foundational, properly basic beliefs, and they're rational to hold, and they do not need any support or proof from anything else. Remember, this was the first half of my Trent Horn debate, was debating this. And when I got Trent to point out, I'm going from memory here, Trent said something like, well, blah, 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 blah also proves this. And I'm like, well, then it's not self-evident if it relies on other evidences. So how do I know which things are the self-evident things? Right? Because this gets into what's called the criterion problem. So Roderick Chisholm, he launches the criterion problem. And the criterion problem, you can do variations on this too, which was we do this all the time. But the specific criterion problem is this. If you want to say that you have a knowledge claim, to do that, you need some theory of knowledge. Okay. But if you have a theory of knowledge, that itself is a knowledge claim. So there seems to be this irresolvable problem for epistemic criteria that there's no way out of this dilemma, really. Because if I say, well, I have a knowledge claim first, and then I'll worry about my theory of knowledge. Well, you can't have a knowledge claim without some underlying theory of what constitutes or counts as knowledge. But if you have a belief or a claim of what constitutes knowledge, that itself is also a knowledge claim. So you see, this is really irresolvable. Now, for us, we would say, yeah, exactly. There's no secular solution to this dilemma because knowledge is not ultimately grounded in finite, empirical, human, or even abstract human categories. It's grounded ultimately, it would have to be in some sort of a divine mind, divine conceptualism, etc. So that's, for us, the fact that fails is actually one of the arguments we would use. So we're not arguing that there is some secular epistemology that we could latch onto or use. But another way to another variant that I came up with that you could do for the criterion problem is that anytime these people list what their properly basic beliefs are, let's say, just for the sake of argument, you believe, oh, well, there's 10 properly basic beliefs. There are only 10. Okay, fine. There's 10 properly basic beliefs. Okay. What is the criteria or the standard that you use to judge the properly basic beliefs from the not properly basic beliefs? Oh, well, it's this other thing. Okay, well, wait a minute. I thought these were properly basic and required no other standard or criteria. Now there's a whole other criteria which undergirds how you put them into two different categories, you see. Furthermore, if you can assert in the debate that you just have 10 unquestionable properly basic beliefs, I can come to the debate and say, yes, I have 10 properly basic beliefs as well, and they're the opposite of your properly basic beliefs. I mean, this is so obvious too that it should be clear to anybody. I mean, if there was ever going to be self-evidence, here it is. I'm making a joke, by the way. But Jacob, what's up? Unmute. Jacob, you want to unmute? By the way, this has nothing to do with Agrippa's trilemma. That was all situated within a ancient setting where they weren't even talking about epistemic justification at this type of a paradigm level. That's just intended to deal with infinite regresses. We've addressed that with Cooley, by the way. Jacob, what's up?
Yo, I'm hearing.
Yeah, can you mute the computer?
Yeah, my bad, dude. Yeah, I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
One about philosophy, one about orthodoxy, one about just you.
Okay.
First one, I heard you say in an old video that I agree. I don't say the word archedice of America. That's a bad denomination. Is that do you still hold that view?
Yeah, I mean, Go arches tend to be very liberal. It doesn't mean all the different churches are bad. I mean, there's plenty of good individual Go arch churches, but at the top, at the patriarchate level, it's pretty bad. But it's not a denomination; it's a jurisdiction.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean
It's okay.
That's like the only one that's right close to me. Should I just check it out and see if it's ecumenical or whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And then
Yeah, I think in most cases it's better than nothing, unless it's like just really bad.
Okay. So, other question. I'm pretty retarded, honestly. Would you recommend any like basic philosophy book that I should get into if I wanted to try and attempt to understand it?
I mean, I have a philosophy course, so I'm gonna push people to the course that I taught and that I put out, and that's in the show description if you're interested. It's basically half of the price of a college class, so it's I think about $1,000. So that might be too pricey. If that's too pricey, I would say, you could go watch some of FDA's lectures on his channel and see if you are getting into it. If you follow along, if you find it interesting, that would be a good test, I think, rather than like buying a bunch of books and then like just letting them sit there if you find it boring. Go watch FDA's playlist on philosophy and logic and start getting into that stuff and see if you find it interesting. And then if you do, I would say go from there and then start looking at books, or call back in and I'll give you a book or something. But let's see, I'm supposed to do a show with Tristan tonight. We're going to cover alien stuff and SRA, the overlap between alien abductions and SRA. So I forgot what time we're doing that. Let me see when that is. That will be and he's covering Jack Parsons of late. So I think that will be in a couple hours. We'll transition over here to Tristana's page. We'll transition as Tristana transitions into her true form. I don't mean to dead name. Excuse me for dead naming. If she's still around. Excuse me. I see Tristana is still in the chat. I want to publicly repent and apologize for dead naming. I would never do that. It was purely accidental. Please do not report the stream. We are fully anti-bigotry around here. Eric, what's up, dude? I will put this in the chat. By the way, we'll be live here in a little bit. Yo, what up, dog? Now, you notice when we actually open it up to discuss the issues, when I bring out the Thomistic text, when I bring out Phaser, when I bring out Cappadocians, when I bring out Whipple and all these advanced they don't want to come. They don't want to have. They just want the clips. They just want a clip farm for their 800,000 17-year-old Mexicans in the audience. What's up, dog? Eric, unmute. Eric, last chance. All right. Chase Carroll, Catholic, what's up? Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so also through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. I'll give you the link. You can also do it natively through YouTube as well. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? I had a couple questions for you. Number one, I'm trying to understand. I'm a Catholic, a few years into the faith. I'm kind of vaguely becoming aware or more aware of like the nature of grace distinction, the like natural revelation and then supernatural revelation. What is it that Orthodox? Yeah, what is like the main contention with that within Orthodoxy? Is it you think that? Yeah, like do you think presuppositionalism is like the only, like the tag argument is like the only way to ground, like interacting with the real world, or?
Well, there's a bunch of different things you brought up there. So, no, I don't think tag is the only way to ground every single line of argumentation, but I think it's the only way to ground a paradigm level question. So, no, you don't have to use the transcendental argument for God to say, well, how do I know that my neighbor is, Bill Cosby or Lil Wayne? Like, you would go investigate that and you would use your sense data for that. So no, not every argument is grounded in this, but can you mute for a second because it's really loud in the background? So
yeah, sorry about
just
that.
1 second. And I'll read this and then you can then we can pivot off of this, because this is one of the greatest theologians of the Orthodox Church in the recent years in the 20th century, Father Saint Demetrius Daniloi. And he begins his book exactly as you guys hear me talking, right? The same way that I would have critiqued, Jesus and Whatnot or Tim Gordon or any other Thomist. He says the Orthodox Church does not make a separation between natural and supernatural revelation. So notice this is addressing the Thomistic position where you have this sort of division, this two-tiered system between nature and grace, between natural theology and supernatural revelation. Natural revelation in our scheme is known and understood fully in the light of divine revelation or supernatural revelation. So this is something that I think a Thomist might agree with, but I think we're going to see more radical statements as we progress that the Roman Catholic or the Thomist would find to be very difficult. Let me say, for example, when I look at the natural world in the Orthodox conception, the meaning and the referent of the natural world is Jesus. In the Thomistic scheme, that's not true. The Trinity is not the meaning and the referent of the natural world. The Trinity is in the domain of supernatural revelation. That's not the domain of nature and natural theology. Okay. And if you want a full debate on this was the whole debate that I had with Trent Horn, was this question. So let's read a little bit more. He says, we might say that natural revelation is given and maintained by God continuously throughout his divine act, which is above nature. This is why St. Maximus the Confessor does not posit an essential distinction between natural revelation and supernatural or biblical. See that? So in other words, the Bible, what's the meaning of the Bible? The Logos. What's the meaning of nature, the sticks and the trees? Also the Logos. All right, this is the part that's, I think, very contentious. Now, a Thomist, and this is what I argued with Tim for hours yesterday, they're going to say, look, I agree the natural world is ultimately, quote, grounded in God metaphysically. Okay, so we agree there. But here's the point of difference. They don't believe that epistemology is ultimately grounded in the Trinity, or that the direct epistemic meaning, the knowledge meaning of nature and sticks and trees is Jesus or the Trinity. You see, so they'll play this game where they'll be like, oh, look, we agree with you. Ontologically, all of reality is grounded in the Trinity. Yeah, but that's not what you're saying about the meaning and the epistemic grounding in divine revelation. You do not believe that. That is not a Thomistic teaching. So again, to hammer this home, this is why this is such a different way of thinking. This book right here is a created object, and it has as its referent and its meaning the Logos. Okay? Right? We all agree with that, I think. Unless you're like an independent fundamentalist Baptist and you think this is an uncreated eternal book, which makes you a polytheist. But all of us, I think, would agree that, yeah, of course, the book's meaning and referent is Jesus. Yes. Okay. Here's the point of departure. We are also saying that the sticks and the trees meaning is Jesus. The difference is they're two mediums of that revelation. One is sticks and trees, and one is a created book with words. They're both referring to the same Logos, the same Jesus. And that is what the Thomists cannot say. They do not believe that. That is why. This isn't even contentious. Let me read a little bit more and I'll let you speak. He says, according to Maximus, the latter is only embodying the former in historical persons and actions. So in other words, the Bible is informing or encoding, inscriptionizing, just to use the language of JP Uncut, the same Logos that nature is inscripturizing. The affirmation of Maximus must be taken in the sense that these two are not divorced. They're not two separate domains. They're the same domain in terms of referent. Supernatural revelation unfolds and brings forth its fruit within the framework of natural revelation, kind of like a casting of the work of God into bolder relief, guiding the physical and historical world towards the goal for which it was created in accordance with the plan laid down for the ages. Supernatural revelation merely restores the direction and provides a more determined support for that inner movement maintained within the world by God through natural revelation. So Jesus is the meaning behind the sticks and the trees, and Jesus is the meaning behind the book, and they're both pointing to the same telos, the same end goal Jesus. They're just two different ways of referring to the same thing. See? That's not Thomism. It's different. At the beginning, in the state of the world, before the fall, when everything was, quote, normal, fully normal, natural revelation was not separated from revelation that was supernature. Consequently, supernatural revelation places natural revelation itself in a clearer light. So in other words, the Bible is my first starting point. Divine revelation, I'm not being sola scriptura, I'm just saying divine revelation in scripture and tradition is actually the starting point for how I interpret the natural world. That is the opposite starting point of a Thomist for interpreting the natural world. Again, we go back to death. For Thomists, as Aquinas explicitly says, death is natural. No. For Orthodox, death is unnatural because it is a result of the fall. There's nothing natural about death at all. It's unnatural. It is the enemy, Paul says. So even with some concept like death, if I don't begin my interpretation of the natural world with divine revelation and the fall, then I'm going to come to faulty conclusions. I'm going to conclude that, well, predator-prey relationships, death, that's part of nature. It must be natural. It's good. And we're saying, no, ultimately, those are not the original state. Death is not natural. But I'm only going to be able to interpret the natural world correctly if I believe in the fall. And it should be obvious if you're a Christian, you have to have that there. Okay, well, then there's no such thing as a starting point of interpreting the natural world that excludes the fall, obviously. And if that's true, then all Thomism fails. Like it's faulty right there. That alone shows you that Thomism fails. How can you interpret the natural world without divine revelation when it includes the doctrine of the fall as necessary to understand it? Because if the fall didn't happen, I'm going to think that corruption, decay, and death are part of that order. They're not. The Bible says how many times over? God did not will death. Death is unnatural. Death is the enemy. Death will be destroyed at the eschaton. Why would it be destroyed if it's natural? This is so stupid. Chase, go ahead.
Okay, so just trying to understand. I'm going to try and restate it and tell me like if I'm understanding it correctly. Well, I'm going to give my understanding of it. So the Thomist, or I don't know if this is universally like within all the different Catholic schools. I don't know if like the Scotists. You were Catholic for a good time, so you might know this better than me. If like the Scotists or any of the different theological schools, like the Jesuit schools, like ground things any differently.
No, every Roman Catholic has to believe in natural theology. It would be against basic Roman Catholic dogma to deny natural theology.
Okay, well, not to be like fact checking, but where did that?
I mean, just off the top of my head, Vatican I says that explicitly at the beginning.
Oh, when it says like motives of credibility, we can know, or like it gives like natural revelation.
No, not natural revelation, natural theology. Okay,
natural theology.
So it's stated in Vatican I. John Paul II has a famous encyclical called Fides et Ratio, and he defines what Catholic natural theology is in that as an example. And by the way, I could get the Evangelical Dictionary of Theology on the shelf over there. It has the exact same definition. So basically between Protestants and Roman Catholics who believe in the natural theology tradition and what's called classical theism, there's not, as far as I'm aware, any significant difference on what, quote, natural theology is. Natural theology is defined as reasoning about God apart from divine revelation.
Okay, and then the other thing was, so I think this is what we believe as Catholics, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that Adam and Eve, like the original state was like a supernatural state. So like when we say, we say like death wasn't original, but it is a part of nature if nature was not like constituted in a supernatural like gift, right? Is that?
I mean,
is that proper?
I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't know what any of that means because Paul says in Romans 8 that all death is a result of the fall. So when Adam sinned is when death came into our universe and our world. Yes, technically Satan had sinned in the realm of the angels, but that's not identical to our world or our domain. The church fathers say that occurred in the aeon, the timeless created eternity. And then Satan was allowed to tempt man in the garden, and then death in every sense, according to Romans 8, entered when Adam sinned. So for us, because Adam was situated as the representative or the figurehead or the high priest of all the created order, when Adam sinned, he brought death, decay, entropy, corruption to the entire universe. The entire metaphysics of the universe altered in the fall. And that's a very different conception of the Roman Catholic idea of the donum super additum.
I'm sorry, what was the last?
The Roman Catholic idea of the super added grace. This is a donum super additum in the Garden of Eden. We don't have it. We don't have any of that.
Would that mean though that like every Orthodox would have to affirm, not necessarily young Earth, but like absolute no death before the fall? Like
so there's two arguments that I make, and that doesn't mean they're going to, but I make two arguments on this line of reasoning. First of all, the Sixth Ecumenical Council has in its canons, you cannot affirm that death occurred before the fall. And so if you say that death is natural or that death occurred before Adam, it says that you are excommunicated. The Sixth Ecumenical Council also affirms the teaching of Saint Cyril of Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem. It affirms his confession, and the confession of Saint Sophronius has a 4-page condemnation of the entire system of origin, which includes the ahistoricizing, the ahistorical account of Genesis. So, for example, in the confession of Saint Sophronius, there's this long discussion, 4 pages of it. That's long for a council confession, but confession that you can't believe that Adam and Eve were ahistorical. You can't believe that Genesis was not real. There might be some flexibility on the exact date of the earth, so I'm not trying to be super dogmatic about that. But if you watch, for example, Jim Bob's debate, not that you did, but there was a really interesting discussion that Jim Bob had with an evangelical dude that was defending theistic evolution. And even though the guy was evangelical, he was still trying really hard to kind of make it mesh with the scriptures. And I think Jim Bob did really good bringing forth a lot of really bizarre sorts of things you would have to affirm. So, for example, if you believe that theistic evolution is the case and that death occurred before the fall, it's not actually God creating the animals, because really the only thing God creates, ex nihilo creation, which scripture is pretty clear about ex nihilo creation many times over, it's actually just the first, protoplasm, or the first amoeba, because everything else is actually the product of death, right? You have millions of aeons of death that actually is what produces Adam and Eve. It's not a direct creation by God ex nihilo. So you're already kind of in these weird sorts of like, yeah, well, God didn't create them because he created them by this process of death. Now you're going to say, well, but what about the fact that we come to be now through a process of, biological generation? Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about before the fall. Okay. So you can't make the perfect analogy to, well, it's no different than it is now. Again, it is different because life before the fall, in our view, is radically different. And that's why Romans 8 says, when Adam sinned, all death, decay, and corruption came into the world. That's the whole argument Paul's making, because he says all of creation was subjected to vanity or death, is what he's talking about, decay, corruption. He says, for we know now that all of creation groans and travails in pain. All right. Waiting for the deliverance from this vanity. All of creation, he says, was made subject to death, to vanity, to decay, to corruption, because Christ subjected it to that in the hope that all of creation itself will be delivered from the bondage of corruption. Obviously, he's talking about the fall. Okay. And so, in other words, the cosmic scope of the incarnation is just as cosmic as the scope of Adam's fall. And if you restrict Adam's fall to only affecting humans, then you've removed the cosmic recapitulation scope of Christ's resurrection and glorification. I mean, are you familiar with recapitulation? Are you there, Chase?
Okay.
I can't hear you cutting out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I am not. Could you define recapitulation?
Right. So if you read, for example, Irenaeus or many of the earliest church fathers, they will look at 1 Corinthians 15 and they'll say, look, Jesus is assuming all of human nature, universal human nature. And in fact, according to passages like Romans 8, the resurrection and the ascension, the transfiguration, they don't just transform man, they transform the entire cosmos. And so this is why St. Maximus, for example, is famous for emphasizing the cosmic scope of Christ's resurrection. So the whole universe is recreated and redone, right? In Thomism and Roman Catholicism, they do not have a conception of the cosmic scope, even though at Vatican II, Hans Urs von Balthasar tried to make this popular again. I don't think he did. And by the way, if he had to make something fundamental to Christology popular again, then that means that Rome lost basics of Christology for like 1,000 years. So it's fundamental to Orthodox Christology that Christ assumes universal human nature and then also resurrects and transfigures the entire cosmos. And if you've lost that, you've lost basics of the incarnation, dude.
I'm not saying this is like a paradigm defeater or anything, but I'm more asking in like practicality.
Sure.
Wouldn't, like you're saying, like not every Orthodox like priest or maybe bishop or even patriarch right now would maybe affirm the theology you're saying. No, it isn't.
No, they would. True. No, they would. Absolutely. I've never seen an Orthodox bishop or person who would deny the cosmic scope of Christ's redemption. This isn't controversial.
I'm sorry. I meant like that there was no death before the fall. Like, isn't that kind of a...
Well, it doesn't matter if this or that bishop doesn't, because in the Orthodox Church, the higher authority is the ecumenical council. So the ecumenical council affirms that that's higher than any specific bishop. So what is that? That'd be like saying, well, this or that Roman Catholic bishop doesn't affirm XYZ. So yeah, but so what? I mean,
the reason I was asking it up or bringing it up was like the critique that if Hans Balthasar had to like renew that teaching, even though like it was still dogmatic, and he just had to like bring it back into the forefront of like people's minds.
Yeah, but
I was just trying to understand.
I see. But here's the thing. Like again, to Orthodox theology, it's unthinkable that if Rome preserves the true faith, they would lose something essential and fundamental to the incarnation and its scope.
but it's not in the Orthodox paradigm. Like or the Orthodox paradigm allows for maybe.
No, we have a giant ceremony every year called the Harrowing of Hades that proves this point. You guys don't even do that.
We do affirm. I don't. I mean, I'm not aware of a celebration.
What I'm saying is, it's like, yeah, I get that you might verbally affirm, but if you've lost the significance for the purpose of these actions, then you've lost something essential to Christ's death, burial, and resurrection and ascension. I mean, the cosmic scope of it is essential. There's no church fathers, especially the council fathers, that would deny this type of a position. It's fundamental to the Christology of the seven councils. And then to say that, Rome might not have remembered this for 700 or 800 years, but this guy who's a universalist at Vatican II just happens to bring it back. It's like, why would you have to bring back something that if you guys are the preservers of the faith? How would you lose this?
Yeah, I was just curious how it fit into the paradigm, because I'm not like super educated on like that stream of theology throughout like the scholastic time period, like if that got neglected. But you're saying that got neglected even in like the like Duns Scotus school, and then
they don't talk about this. They were not interested in questions of Eastern theology. They don't talk about the harrowing of Hades. They don't talk about the cosmic scope of Christ's redemption. It's something that's only in Eastern Orthodox theology, consistently and with relevance.
Is it affirmed in like the Oriental and Coptic traditions as well, or is it? I mean, I know they have their own issues, but I'm just curious.
Their theology is fairly open. They don't really, I don't know how significant it is in their theology. I mean, they would affirm the harrowing of Hades, but I mean, it's just like with the essence interdistinction theology. Like they don't really, they kind of are not very clear on that. So, but I mean, I think that they would tend to probably agree with us. The tendency would probably be the same.
And then also kind of a practicality. So this is a.
By the way, I found the canon. By the way, this is the Sixth Ecumenical Council.
Yeah, let me write it down.
You have to do a little searching because this doesn't always come up. You have to look a little bit.
Can I find it in like the AAS or whatever, Acts of the Apostolic?
No, that's papal acts. This is the Sixth Ecumenical Council, and it's canon. It's right here. Was it 109?
Canon. Sorry, that was retarded.
It's okay.
I thought he started in like the 1900s.
Yeah, that's papal acts. This is canons of the Ecumenical Council. This is the Sixth Ecumenical Council, canon 109, and it says, Adam was not created subject to death. Whoever says that Adam, the first man, was created mortal, so that whether he had sinned or not, he would have died. That is, he would have gone forth from his body, not because of the sins, but by a natural necessity, let him be anathema. So you can't say that death existed before the fall or that death is natural.
Wait, can you repeat that again? Doesn't it say just that Adam wasn't? Because, or what is the
Bro, if theistic evolution is true, then Adam would have been subject to death. He would have been the product of millions of years of death.
Well, I'm not even necessarily saying like theistic evolution. I'm saying like, I don't know how familiar you are with like the who's the dude that just wrote the story of like the movie like Story of Creation or Story of Everything?
I don't know.
He was on Pints of the Corner. Anyway, point is it's like micro or like every micro adaptation, I think is what it is.
Dude, to say that there's death before the fall would be to deny that Romans 8 is equating Adam's scope to Christ's scope. You understand that that's the point here. The point is that it messes up Christology.
Okay, and this isn't like to be like overly anal, but so does that mean like could there be like plant death before the fall?
No, I'm saying there's no death because Romans 8 is arguing that all of creation was subjected to vanity, futility, and corruption due to Adam's sin, because Adam is the steward and the head of the created order. He was the prophet, priest, and king of creation, right? And so when he failed, a new prophet, priest, and king of creation has to come. That's the second Adam. And if you read 1 Corinthians 15, Paul makes the scope of Adam's fall the same as the scope of Christ's recapitulation. So Adam's scope, according to Romans 8, is all, Pluto has entropy because of Adam's fall. That's what we're saying. I don't know that Aquinas thought about that or not. I don't know what his position on Pluto would be. I'm just saying it's a universal cosmic scope, and I don't think the Roman Catholic tradition maintained the significance of that universal scope. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay. And then, so what do you think like Adam and Eve ate? I don't know if that's a stupid question, but
So
like,
again, if you read, for example, First Created Man by Saint Simeon the New Theologian, which is a little book that's very easily inaccessible, or if you
it's
read
called First Created Man.
by Saint Simeon the New Theologian, yeah, it's a little book about creation from the Orthodox perspective, or if you read, which is back in print now, Father Seraphim Rose's book, Genesis, Creation, Early Man, he spends a good amount of time arguing from the church fathers and from scripture that the metaphysics of the world was very different. So we didn't have a biological sort of digestive, incisor type makeup before the fall. We had some form of body that was a deified spiritual body, the same type of a body that Paul talks about in Corinthians and in Romans, that in the resurrection we will have a body like that. So it was like when Christ is resurrected, right? He walks through walls and he can appear and disappear. So he's not bound by time and space, even though he still has a quote physical body. So in the same way, in Eden, the metaphysics of how they lived and operated is very different from what we have now. And if you read the church fathers, when they talk about the fall, it says God killed an animal and made them skins. Right? A lot of church fathers think that's our body, right? So that's why we have like an animal component to us, is because we were given skins kind of like the other animals have. But again, this is after the fall. We don't exactly know the makeup and the metaphysics of how we, operated before the fall, but we didn't have biological, needs to eat food. So we wouldn't even be needing to eat. If eating occurred, it could have occurred in some way that we didn't understand. Even St. Augustine says eating in the garden was probably some noetic way.
Okay, and that would also make sense of why like models of like evolution input like the assumption that like the half-lives or whatever, or like the things we like view in biology, it's assuming that those things have been in perpetuity going back for a long time, but obviously
we would say that no, we don't know that.
Yeah, okay. And this was my like last question. Eric Ibarra has said this about like the peasant argument for the papacy.
Wait, the what?
Like the peasant argument for the papacy. So like I'll try to explain it briefly in like 30 seconds.
Sure.
But so we've talked obviously like pretty, for the average person, for like your grandma or like your peasant in the medieval ages, like pretty dense level theology probably on this conversation. And that not as an absolute necessity, but as like a moral necessity for like the average person, for like the grandma, for the I don't know, it's the peasant, for them to be able to like very clearly and visibly know what the true faith is. Like the Bishop of Rome, like the singular visible sign of unity, is like not an absolute necessity, but a moral necessity. And I thought it was a pretty good argument. The same way, like there was like a singular head visible sign of unity in like the Old Covenant with the high priest. I was just curious, kind of your thoughts on that. I'm not saying it's like once again, it's not a paradigm defeater because it's not an absolute necessity, but it is. The point is that it's kind of a moral necessity, so that like if instead of having like you can't, if you had to expect everyone to be able to argue like the material of theology to the point where they were able to like affirm or disagree with like high level Christology, people wouldn't really be able to come to the true faith. Like they wouldn't know when like, okay, I'm misunderstanding it. You know what I mean? Like if they're not coming to the right conclusion, like there's not a clear way of submitting to an authority if it's all about like the material of it rather than like the form being like submitting to the Bishop of Rome.
All right, so sense? A couple things popped into my head. So let's go back to the time of Abraham. Okay. Was there a high priest at that time?
No.
Okay. Was there a
Abraham have been like a type of it or
well, Abraham ties to Melchizedek.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Would Melchizedek have been the high priest at the time?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, if you're going to make the analogy to you needed to have a single head, would it be Abraham or Melchizedek at that time that's the authority that unifies?
I think the critique. I get that. I think the critique of that would be that, like.
I mean, these are these are
mosaic.
Hold on, they're more. Wait.
Go ahead.
But these are more peasanted people because this is the ancient world. So a more brutal world, less of an IQ than the Middle Ages, we'll say for the sake of argument. So if we're going to make a moral argument that God is bound to give and provide a simple way for the peasants, the plebs, to find unity and to find the true faith, who and where was that at the time of Abraham and Melchizedek?
Like, I guess it was communion with Abraham, or like biological descent.
Oh wait,
from
so it's a
Abraham.
communion. It's a communion like of the people.
Yeah, but with the.
How is
like,
that
the
the
head of
same? But
Abraham?
no, the argument is there's a single visible head, and that's the pleb way for the simpletons to see the true faith. That's the Ibarra argument. I remember this now because I remember Ibarra making this argument now.
Would it be that, yeah, you have to be a descendant, but also you have to be in communion with the page, so like Abraham or Isaac?
No,
or
you're missing the
Jacob?
point. If the argument is God must provide a single visible head for the plebs, who is the single visible head that's the moral proof for the plebs in the days of Abraham and Melchizedek?
Why would saying Abraham? Why is that like I'm not understanding?
Well, why
that
would it
is,
not be
like,
Melchizedek?
misunderstanding it.
Because Melchizedek is the high priest that Abraham submits to.
Would it be the way like the Pope submits to Christ? It's not like a divorced or either or thing. It's like a both and.
Yeah, but if you were going to point to the Mosaic time and say that the Mosaic administration had a high priest, then why would the high priest in that situation not also refer to Christ?
He does. but
Okay,
it's
well
like a
then it
type.
doesn't refer to the Pope. Or who between Melchizedek and Abraham would be the Pope-like figure? I mean, Abraham is said to be father of all nations, so wouldn't it be Abraham? But Abraham's
Yeah,
not
I think-
Abraham's not a high priest, and if you wanted to use the Mosaic analogy, you're going to say the high priest is like the unifying single figure. So again, that's why this argument doesn't work. And I'm gonna give you another argument on top of this as to why it doesn't work, which is the Great Western Schism. So if you want to go ahead and answer from the Abraham period, feel free. Like, who's this single unifying figure
I
for the
think it would
plebs?
be- I'm sorry. What's plebs mean?
The peasants,
Pleasant. Okay.
the dirt farmers.
But communion. Why is it that there's no like I guess like distinction? Like if you're in communion with Abraham, would you not be in communion by like?
No, the question was not communion. Again, the question is who is the public single visible figure that provides the pleb the easy way to know the true faith?
I guess principally Melchizedek, and then secondarily Abraham.
Well, I thought the argument was we need one head. So now you're making the argument there's two heads of the church.
Well, I'm just thinking of it the same way, like Christ is like obviously the head of the church, but then the Pope is like we can also refer to him as like the father of all
Okay,
nations.
so who's Jesus here? Melchizedek is Jesus, and then Abraham is the Pope. I mean, this just gets ridiculous. Sorry, so fine, let's forget that. In the Great Western Schism, when there's three popes, what's the simple, visible, moral proof for the peasants? So this is a 40-year split.
Three anti-popes.
40-year split. We don't know who the Pope is, and an ecumenical council, by the way, is what solves this, not a Pope. So who were the plebs supposed to look to?
I do not know. I'm trying to.
All right, so that's why I don't buy it. These are
two.
these are two examples as to where I think Ibarra's argument is just arbitrary. It doesn't work. Because if you're going to say that God was always morally bound to do this, which is what I thought that's what you're saying, right? Like there's sort of a moral obligation that God has to provide for the peasants, like a simple, easy, visible sign of unity in a single head, single earthly head.
I I don't know. I don't know if obligation is the right word. I don't think God's like obligated to do. I think moral necessity meaning like, yeah, it's honestly a good question. I might have just spoken.
Well, what
out
a
my ass,
moral
and I'm
necessity?
trying
What
to
does
think
that mean?
yeah.
What did he mean by? What do you think he means by moral necessity in that argument?
I don't know. I thought it was just that like it's not like metaphysically or absolutely necessary, but if God desires that like the simple man can know the truth, and that obedience is like not rocket science for like the farmer, but that the farmer can have like a simple discipleship means like, oh, I want to be a disciple. I don't have to like get into deep metaphysics. I know the visible sign of who to follow.
Okay, so let's.
Like a very sound definition.
Well, let's transfer this because I like this experiment. Let's say for the sake of argument, we are going to go to the high priest of the Mosaic time. In Israel, Israel, by the way, is a type of obviously of the church. Why is it that I'm supposed to think that the high priest is a type of the Pope in this line of argumentation? Isn't there also a king? So Solomon, for example, he's the, Shalom. He's the king of peace. He reigns during a time of peace. He builds the temple. Why isn't Solomon a type of the Pope, or is he?
It can be both, right? Like, so we believe that there's certain types
Okay,
of
so
both Mary and
okay.
Christ?
Well, I agree with that, but wait a minute. The argument was we need a single visible head. The Pope is like the high priest, and I'm saying Israel doesn't have a single visible head. Israel has a king and a priest, and those two spheres are distinct in Israeli history, in the history of Israel. In fact, Saul, for example, is castigated for engaging in priestly activities, right? Samuel rebukes him for trying to sacrifice at the altar when that's not what the king's supposed to do. So I'm just wondering, on this line of argumentation, well, if Israel has two heads, namely a priestly high priest head and a king as the head, why am I supposed to think that, oh, well, the papacy is obviously just proven by the high priest? And if you admit that he's not, then you're admitting, in my argument is, you're admitting that there's two heads of Israel. So I don't understand why this, in other words, this argument disproves the idea that there is a single head fulfillment that proves some sort of like, peasant sign of what the true church is.
I'm actually curious. So who do you think communion was, like, who was an Israelite bound to, in principle, to communion to first, the king or the high priest?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, if Israel has two heads, one spiritual, one temporal. I mean, they're both in a sense spiritual, but one focuses on the temporal, one focuses on the spiritual. Why would I think that there's one head? Because remember, Roman Catholics argue that Israel is a type of the church. Okay. So what is the king pointing to in the fulfillment? Is that also the Pope? If that's also the Pope, then you're admitting that in the Old Testament period, there's two heads of Israel. If there's two heads of Israel that God has ordained as a sign of unity, then that undercuts the argument of a single earthly visible head. That's the point. Because God basically has two heads for this whole time period of the Mosaic Law.
Okay. But who were they? I'm curious now, like, so, okay, even if I am wrong, I'm curious to, like, what you do with that same information. So who were they? Is this a good question? Like, who were they principally bound to first, the king or the high priest? Like, in your paradigm, like, does that make sense? Like, does my question make sense? Like, okay, even if I am wrong.
I just don't even think this argument necessarily works, that if you just find a single dude, that somehow, like, proves that God is, giving the plebs an easy, moral sign of what the church is. Because, for example, if this was true, then I would assume that when there's disputes in the church, in the early church, so like say the first 4 or 5 centuries of the church, like, wouldn't the same line of argumentation been used? So, for example, let's say it's the year 300, and I'm sure you would admit prior to Nicaea, right, there were disputes in the church, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so would all of those disputes be necessarily resolved by Rome, like churches that are thousands of miles away?
No.
Okay, so if I'm a new convert, I'm a Roman centurion, and I live in Corinth or Ephesus or something in the year 300, and I start hearing this message about Jesus. Is it necessary for me to learn about what's happening in the Roman See to know what the true church is?
No.
Okay, thank you. That right there is all that's needed to show that none of this other stuff is actually necessary for what Ibarra's trying to do.
But okay. Now, I think it might still be, tell me if this is wrong, but because we would still distinguish between like formal versus material heresy. So like if you were unaware of it.
Well, what does that have to do with what? But what does this have to do with the Roman centurion, a person converting in the year 300? Like, so it's the year 300. I don't have access to Rome. There's not been any ecumenical councils, so I don't know what the faith is because I'm not interacting with and learning about the Roman See.
Well, okay. So in your paradigm, what was like? What is communion? What does salvific communion look like for that person?
Well, I'm just simply saying all I'm trying to argue is that a single visible earthly head is not necessary from these examples to know the true faith, even for the plebs.
Okay, I guess my return question is so that's been like a paradigm I operate under. So if that's not true, then what does communion look like for the pleb? How do they?
I mean, I'm simply saying that they can directly find out and learn and know what the true church is via the work of the Holy Spirit, and has nothing to do necessarily with the Roman See. Now, the Roman See at that period is Orthodox. I'm not disagreeing or rejecting it. I'm saying it is Orthodox, but they don't have to have even any. They don't even have to know about the Roman See to become a Christian in the year 300 in Ephesus.
Yes, but so do you think they had to know like? If they held to like a material, like say like Trinitarian heresy before Nicaea, is that person unable to be saved before like the clarification of doctrine at Nicaea?
I think that God deals with people mercifully. I don't think the Orthodox spirit or mindset, we have the tendency to we wouldn't just damn somebody for simply making a mistake. Again, we have the position. I think we would agree with the material formal idea. We would agree that to be a heretic is not merely just to be wrong, but it's to consistently oppose church correction for in obstinacy for a period of time. So, for example, Origen is a heretic because he explicitly went against the saints of his day, calling him out, and the church calling him out in his day. That's documented too, by the way. But Augustine is not a heretic because he didn't oppose the church, and in fact, he offered his writings up, as he says on the Trinity Book 3, to be corrected by the universal church. So, one is a heretic because of his obstinacy; the other is not a heretic because of his humility.
Okay, so I think that same thing would apply. Then that's what I mean when I say like a person before Nicaea.
That's what I'm saying.
Not know about the Bishop of Rome, but he wouldn't be a formal heretic. That doesn't mean that
No. That's a different question. That's a different question because the question of heresy has to do with specific error. I'm talking about just plain ignorance. We would admit that a person can be saved in the year 300. Obviously, you have to admit this, or else you're led to absurd conclusions without knowledge of what's going on in Rome or the Roman See. That's different from a person who's explicitly affirming and teaching something erroneous.
Yeah, but I think I would say that I think the Catholic position would be that if someone was like was aware of the Roman See and was formally opposing the Roman See.
Yeah, but I didn't bring that up. That's not an example I brought up, so it's not relevant to what we're arguing.
Well, I'm just clarifying my like.
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
It's the year 300. I'm a Roman centurion. I just learned about Christianity. I go to the Church of Ephesus, which has apostolic succession from Paul to Timothy. Everybody admits this. And I learn some proto creed. I learned some proto creed that's equivalent of what will become the Nicene Creed. Let's say for the sake of argument, right? Neither the Nicene Creed nor the eventual Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed has anything to do with Peter or Rome. It doesn't say anything about it. Have I not learned the Christian faith because I didn't learn about the See of Rome or Peter or anything like that?
No, but I would say in the same way, like, so in your view, like essence energies distinction would be like, if you formally denied that, like that'd be heresy, even if the person
It
doesn't
doesn't
learn
like
about that.
again, you're confusing ignorance with explicit error. I haven't committed any errors. I haven't taught against anything. The guy in this example doesn't know about the See of Rome, and we're admitting that. Look, let's just forget any errors. Let's just say I convert in the year 300 to the church in Ephesus, and I never teach any errors for the sake of argument. Okay. Did I not know the faith because I didn't hear about Rome?
No, I was
Okay.
saying no, but in the same way that if you didn't know about in your paradigm, if you didn't know about the essence energies distinction, that doesn't mean you don't know the true faith. You're just ignorant to it.
You're missing the point of this analogy. The point of this analogy is not, did you learn every possible dogma? The point is it possible to come to the faith without Rome and without knowing about the papacy? Is that possible?
Yes.
Then the papacy is not necessary to know the faith. That's all I'm trying to argue, and that's the whole point. That's the Orthodox point. The papacy is not needed. That refutes all the Ibarra stuff earlier.
Okay, but see that. But I guess the distinction about that is everyone was in communion.
No, they weren't. But it doesn't even it doesn't even matter if all the other churches are communion. If I can know and learn what the faith is without any access to Rome in the year 300, then the papacy is simply not necessary. That's all I need to prove it's not necessary. If it's not necessary, then it refutes Ibarra's point.
But there hadn't been an ecumenical council yet.
So that's why I picked before 325. That's even stronger argument for my case because there's not even an ecumenical council to point to. By the way, the ecumenical council doesn't. I mean, Nicaea's original creed doesn't say anything about Rome. Why would they have not put Rome in there or in the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed?
I mean, the same way there were ecumenical councils later that clarified other doctrines. That doesn't necessarily mean that those doctrines are like somehow less important.
But they didn't. So they didn't believe at Nicaea that Rome was the cornerstone of the faith. Wouldn't they put that Wouldn't they put that in the creed?
Would you say at Nicaea they didn't believe in the energies essence distinction?
No, I'm not arguing that that's my paradigm. What I think, I don't have a problem saying that not every doctrine is in the creed. I'm saying that in the Roman Catholic scheme, if you believe that the Roman See is the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church, why doesn't the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed specify Rome?
I guess my point is I don't see how that doesn't cut both ways because there's like essential doctrines of the faith that are not included in the creeds in your paradigm as well. Just because it's not included in the creed doesn't mean it's not an essential part of the faith, especially in light of the fact that it got clarified later.
But you're missing the point because the creed is what you're teaching so that people know the church is teaching, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if the creed is going to identify specifically the church, okay, it's going to tell you where it is. One Holy Catholic Apostolic, right?
Yes.
Why would it not say that that's identified by Peter when that's the perfect place to say it? And if you're going to say that, well, they didn't specify every single potential doctrine. Usually the doctrines, right? I agree with you. Like Nicaea is focused obviously on the deity of Christ, but it seems like if it was true at the time of Nicaea that the Vatican I view was true, it seems like it would have been specified in the creed under one Holy Catholic Apostolic. Now you could say, well, they didn't deem it necessary because they didn't deem essence energy necessary, but why would it not be deemed necessary if that's what your church teaches is the way to identify the church? I don't think that essence energy is a necessary doctrine that I have to state that to identify the church, right? But you believe that to identify the church, you do have to state that. So why would they not?
I guess, yeah, I would think that it was probably taught like orally, right? I don't think that's like cope. I think that makes sense that it would have been like passed on orally the same way like is it the 6th or 7th ecumenical council's teaching on icon veneration was like not explicitly
put into the creed, but we would say was passed on orally by the Christians. So I would say that like there still was necessary assent to that doctrine. It just wasn't codified.
Was it true when Constantinople I happened out of communion with Rome?
Is that what's his face? Honorius?
No, that's the Sixth Ecumenical Council. I'm talking about when you had the Meletian Schism. So Saint Mellitus of Antioch calls for the Second Ecumenical Council, which is Constantinople I. And at Constantinople I, they passed the canon that says that this is the first time they pass it or they propose it. They say that the Constantinople is New Rome, and so it's second to Old Rome, right? So this is the first time, for example, you have what will be Canon 28 of Chalcedon, that the EP is the second patriarch after Rome. So, but Saint Mellitus is out of communion with Rome when this happens, and he dies out of communion with Rome. And if you look at Basil's letters, Basil writes about this period of the Meletian Schism when Constantinople I happens, and he says Rome is worthless, Rome is not helping and doesn't do anything good for the cause of the church. So what I'm asking is, if in your mind this is where you get the addition to the creed, one Holy Catholic Apostolic. So in your mind, even though they're out of communion with Rome, Basil is saying that Rome is worthless. You think that one Holy Catholic Apostolic orally means the Roman See?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. That was like I'm not that educated on
That's okay.
and like and stuff that was going on with it. So I was trying. I was just trying to like process.
Yeah. So let's rewind. So basically, the First Ecumenical Council, right? You get a Nicene Creed that's kind of truncated, and then the Second Ecumenical Council is called out of communion with Rome. And we can go to Basil's letters where he talks about how worthless Rome is during this period. So, for example, in letter 66, he says Rome is worthless. He says Antioch is the head of all the churches. He asks in the next letter Rome to correct the unruly. And he says Rome has failed because we've asked for help. They don't do anything. Rome failed. They're ignorant. And so Basil's letters that I'm referencing, we did a whole podcast, by the way, on this section, Basil's letters. He's writing these letters to Athanasius too, by the way. He's saying that, help me in Alexandria. I've appealed to Rome. They're worthless. Can you in Alexandria help us? We have this schism going on. And it's called the Meletian Schism. And so Saint Mellitus is the presiding bishop of Constantinople I.
Okay.
You follow me so far?
Yes.
Okay. So this council happens out of communion with Rome.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I pulled up the wrong dude here. I'm trying to pull it up.
It's all good.
This keeps pulling up the militia. No, not the militia schism.
Like malicious isn't bad?
No, it's pulling up the militia, like like militia groups. Like militia, yeah. So Mellitus of Antioch, right, was backed by some of the bishops, and there was this dispute over this guy named Paulinus. Anyway, the point is that when Meletius is presiding at Constantinople I, he is out of communion with Rome. Okay, so the point is that the presiding bishop of Rome is out of communion with Rome at this time, and in order to try to solve this schism with Mellitus, Basil is writing to other bishops to try to solve this problem, right? And he's saying Rome is worthless, and we can pull up those letters here in a second where he says that.
Wait, real quick. Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Sure.
So Meletius is the patriarch of Constantinople?
No, the bishop of Antioch. No, the bishop of Antioch.
Okay, of Antioch, and he's the presiding bishop of the council?
Yeah, Constantinople I, which is the second council, right? And so he's out of
and I'm just trying to clarify.
He is out of communion with Rome. with Rome.
And, like formally, how do you know? I just don't know. I'm ignorant. So how do you know he's out of communion with Rome? Has it been like?
Yeah, this is admitted, but it's also the subject of what is part of these letters, right? So
Okay.
the letters of Basil that we're talking about here is this time period, and Basil's writing to he says, I've already written to Rome, so he's writing to Athanasius, and he's saying, can you help us, because this is getting to be a nightmare. But this council is still happening as Meletius is not in communion with Rome. So Constantinople I is happening as he's presiding over it. And what I'm saying is, so you have Basil saying Rome is worthless in these letters and ignorant and they're no help. And then you've got Meletius presiding over the council that adds to the original Nicene Creed one holy Catholic apostolic. So what I'm getting at is, if your argument is that they had an oral tradition that Rome is the real meaning of one holy Catholic and apostolic, how would that be the case if this is had out of communion with Rome and Basil is basically writing that Rome is worthless throughout this time period?
I guess it would be like the same way if someone were to say like Honorius, so like his like the debate about like, I'm not even trying to get into that, but like if he was a heretic or if he was just completely negligent.
Well, 3 ecumenical councils say that Honorius was a heretic, so.
Okay. Or I guess I'll just break it
because it's
today,
not
so,
just
like,
the 6th, like he's restated to be a heretic at the 7th as well.
Okay, separate, but I don't want to like go. I can't. I'm not trying to like knock it down. I just want to make this point real quick, and then I'd love to hear more about that. But the same way, like a bishop, I feel like today could say that Rome is being like, it's like under Francis or whatever, say like a bishop or a presiding bishop. I mean, it's different now because like the church is just so grand, and like the Bishop of Rome is never going to not be at a council, but due to like travel and stuff. But say like, I can see a bishop saying like Rome's worthless, and the fact that like.
Yeah, but I got you what you're saying,
Like,
but right, but that's a false analogy, because this is 17 centuries after these events, and you've already had Vatican I, so that comes with the assumption that the Roman bishop that you're talking about, or the bishop, the Catholic bishop that you're talking about, criticizing the Pope, he still has to formally accept Vatican I. But the difference is that you were saying that there's an oral tradition. Perhaps at this time, that Rome is the real meaning of one holy Catholic apostolic. And I'm saying, well, here's counter evidence to that idea when there's been no Vatican I. So if you're going to say there's oral tradition, where is the oral tradition in Basil that Rome has the status, if he's saying Rome is worthless to resolve these schisms and these disputes? And if he's saying, and if Meletius is having the council, and by the way, it's not until later on that Constantinople I is eventually accepted by Rome. This tells me that they're holding this council and confirming it they don't care what Rome says. They do it anyway. So that tells me that they're not meaning that one holy Catholic apostolic is Rome, because the actions and the teachings that I do have evidence for counteract the claim that there's oral tradition that they actually believed it was Rome.
Okay, but so go like pre-Vatican I, because like I don't want to like be like assume like I'm making this point in the year like 1700 or whatever, and a bishop were to write, or a group of bishops were to write like the Bishop of Rome is useless, and the fact that like during the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah, but you made that again. You made the argument that they have that view here, so I could be more strict and say, where do you get the idea that Basil has a belief that there's an oral tradition that Rome is the real meaning of one holy Catholic apostolic? Where is that in Basil? Now, are you going to say it's like oral in the sense that it's never recorded? It's just an idea that they pass on? Because you said it was like icons, right? Because but the icons do have actual argumentation in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, so it's not purely oral. So you can't make the analogy to the 7th Ecumenical Council with iconographic tradition being only oral, because number one, there's actual icons in the churches, so it's not just oral. There's church fathers that talk about it, so it's not just oral.
Well, I definitely wasn't trying to say it was just oral. I was just saying, you asked why it wasn't codified.
Okay, so where's Basil? Where's the evidence that Basil thinks that Rome is the essence of one holy Catholic apostolic?
Well, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Yeah,
of
but
anybody
that's why
having-
but I gave you actual counter evidence that Basil says Rome is worthless and doesn't resolve schisms. So that would be against the claim that he actually thinks that they do solve schisms and that he's a papist.
I would say that yeah. I mean, I'm saying if that was isolated, but I'm saying I don't see why that can't be.
This is an
resolved
ecumenical
in-
council. It's not isolated. It's the second ecumenical council.
No, I'm saying that quote. I'm saying like that. Not saying like you're quote farming, but I'm saying like that's like if that one quote of the council. Wait, was that? But it wasn't a canon. That was a letter to Athanasius. So that wasn't like a canon of a council, though, right?
What is it? It doesn't matter. No, it's Basil's letters describing this whole time period. And he's saying that Rome is worthless. And I'm saying that, well, then that's not, he doesn't have the papal mindset. He doesn't have a Vatican I mindset. So he doesn't have the idea that there's an oral tradition that Rome is the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church.
But, and I guess my counter,
Because they're not solving this. Look, again, you're missing the point. He's complaining that Rome is not solving the Meletian schism. It's worthless. So, but your argument was at the beginning, Rome is there to solve schisms and provide unity. And I'm saying I can show you that it's not a tradition, an oral tradition in Basil, because Basil's saying the opposite. And by the way, where's the evidence that so you're saying, well, it's an argument from silence. Okay, well, that doesn't prove anything. So I could just, if you can bring an argument from silence, I can bring the opposite and say, well, yeah, I have the opposite view, which is an argument from silence.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying argument of complete silence. I was just saying creedal silence. So like the fact that it wasn't codified in like the Nicene or Nicene Constantinople creed. Because I would say like Irenaeus's quote about all churches must be subject or in communion with Rome due to her principal unity. I think is that the quote.
But you're leaving out what's the reason for that in his argumentation.
I don't know. I'm ignorant.
Well, he says because it's the see of Peter and Paul.
Yes.
Okay. So, but if you get to Vatican I alters that and says you cannot say that the greatness of Rome is due to its double apostolicity. It is only because of Peter. In fact, that's actually rejected and condemned. So why would, if the Vatican is going to prove its position via Vatican I to Irenaeus, why does it reject the very line of argumentation explicitly that Irenaeus uses?
I don't think that would necessarily mean it like rejected the argumentation. It's just saying that even though Paul is included in that, he's not the reason for Rome's principal like position. It's Peter, but it's a true statement.
But dude, in Irenaeus, it is the reason. That's his whole line of argument there.
What's the like? Do you have the verbatim quote?
Well, hold on. Before we go to Irenaeus, do you want to look? I mean, we're moving away from Constantinople I because, again, you're missing. You're missing the point that Constantinople I has had out of communion with Rome via Meletius, and Rome still, by the way, counts Meletius as a saint, so he died out of communion with Rome. And I'm just trying to say that if Constantinople I, for example, you know that Chalcedon disputes Canon 28, right? That New Rome is Constantinople and it's second after Old Rome, right?
It disputes that. They say that they don't agree with that statement.
Yes, Pope Leo rejects Canon 28 because it violates the order of Nicaea of Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria. I'm just making the point that
what's the weight of that? Okay.
The point is that why would Constantinople I go ahead and say that we have determined that Constantinople is second after Rome if they did not have the authority to do that outside of being in communion with Rome? And we know that they're doing it against Rome because in Chalcedon, Rome continues to reject the exact same canon, that Constantinople is second after Rome. Do you follow that?
I think I do. But couldn't we just say, like in the Roman Catholic Church paradigm, could we not just say that is like an encroachment or like that was a little too far of power, and then only what was ratified by the Pope is ecumenical?
No, the argument I'm making is that the church at Constantinople I did all of this and dogmatized the official doctrine of the monarchical Trinity out of communion with Rome, didn't care what Rome said, even past the canon that Rome would later take issue with and eventually accept. Constantinople I eventually gets accepted by Rome officially many, many years later. So,
And affirms Canon 28 or 26.
eventually, after a couple hundred years after Leo and Chalcedon, yes, Rome eventually says, okay, fine, Constantinople is second after Rome. But the point is that, okay, then you're admitting that Constantinople I was doing all of this and didn't have the papal mindset.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the argument.
No, all right. Okay. I guess the only other. What do you make of? Was it Ephesus? What's the Robber Council in like the early, maybe like the first 400 years that is called as ecumenical, and then is it Leo or I can't remember the Pope at the time, but like calls it robber, and then it's no longer. It's like then rejected.
Well, it's a Monophysite council, so yeah, we don't accept it for many reasons, but for us, the reason, I mean, there are legalities and formalities that occur in terms of, what makes it canonically valid. But I'm saying for us, we're first and foremost going to say that, well, if it teaches bad theology, like that's why it's false. But are you saying that the only way to know that it's a robber council is what the Pope says? Because the easy way to refute that is Lateran 649, because that also disproves the papal position and that was the case at Constantinople III, because Lateran 649, I'm not trying to shift away, I'm just showing how this disproves this point.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So Lateran 649 was intended to be an ecumenical council, right? So this was the first time, and we know that Pope Martin intended to make this ecumenical, and he actually wanted to do it without imperial interference. So the Pope says, all right, I'm going to call it a council. I want it to be ecumenical. And you have a statement against monothelitism in 649 by Pope St. Martin. Now, here's the thing. If that was intended by the Pope to be ecumenical and it's full Roman See authority behind it, why does the Roman Catholic Church still to this day not consider it ecumenical when in a few years, a couple decades later, 686, you have Constantinople III, which then looks back and says, we already see that Pope Martin condemned monothelitism. We will now investigate and issue an ecumenical council condemnation of monothelitism.
So you're saying Lateran 649 was initially accepted as ecumenical?
No. I'm saying that Pope Martin wanted it to be. And I'm saying the very actions of the actual Sixth Ecumenical Council were themselves a proof against papacy, because they should have just said, well, Martin's already settled it. We don't need Constantinople III. Instead, they have Constantinople III and say, we issue now the Ecumenical Council statement.
Okay, and so Lateran, I'm just writing this down so I
That's
can.
fine. Yeah, you can look it up. Lateran 649 under Martin.
Okay, under Pope Martin, and he wanted it to be
Correct.
Okay.
It was intended to be, yes. And he wanted it to not have imperial interference. He wanted to say, look, we got to get these emperors out of this, because the emperors call the councils, right? And so it's intended to be the first non-imperial, purely papal patriarchate ecumenical council. But the rest of the church never accepts that, because they actually have Constantinople III in 686, which then looks back and says, okay, we will do our ecumenical council condemnation. In other words, they're not ultimately submitting to the fact that Martin in 649 condemned monothelitism. They said, we won't.
I'm sorry, it was Constantinople III, 686?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they look back on Lateran 649, and they feel the need to issue confirmation.
Yes.
Okay.
No, they don't. Again, if papalism is true, there's no need for, here's the argument. If papalism is true, There's no need for Constantinople III because Lateran 649 should have settled the issue. That's the argument.
So the fact that they so Constantinople 366 had to revisit, which doesn't make sense. That your critique is that doesn't make sense within the papal.
It proves they didn't have a papal Vatican I mindset. Yes, that's the argument.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just.
No, this is great. I appreciate this. I love having a civil Roman Catholic chat. These are great. This is very civil. Appreciate your attitude. Very thankful for that. Now I did want to mention, because these letters of Basil are very relevant to this dispute, because if you read, for example, it begins with, I think it's letter 66 is the first of this discussion. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's letter what?
Letter 6, they're not too long either. You could read these in an hour. So letter 66 of Basil is the first of these letters about these problems that they're having with the Meletian schism. Okay.
Real quick. Is this going to get posted? Can I review this? Will this stream get posted? I don't even know if it's a stream or if it's I'm just on Twitter.
Yeah, it'll be up. It'll be on the internet for forever, dude.
Okay. So
it's eternal. It's immortalized, right?
I'm gonna stop writing all the stuff down then, because I can just go rewatch it and write it down.
Okay. So in letter 66, which is the first one, Basil writes to Athanasius, and he says, I've been appealing to the bishops of the West. I need your help. We have this, schism going on. And then I should pull that one up. This is 69. So let me pull up 66. Then he says, this is interesting language. He speaks of Antioch as the head of the body. Okay.
Wait. That's Basil's verbatim words, or
yeah, I'm pulling it up, dude. Just relax.
Sorry.
Yeah, here we go. He says, plainly, the discipline of the Church of Antioch depends upon your reverences being able to control some or to reduce others to silence and to restore strength to the church by concord. No one knows better than you do that, like all wise physicians, you ought to begin your treatment to the most vital parts. And what is more vital throughout to the church throughout the world than Antioch? If you let Antioch be restored to harmony, nothing will stand in the way of her supplying as a healthy head the soundness to all of the body. Now, every Roman Catholic would immediately jump on that as a proof of papalism. If we just heal the problems in Antioch, the entire body of the church, this is called honorifics. I'm just giving you an example of the type of language that's very selectively used by Roman Catholics when they speak about the papacy, and they ignore the same honorifics of Antioch or Alexandria, all of which are Petrine sees, by the way. So I'm just pointing out that Basil is complaining to Athanasius, and he's saying we got to fix Antioch, because if we fix Antioch, it's the head of the whole body and everything else will heal, right? He's using rhetorical, exaggerated language, right? Because nobody thinks Antioch is literally the head of the church. So this is the first of this letters of dispute here. Now, the next one is 67. It's very short. I'm going to skip it just because he discusses Meletius. Okay, so if you doubt me, we'll pull it up just to show that he's discussing Meletius. It's very short. He says, blah, blah, blah. We ought to be united. The church, he says, is divided in Antioch. And unfortunately, because of the schism, we ought to be united. It ought to be under Meletius. Okay, so there he's mentioning the Meletian schism right there. I'm just pointing out that that's the context. I wasn't lying when I was saying that earlier. Because I know all the Roman Catholics, he's lying. Okay, 68 is a letter directly to Meletius. I don't think there's anything that relevant in it. It's also very short. He's just saying he wants to heal the schism. 69 is again to Athanasius. And here he mentions that he's appealed to Rome. He wants help. Rome is basically, Rome has failed. So let me find that quote. That's in letter 69, paragraph 2. Okay, it begins with, I should advise that. Let me find that part. I should advise that without anyone knowing anything about it, they should travel hither, attracting as little attention as possible by sea with the object of escaping the enemies of peace. A point that is, let me make sure I got the right point. I might be the wrong area. Okay, sorry. Earlier he had said he appealed to Rome. And by the way, he's writing and appealing to Athanasius. So before you say, was he appealing to Rome? You would appeal to anybody, including Athanasius, including all the bishops. So now he's appealing to Athanasius for help because he's saying Rome is worthless. I forgot to make that point. So let me go back to it seemed, and you'll get the full context. It's difficult to find this from my written version. Here we go. Over here to the online. It seemed to me desirable to send a letter to the Bishop of Rome, begging him to examine our condition. And since there are difficulties in the way of representatives being sent from the West to a general synodical decree, to advise him to exercise his own personal authority in the matter of choosing persons to sustain the labors of a journey. Notice he's actually saying, can we get a synodal decree? He's not just saying, give us your divine fiat. He's saying, I want Rome to also be involved in a synodal decree. There are difficulties. So he says, we need firmness and gentleness to correct the unruly here, to be able to speak with proper reserve and appropriateness throughout, thoroughly well acquainted with all that has been effected after Armenium and unto the violent measures adopted there. And then he says, we have to be careful because there's enemies. Then he says, a point also that is insisted upon in these parts is that they should drive away the heresy of Marcellus, a grievous and injurious person opposed to sound faith. For up to this time, all the letters that they write, they are constantly and thoroughly anathematizing the ill-famed Arius and in repudiate him from the churches. But they do not attach any blame to Marcellus. He's talking about Rome failing here, who propounds a heresy, the opposite of Arius, and impiously attacks the very existence of the Godhead, the person of the Godhead, the Word, and so forth. He says, hence, when he had come forth, he had no existence. The books that I have in my possession, which contain his unrighteous writings, are proof. Nevertheless, they nowhere openly condemn him, Rome, and are to this extent culpable, being from the first in ignorance of the truth. Rome, according to Basil, is first in ignorance to the truth. They received this heretic into communion, and the present state of affairs makes it necessary that attention should be called off. So he's saying that I appealed to Rome, and Rome has completely failed.
So is he not? Would that language not entail that Rome was heretical at that time?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Basil wouldn't have a problem saying that Rome can fail because he doesn't believe in Vatican I papal supremacy. In fact, he'll go on to say that they're absolutely ignorant of the faith. Which, how could you say that if they are the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church? You said that's the oral tradition that they probably have.
Well, yeah. Well, the reason I bring it up is I didn't know that either side, like either Orthodox or any Catholic apologist, I didn't know. This is what Pope? Pope who?
I think the next letter is Pope. So he's writing, I think, to Pope Damasus. So let's look at the next letter, which is, I think, to the Pope, and we'll see that it's not papal. So let's look at letter 70.
No, what I'm saying is I had never heard that Pope Damasus was a heretic. Like
I'm not saying he's a heretic. Basil is saying that he's worthless and ignorant of the truth.
I guess I'm critiquing, or my point is that seems to be in the same way that.
But look, dude, it proves that he doesn't believe in the Vatican I mindset. That's all I have to prove.
But but in the same way that you would say that there's times where people give honorific language, could that not be like but like over exaggeration in the fact that he's just pissed with Rome and he's like, they're freaking worthless. The same way like you might see a Catholic today say, Rome.
How could, but no Roman Catholic can say that if they have, then it just simply proves he doesn't have the Vatican I mindset, because Roman Catholics can't say that Rome doesn't know the truth or that they're ignorant of the gospel. You could say that, but that means that Rome has erred on basic, magisterial, ordinary teaching, which is not possible according to Vatican I. So that's, again, just proving that it's not the Vatican I mindset.
But you think that Basil was wrong here? Because do you think that...
it doesn't matter. Like, again, it's not the Vatican. All I have to do is prove that it's not the Vatican I mindset. So it really literally doesn't matter whether Basil's wrong or not, because it simply demonstrates that he doesn't have the Vatican I mindset, nor does Constantinople I.
Okay, because you're saying as long as he holds the belief, regardless of whether or not it's correct.
All I'm showing is that it's not Vatican I, and this is counter evidence to your claim that there's an oral belief amongst these people that Rome is the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. Because you understand, these are the guys that got one Holy Catholic Apostolic in the Creed and the Holy Spirit part. It's Basil. Basil's a huge part of that, and then Nyssa and Nazianzus. So Constantinople I has the added part of the Creed to the original Nicene Creed. I believe in one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. I confess one baptism of the remission of sins, right? That's added by these guys.
Okay.
And so that tells me that when I read their writings, they certainly don't believe one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church is essentially and primarily Rome, because they wouldn't be writing and speaking this way about a council held out of communion with Rome.
Okay, I see the critique.
Oh, by the way, let me make sure that okay, because there's in this letter to Damasus, he goes on to say, he says, "You failed. I'm really disappointed in you." I'm looking for the exact quote of what he says. Yeah, I don't think there's nothing really else about, like, he's just basically saying that the church over here is all messed up, and I was disappointed in your lack of aid.
To Damascus?
To Pope Damasus, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Damascus, not Damascus. Damascus. Okay. In like, being as charitable as you can to the Roman Catholic position, you don't think that could be like a bishop? I'm thinking of a bishop. I guess the weight is, though, is he's the person who's articulating one Holy Catholic and Apostolic. He's not just a bishop writing frustration. He's the one articulating.
Yeah, all three of the Cappadocians are really essentially the main theological figures of Constantinople I, and the main figure is Gregory of Nyssa. So there's even an imperial decree that you can't disagree with Nyssa's interpretation and view of what the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed says.
Where was that? That's a decree at?
No, it's an imperial decree. It's probably in the Price translations, but it's something that Dr. Bo Branson refers to. So you'd have to ask him what the exact source is on it. I don't have that off the top of my head. That's an argument he makes.
Okay.
It might be in his dissertation. I'm not sure.
But an empirical, the weight of an empirical decree like that would show. Couldn't an emperor be wrong though? I mean, I know that would show that there was that belief. Like regardless of whether or not.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm just saying that that proves that Nyssa and the Cappadocians are the theological milieu for understanding Constantinople I, but I don't really think anybody I don't even think Roman Catholics would disagree with that are familiar with it.
Okay, and does Nyssa have like basal level wording against the Roman See?
No, I'm pointing out Nyssa is specifically stated about like the triad. Because Constantinople I is the first dogmatized full Trinitarian doctrine, and it's actually the last. Like up until for the Orthodox, there's not another Trinitarian statement until Byzantium, until the Palamite synods.
But you all add to it there.
Well, they don't add to the creed, but that's where you get like essence, energy, dogmatize the Palamite synods. What I'm saying is that for the first 1,000 years of the church, the Trinity is pretty much, I mean, it's all the rest of the debates are Christology. Trinity is done at Constantinople I. That becomes the official ecumenical dogmatic statement on what the Trinity is.
Which is lacking in the Son.
Yeah, but it's also none of the later Roman Catholic speculations. In other words, the Latin, the West, for example, goes in the direction of the Augustinian ideas of the triad, and that obviously dominates in the early Middle Ages, and then it gets sort of trumped by the Thomistic ideas of the Trinity. So what I'm saying is that that's already foreign to the Cappadocian model of the Trinity, which is already laid down at the Second Ecumenical Council. And I forget the exact date. I'm going to say it's a few hundred years after. Let's see, when does Rome? I'm going from memory here, so I could be wrong on the exact date here.
All good. I'm not trying to get you, just trying to learn.
No, I appreciate your attitude. Of course, I don't even know. I don't know if I can trust even the AI that pull this stuff up.
Jay Dyer using AI during debate with Roman.
Okay, yeah. So this is what I thought was the case. Assuming that this AI is correct, and it's citing the papal encyclical, so I think this is probably true. So hold on. So Constantinople I is gradually accepted in certain ways and areas by Rome over time. So the AI, and I'm not saying it's true because it's AI, I'm just giving an example. So one of the reasons that, aside from the Meletian Schism and Meletius being out of communion with Rome, is the question of Canon 3, which says that Rome would, Chalcedon, the EP would be second after Rome. So that was another reason.
Patriarch,
yes.
The EP, okay.
So it's that Rome doesn't like that, on top of the rejection of or being out of communion with the Meletius at the time. And then in 451, the same canon is added to Chalcedon. That becomes the famous Canon 28 of Chalcedon, which is Canon 3 of Constantinople I. So it's still rejected, but then Gregory the Great officially accepts the Constantinople I in total in his day. So a lot of it has to do with specifically the canon about Constantinople, but I'm trying to remember exactly, because if it cuts both ways in my view, because if Rome accepts the Constantinople model of the Trinity, then you can't have the Augustinian model of the Trinity, because that's not what's accepted at Constantinople I. So if you argue that Rome disagreed with the canon about Constantinople, but accepted the theology of Constantinople I, then that's even more damaging in my view than if you said over time, well, maybe down the road they eventually accept it, but they didn't initially. So I remember Craig wrote something on this. Let me see what he wrote. I don't remember. Gratian claimed that the Apostolic See of Rome has not accepted Canon 3 of Constantinople. I'm interested in the theology, though. That's what, because I know about this canon debate, but I'm more interested in,
does Rome accept the theology?
The theology, because I remember reading that it was much later. Let me see, but I don't remember off the top of my head when that is. It seems like I remember reading a few centuries after Chalcedon, but that would be Gregory the Great. But that might have just been about the canon. So Rome, interesting. Well, if you think about the creed, yeah, they would have accepted the creed. Oh, interesting. So this is according to Encyclopedia Britannica, which could be wrong, but it's claiming that the creed was accepted 70 years later at Chalcedon. So that would mean that Rome was perhaps reticent to go with Constantinople I until 70 years later.
Reticent meaning like not wanting to?
Yeah, they were hesitant because it took them 70 years to accept the addition to the creed of Nicaea, and then it took until 600 AD to accept the disputed canon about Constantinople. So in other words, it's gradual. That's why this is confusing, is that it's actual gradual acceptance of parts of Constantinople I. That's why.
Okay. Is Constantinople I is the last one that the Coptics hold to, right? They don't accept.
No, they accept Ephesus because Ephesus is dominated by Saint Cyril.
Okay, and then they leave at Chalcedon. They can't agree with us at Chalcedon.
Yeah, they don't
right?
accept Chalcedon, right? So they have the first three.
So what? I guess that's my question. Is the Trinitarian language there? I know it's about monophysite or monophysite.
Well, hold on. You understand that the Orientals actually are an argument in our favor because they don't have filioque. They agree with us on these points. So that shows you that even the schismatics, from our view of that time, have our same Trinitarian theology, and they accept Constantinople I the way we do, and they interpret it the way we do.
I'm just not my Trinitarian theology is just not good enough to really. I would just be
but even aside from that, I'm just saying that do you see that the schismatics and the heretics, from our vantage point, are an argument in our favor because even the heretics, even the Orientals, affirm our understanding of Constantinople I. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm not saying it's true because they affirm it. I'm saying that they're evidence that even the heretics don't interpret Constantinople I to be filioque or possible.
Okay. Yeah. I see. It's. I don't know if this might be the wrong use of the word circumstantial, but I can see how it's circumstantial evidence. But
well,
obviously,
circumstantial evidence can be used depending upon the context, because I'm not saying
I'm not debating.
I'm not saying it's true because the heretics, we don't care. I'm not saying it's true because they affirm it. I'm saying it's a piece of evidence that I'm saying even the heretics don't interpret Constantinople I the way Rome does. They interpret it the way we do, which shows that these ancient groups, even in heresy, still have the same Trinitarian theology that we do.
They just have a different. So
they have a different Christology.
Yeah, Christology with Okay. Okay.
Hey, it's a great chat, man. I mean, I really appreciate you being a very civil Catholic dude. That's great. Those are always a lot better than the sort of cheap gotchas and all that.
I was full blown atheist, not proud of it, but I didn't even know if religion was real 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just super fortunate to apostolic Christianity, and it just it all just makes a lot of sense in ways that I'm just trying to learn always. I came into the Christian faith by just pursuing truth. I didn't know. I literally had no idea if it'd be Hinduism, Islam,
sure,
whatever.
Yeah, well, hey, feel free to call back in anytime. You had a great attitude. It was a great conversation. I am going to have to move on because we're going to be doing the stream with Tristan here in a little bit. And that will be on UFOs and the occult and alien abductions. We'll be doing that in, I think, an hour. Is that right? I'll give you guys this link again. So great conversations tonight. Very civil. This is the best way to do it. Doesn't always happen that way, but that's okay. props to that dude again. I know a lot of you guys have been waiting, but hey, that was a great refresher. I haven't thought about all that Basil stuff. I'm happy that I remembered most of it, but we did do a long time ago a podcast talk on Basil's letters, which I think are very relevant for this. I think we covered quite a bit. Let me find it. Somebody clipped this 4 months ago from this old podcast. Now it doesn't even come up. Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah. So we did a 3-hour talk on this almost 7 years ago. So thank God I remembered most of that from 7 or 8 years ago. I haven't looked at it since then. There's that link if you guys want to watch that. Great chat. Timmy Dyer, what's up?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, no, I know this is off topic. I know it's about logic. I mean, I was just on TikTok, went on live, and he's literally online with this girl who's like a known pro-Zionist, like has like 5-minute videos going in on why Israel is all going to be saved and why we should support Israel financially and all this stuff. And he's on there debating whether Jesus is God or not. But, you know, it's just, I find it hilarious that, you know, he excludes people out of the church like Jehovah's Witnesses, all these people for being Christians and things of that sort. But the first heresy that's in the Bible outlined very clearly is Judaizing, and you go and support all of those people,
right,
with no concern at all. But you have this hypocritical position where you think you can determine whether who's not a Christian, who's a Christian or not, based solely on whether you believe on a Trinity. It's just an arbitrary standard that he has. When condemned heresies, he supports no problem, you know. So it's just interesting as hell to me. Like he's just. I don't know how people don't see the drift at this point with him, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, and we've seen that pattern too, where he sort of tries to play a middle ground for a long time. And, you know, when somebody asks him about, is the church the new Israel, the fulfillment of Israel, and he sort of talks around it, won't be very, very clear about it. And he's basically sort of Zionist-ish. But look, that's because it's all kind of forcing him into admitting that he's basically got these evangelical Protestant Zionist positions, which is what we suspected the whole time. And that's why we were, again, nobody just was mean to Godlogic for no reason. Everybody tried to be very friendly and open-handed and helpful. And look, all of the arguments against the Muslims he got from our monarchical Trinitarian view and from Sam Shamoun. It's all of Sam Shamoun's articles, Sam Shamoun basically tutoring him on how to debate the Muslims, and the monarchical Trinitarian view. So how would we be being mean to him if, like, he basically got all that from us? But then we pointed out you can't be neutral on the church and on justification and on the sacraments. You can't be neutral on all this stuff. Can't even be neutral on like the Zionist position, really. So now it's forcing him into kind of admitting, okay, fine, I'm I believe sola fide. I believe justification by faith alone. And if you don't believe that, you teach a false gospel. Go ahead, Billy.
Hey, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question. Obviously, so I'm converting to Orthodoxy, and I've been studying the essence energy distinction and stuff like that. And I noticed that obviously Thomas Aquinas was a 13th century guy, and with Palamas being a 14th century, I guess, person to argue, obviously against Barlaam and stuff like that. At the time of Palamas arguing Barlaam, with Thomas Aquinas being prior to that, did the Roman Catholic Church, did the Pope ever come out and say something like disagreeing with Palamas because the West had already accepted Thomism, or was it kind of just left at the Barlaam and Palamas debate, if that makes sense?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of a papal statement or letter addressing anything specific. But the way my argument would be the way Roman Catholicism works, it doesn't really have to, because if it issues a magisterial condemnation of a position, and if you read Denzinger, or if you get, I think I left my Denzinger in Florida, but I did get this, updated Vatican II version of Denzinger, the Nuner de Pew version. If you get that book, you'll notice that a lot of times in Roman Catholic dogma, there's condemned positions or condemned propositions.
Oh, okay.
So they don't really have to specifically name everybody, although at times they do name certain people that are heretics. Because, for example, if Lyons in 1274 and the Council of Florence in the 14 whatever, if they both affirm that you have to have the double eternal hypostatic procession view, then that right there condemns Palamos, because Palamos's book, Apodictic
Right.
Treatise, calls the Filioque satanic. So
Yeah, doesn't he say, that's kind of ironic you say that too, because I was listening to someone talk about it, and I went and kind of dug a little bit for myself. And doesn't Palamos literally say himself that the Latins obeyed Satan? Like, that's...
yeah, no, that's explicit what he did. It's like at the very beginning.
That's
Yeah.
like that's like word for word verbatim, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so that would put Palamos under the condemnation
Right.
of both
Exactly.
1274 and Florence in 14 whatever it is. So
And I'm pretty sure there's an icon of Palamos right next to Aquinas in the Vatican. I forgot, is it
no, this
John?
is so John Paul II revived this because you had this movement prior to and at Vatican II to give both lungs of the church breath. One of those people we referenced earlier was Hans Urs von Balthasar, who is, if you read a lot of like St. Maximus scholarship, you'll end up reading von Balthasar because he's got a bunch of academic and written texts on St. Maximus. And he had this idea that, hey, I want to, really revive Eastern theology. And so, he was very involved in pushing that at Vatican II. There's some other people as well that are Roman Catholics that push that. But that's all pretty new. Although I think Erhan had a great argument that actually Russian Catholics were using the same Festomanion and Menologion, which is like have the same saints. So in other words, really Rome has kind of been inconsistent on this the whole time, especially with uniates. And probably John Paul II's argumentation and thought on this, aside from ecumenism, was, well, if we have Dvornik and von Balthasar and Congar all kind of admitting a lot of Eastern arguments after all these centuries, we might as well, because the uniates already and the Melkites reverence Palamos and the Mark of Ephesus, we might as well just go ahead and say that they're saints, which again, I think this is totally contradictory. Like, how could you be a saint
just about to say,
after being a heretic for centuries? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how they would have someone as a saint. No, I'm aware that, I mean, it's not necessarily based on solely doctrine, but I mean, to have someone that's so against, I mean, again, he literally said the Latins obeyed Satan, and yet you go to the Vatican and there's an icon there. Am I wrong on that, or is that true? Isn't that true?
No, it's true. It's I can't remember if I think it might have been in John Paul's private chapel. I'm going from memory.
Yeah. Like, I don't understand how that, to me, that's kind of like I don't know if I'd say kill shot, but if I was someone who's inquiring, like the dude who was just on a couple minutes ago, he was talking about how he was an atheist, and like, I mean, from someone who would be inquiring into Catholicism and getting into the kind of philosophical area of it and stuff like that, as soon as I see the essence energy distinction, and then I go to, oh, well, let's read stuff on the Vatican and what's there, and then I see this, I'd be like, I mean, this is kind of, like you said, contradicting. Like,
absolutely,
it's not even.
Yeah, appreciate that. I need to move on because we're gonna have to go do the show with Tristan. I haven't had any dinner yet, but I want to be a little precise because I know Roman Catholics might jump on this. To be more precise specifically, because I started thinking, well, if they use the same Menologion as we do, that wouldn't be possible because we're not going to be reverencing Roman Catholic saints. And to be more precise, this is the solution. So it turns out Russian Catholics have a strong bond with Orthodox post-schism saints. Now, here's the crazy part. You would think that this was a Vatican II idea. Apparently, Pius X, the so-called trad pope, the super trad pope, permitted Russian Catholics to venerate post-schism Orthodox saints. That's crazy. Because remember, according to Vatican I, the very last sections of Vatican I say that if you don't accept Vatican I, you are excommunicated and damned. And all of these, all of the Orthodox, even prior to Vatican I, like nobody accepts in the Russian church the papal perspective. So all of these people would be damned, and yet they're allowed to be venerated by the trad pope. That's even crazier than I thought. So the irony is, this would actually vindicate John Paul II, because you can't say that it's just John Paul II's ecumenism. John Paul II is going to say, no, I'm just following Pius X, because Pius X allowed the whole Russian church, the Russian Catholics, to venerate Orthodox schismatics. That's crazy. That's an even stronger argument. I'm assuming this is true, right? I'm not defaulting to AI. I'm just assuming that this search is accurate. Do you guys understand that? So basically, Palamos and Saint Seraphim of Sarov, for example, who are not Roman Catholics at all, they would be rejecting multiple Roman Catholic dogmas. Filioque, papacy, purgatory, on and on and on. And this is saying that the trad pope from 1900 or whatever, Pius X, is who permitted Russian Catholics to venerate Palamos and Saint Seraphim of Sarov and all these other, quote, schismatic Russian saints. Now, notice how different that is from Cantate Domino, the Council of Florence, which says if you do not die in communion with Rome, even if you die as a martyr outside of communion with Rome, you're damned. So, this is an even stronger line of argument than now I remember that's right, because I think David's video mentions Pius X, if I recall. Jaquan, what's up?
Yo, what's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up?
So, you open to the Muslims debating?
I'm gotta kind of wrap it up because we got a whole bunch of. I got more streams to do tonight, but we could do something quick. What topic did you want to cover?
Oh, well, I was just wondering if you'd accept the Nation of Islam.
That's not Islam. That's a cult, dude. What are you talking about?
Bro, you wouldn't debate on Yakub, bro. You lose.
But why would I? Why would I debate Yakub when I believe in him?
Man, you don't know the true Yacubian teachings from.
I am the true Yacubian teachings. I am him. I am he in person. What are you trying to talk about? Just rubbing up on that phone. Can't just spurging out. Just rubbing on the phone. Dude, stop rubbing on the phone. I am Yakub. How dare you? What's up, Tristana? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is that guy gone?
He dared to say I'm not Yakub, so yeah, you better.
He rage quit. I knew it. No, he saw that I was coming on because he knows that I represent the Nation of Islam, and we're about to wreck house. Yeah, no, he's out. He's gone. You can't come up against a true Islamic scholar.
Okay. Yeah, man, whatever you said. No shot. What's up? We're going to have fun tonight, guys. Remember, we'll be immediately moving over here to Tristana's stream. What's up, dude?
Hey, Jay. How's it going, man?
Good.
First time calling in. I've been listening to you for a while. I just really wanted to get your perspective real quick on how you approach conversations with, family, loved ones, growing up in the South, of course, like the dispensationalism is huge here. So how do you do that in a loving manner, I'd say?
I mean, if it's close family members, I would not really push the theology and try to do the debates. If it's close family members, I would let them ask you questions, let them come to you. I would not, engage in the debates. If it's a peer, like if it's somebody who's your cousin that you joke around with, you could be a little more aggressive and a little more, but if it's a superior, no, you're not gonna be debating. You're going to be answering their questions. If it's a equal or an inferior, you can be aggressive and debate, depending upon that person's character and their level. I would also feel out people's level of interest. If they're not interested in it, I wouldn't push it. Just let people be interested. Let them ask you questions. That's the best route, especially for family members. And you're never going to argue your parents into a position. Don't ever do that. Take a look around. What's up? We got to read some of these super chats too, because we got to go over here with Tristan here in a minute. What's up? Go ahead, unmute. Make it quick.
Yo, man.
Hey.
Just a quick question about the canon of the Bible. I had my friend at the church today. I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Okay.
Apparently, he said that the Eastern Orthodox Church has not established, and I know you have spoken earlier about establishing the canon about true law or Carthage. I don't know much about it, but can you just go through it quick?
Okay, so the canons of Carthage, there's several early councils of Carthage. I'm going from memory, it's like 414, 415. One of those Carthage canons has the deuterocanonical list. That's repeated by Trullo. Trullo is then, by the way, Trullo was seen at the time as an ecumenical council in the East, but it's confirmed officially in terms of the canons of Trullo at the Seventh Council. So, Seventh Council affirms Trullo, which Trullo affirms the Carthage canon that lists the Deuterocanon. So that's the closest thing to the official Orthodox definition of a canon, right? For us, ecumenical council is the highest authority. The technically official, ecumenical council that affirms a biblical canon is thus Seventh affirming, Trullo affirming, Carthage.
Right. So why would he even say that the Eastern Orthodox Church have not established?
Because he could either be ignorant of that fact. Many people are ignorant of that, or they are. Sometimes people say that when they're replying to like a Protestant mindset of sola scriptura, like we don't have this sort of rigid idea of sola scriptura view of the canon that some Protestants have. So we have a little bit of a looser idea. For example, in the 4th century, you have in the East, the apostolic canons affirm a canonical list that includes the Deuterocanon, but it also lists Clement, right? And we're not going to condemn everybody in the 4th century because it has Clement in there. Well, in the West, in the 4th century, under Pope Damasus, there's the same canon that's Carthage that has the Deuterocanon, but it does have Clement. Okay, so we're not going to like damn everybody because they thought Clement was part of it. And even you can go all the way up to John Damascus, he still thought Clement was part of this list. And even the church fathers at times, when they have they'll have a list of the New Testament, and then they'll have like Clement over here or Didache over here sometimes as not as important as Gospels and Paul, but still read in the churches. And that mirrors the same idea of like the way they would have the Torah and the prophets and and then the writings that would be like Proverbs and Sirach and deuterocanonical text. So even within the Jewish tradition, there's sort of a tier of this, and there's flexibility about what you might call the writings, both in the Old Testament and in various patristic era people's writers' lists of the New Testament. That's why there's flexibility.
Yeah, sure.
So somebody might mean by that flexibility existing, a person might mean, you see, there is not one single unified canon throughout these centuries. So they might mean that.
Right. So in super short, was it Trullo or Carthage? Trullo was recognized as an ecumenical council.
Well,
right?
no, Trullo is technically not ecumenical because the West did not, or initially they accepted, then they didn't. So you could debate whether Trullo is ecumenical. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because everyone agrees the Seventh Council is ecumenical, and it affirms the canon that Trullo confirms from Carthage. Carthage is local, right? But Carthage, I'm going from memory, has the same list as Damascus and Augustine's canon.
Right. So the Seventh Ecumenical Council affirms the established canon in Trullo.
Which is from Carthage, yes. Which has the Deuterocanon,
yes, okay.
which has the Deuterocanon, yes.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's see if the AI can get this one right. Let's try it out. Okay. It's, by the way, I was wrong. It's not 415, it's 419. The biblical canon list of the African Code and Carthage is the Council of Carthage 419. By the way, there's several of these, but this is Carthage 419 is in canon 2 of Trullo, and then Trullo is affirmed universally at Nicaea 2 for the Orthodox, because of course a Roman Catholic, they don't care what Trullo says. They don't even care what the canons of Nicaea say. They're just going to say, we care what Damascus said because we're papists.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, I'm going to study this and bring it back to him.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. By the way, I'm not relying on AI. I'm just simply looking at it to see if it jibes with what I remember reading. So no, I'm not relying on AI. I'm just using this basic search function. And by the way, I'm happy to be corrected if the AI is wrong. Tristan, did you want to say something or no?
Sorry, I accidentally had my mic unmuted. My bad. I hope I wasn't making sound.
No, it's okay.
You know, just think about the AI thing. I had a funny thing a few minutes ago. I was talking to a friend of mine. He sent me this quote that kind of sounded familiar. And I told him what I thought the quote was. I was like, oh, that sounds like a Don DeLillo quote. Is that from Libra? Because it sounded familiar. He was like, no, that's from Gravity's Rainbow. I was like, oh, shoot, okay. That's funny. I should have remembered that quote. I just read that book. So I tapped on the, on Android, you know how you've got the little AI option if you hold at the bottom and you can search a text. So I just searched the text, and the first thing that popped up was it hallucinated that it was from Don DeLillo in Libra. So I hallucinated that this quote was from a book, and then AI subsequently hallucinated. So it shows you how cooked I am. I'm hallucinating that these quotes are from the books that AI is also hallucinating that they're from, even though I've actually read the book and kind of somewhat remember the quote. It was a strange occurrence. Basically, I've ascended. This is into the singularity.
Yeah, we already knew that though. So you're just like really just repeating stuff, and you're like a program that's just on repeat, dude. Dry. What's?
Are you gonna do it? You're really gonna get like this? We're gonna get all sassy before our debate, and you're gonna poison the well. You're gonna poison the well, muddy the water.
So does that mean you're taking the fake Hegelian side in this debate?
I'm a contactee.
So is that a yes? Can you just speak plainly?
I'm not going to tell you my position.
Okay,
Then you'll
sure. Sophistry as usual. Dry, what's up?
I actually don't really know my position yet. It depends on the position you take.
What's up, dog?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right, perfect. I just wanted to get your thoughts on a rather speculative interpretation of Genesis and the Big Bang. So I'm wondering whether it would be theologically defensible to say that the Big Bang shouldn't be understood as creation itself, but rather the fall of Adam and Eve is what kicked off the fallen and broken cosmos. And that would be the reason we see things like entropy and death. And I've heard you speak a little bit about, I don't know your position exactly.
Well, I don't believe the Big Bang. I believe in creation ex nihilo, the way Genesis describes it. So I don't even see the need really for Big Bang in my view.
Yeah, well, I thought this was just interesting because I've heard you say that I've heard you stress that there's no death before the fall, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that this, again, it's just speculation,
Mm-hmm.
but this would entail that because the fall is what created, is what caused the Big Bang. I know you don't accept the Big Bang, but that there wouldn't be death before the fall in this case. And
Well, one thing I don't understand is like if the Big Bang is the secular account of creation, how could the fall create and cause the Big Bang? I don't understand.
How could the fall?
I thought you said
Well,
the
what I'm
fall
saying-
causes the Big Bang. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, but
But
that's the secular account of how the origin of the universe begins. So how could the fall cause the origin of the universe?
Well, I'm not saying it's the origin of the. Well, I'm speaking from a secular framework. I'm speaking from an Orthodox framework. So I'm saying that, the universe, this paradise is before the cosmos were created. So the paradise that Adam and Eve were in existed before existed before the universe.
Well, that doesn't make sense with the Genesis narrative to me because, like, God is placing Adam and Eve on Earth, which is in the cosmos, in an Eden.
Well, I was thinking that this would be a sort of, we know that God will create a second Earth where things will be perfected, and I was thinking that this would be something similar. Maybe not literally.
Well, I don't. I think that just like with Jesus taking on this type of human body and then glorifying it, in our view, the transfiguration of the cosmos is this cosmos transfigured. So it's not destroying all of this and then starting anew with the second one. It's this one resurrected and glorified.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, interesting questions. I haven't thought about that. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and read some of these super chats because I got to go eat before we do our show tonight. Remember, we'll be live right here in the show that you see on the screen. I'll be live with Tristana. We're going to go back into the esoteric, back into crazy cults, mind control with aliens, UFOs, contactees. What are the patterns? What are the soreness that you feel in your hindquarters when the aliens visit? We're going to be talking about that.
Oh, you're slandering us already. Wow. Wow.
So here he comes. We already know he's going to defend faking aliens. I knew it. That's where he's going. But we got to read this. See, he doesn't want me to eat. He's trying to filibuster so that I don't have time to eat, so that I'll be weak, so that he can abduct me.
Notice he just says words. He just always with words in these debates.
Just words.
Words and whole strings of words.
They don't mean anything.
Sentences and just like whole long word things. Like whatever.
Let's try that and let's see what we get. Water wanted, Ben must, red door, narrator different, each queen, window, sleep fell, friends, box hot, rabbit white, anyone, cold drink. What do you think? Literally no different than a transcendental argument.
I couldn't tell the difference between
Exactly.
anything else you said.
Exactly.
It's like, at least the Muslims that debate you say base words like about like hurting people and human trafficking
And
people.
at least they're like anti-BB, so it's based, right?
Yeah, they say base stuff. Exactly, dude. That's why they win.
Yeah, but I just say these words.
They say your name really a lot, but that's kind of funny. Jay Dyer. Notice I'm here with Jay Dyer, and Jay Dyer just, oh wow, Jay Dyer. Oh, Jay Dyer, you're just gonna.
You
Jay
do
Dyer.
sound just like him.
Jay Dyer. Yeah, because he sounds like but he's Arab, but he sounds like Puerto Rican. Like I'm Arab, but
He did sound a little.
Rican from New York, or whatever. Jay Dyer. Oh, Jay Dyer, you're just gonna talk to me like I'm some sort of Muslim. I'm Orthodox Muslim, Jay Dyer. Everybody.
That's exactly how he said it too. That's exactly
I just want
what
to point out to the judge and to the court that Jay Dyer doesn't even. What was he saying? It was like,
well, I think a lot of people notice too that if you watch, he's doing a performative kind of preacher thing because he's trying to get time to read stuff. So he's like trying to read. I'm serious.
I heard the gloop gloop gloop. He's getting messages the whole time.
He's
funny.
pausing to read like various messages and whatnot. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, his buddies. Dude, they thought they owned you so bad. Jay Dyer. Oh, Jay Dyer, you say this argument, but
Well,
like
the funny thing is that it turns out he does the same like routine with everybody. Like his whole shtick is to just like make this huge bluster and then play victim in the chat. Just
absolute giga chat.
it's this.
Like, dude, the other guy couldn't even get a sentence in and just rage quit. But the other person can't deal with you because you're acting like a retard. It isn't rage quit. It's just
That's a win, right? That's a win. So if you just act.
Oh, just giga chat, just completely mogged him, just destroyed his life. Jay Dyer's cooked. He'll never recover. Watch, he will never debate this guy again. I bet he never interacts with the Orthodox Muslim again. Oh, what a W! No, nobody.
Well, the weirder part too is underneath every post now, I get like dozens of 0 follower Islamo bots commenting, and it's like you go to the profiles. I put some of them up on Twitter. You put them up, like you look at them. There's no followers. They've not done anything. So I'm like, are they hiring like teenage Pakistani dudes? Like, how are they doing this? Like, what?
That Arab oil money, bro.
No, I'm being serious. Like a 100% serious question. Like, how are they buying people to basically comment under any post that mentions OM or Libiano? Because I mean
that's how that's when you bought something, when you pay for those services, you get like a rundown of things that you can do. Like when I'm botting your channel, it's usually, whatever the current thing that I think is going to get under your skin, we target those terms. And then so
I'm being serious though, because do you know how this works? I don't really understand how it
I'm
works.
assuming that's how it works because it just makes sense. If you're going to build out some sort of a system to, kind of send bots, it's all LLM based stuff. And I think what they do is there are all these companies that will like rent out accounts or something. And they've got just, hundreds of thousands of accounts. And
okay.
We've got access to these hundreds of thousands of accounts.
Oh, okay.
They're able to switch the names. Okay. They're able to kind of switch the profile probably in some semi or fully automated way to suit the client. And I also would say, what I would say is that what they're doing, because they have all this Arab money, there's all this kind of oil money flowing around. And you remember like when guys like Bobby started talking about Islam?
Yes.
And they flood these people with they use basically like demonic tactics. So they'll flood somebody who's going to convert. Oh, brother, you're so amazing. Your intellect, Allah is
Yeah.
Allah, you will become Muslim. And they flatter them. They use flattery. They use they use like weird emotional blackmail tactics and just like basic low level kind of manipulation, psychological tactics on these people. And then they'll also flood them with donations and stuff. So you do have a lot of wealthy kind of Arab guys who've got a lot of time on their hands. Big portion of the Arab world are insanely wealthy, and they also have a huge inferiority complex with the West. Even though there's kind of this anti-West type rhetoric, there's also
some of the imams even mention this inferiority they feel.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with like Latin culture, right? Like all the South American elite, they all want to go to Miami, and they want to be cool among the crowd of like rich, influential Miami Latinos and stuff. And it's like the Arab world is real similar. So I think those guys, they spend a lot of time, I'm assuming, online, and they really enjoy kind of putting money and energy into these guys that are affecting their perceived clout. So I think it's pet projects probably for like these sheikhs and stuff who just throwing money out there, and then the guys below them who are running businesses, and these are the type of guys who are like, they own like 50 Land Cruisers out in the Kuwaiti desert, and they go fly helicopters out and drink camel milk at their parties with
Well, so like if you look at this example I've got pulled up, you'll notice like it's not a brand new account because it was created in March of 2024, but there's nothing on this except for one comment against me. And then if you go down that's your soccer account, sure.
Yeah, that's mine.
And then I posted another one of these This one was just obviously some spam bot chick, some Asian chick, and it's basically one comment against me. It had no followers. This was the only comment. So now that's not all of them. There are a couple that are like, you can tell they're active Islamic, Free Palestine type profiles, but I would say the majority of the comments that suddenly just appear like everywhere underneath any Libyano or Orthodox Muslim post. Like, I mean, I don't, maybe it's just because I have attracted their attention, but you could try it out by, if you mention this retard, you will get like a lot of these bots, I suspect, because it's very similar on YouTube. When I put the YouTube video up, there was suddenly like, I mean, within like no time, there's like 20 Libyano bots all saying like the same basic type of phraseology. Like, you lose, you got cooked, no go NGL, you cook. Now, again, yeah, they could be like actual Muslim, goobers just living online, but
Deep fry J Dyer, you cook.
you cook.
Andrew Tate, top G.
Yeah,
Deep fry
exactly.
J Dyer, inshallah, free Tate.
Yeah. Daniel, do you want to say something?
Yeah, man. I was gonna ask you a question that I'm an inquirer of the Orthodox faith.
Okay.
I've had some discussion with Catholics,
Uh-huh.
and I've just tried to ask them like what are some of their criticisms they
Uh-huh.
have of the Orthodox faith. And something I've heard several times, there's one claim that says Orthodoxy engages in like a sort of ethnicism, which can in turn breed tribalism. And I was just wanting to know, like, maybe a counter argument you have for that. And this is a genuine question.
Yeah, go to Mexico, go to Italy, go to Poland. So, I mean, this is really not unique to any people. I mean, all people groups can operate this way. I mean, you can go to areas of, Germany where it's like, oh, we're Lutheran. We're Protestant Lutherans here, and that's who we are. That's our identity. So, this exists in Protestantism. It exists in Catholicism. Catholic nations, and exists in Orthodox countries as well. I mean, you can go, up to the Pacific Northeast, and it's like we're WASPs. That's who we are. You know what I mean? So you could argue it's even there with WASPs. So, I gotta get to these super chats because I gotta eat before we do our channeling session with Tristan.
What should I,
Tristan.
how long will it take to eat? Because I could start my stream and just slander you, muddy the water.
I already assumed you were gonna do that. So
I was gonna just start the stream. Yeah, you should raid.
no, I'm gonna read the super chat. Stop filibustering and wasting the time. It's like you don't want me on there. You just want me to not eat. You want me to be basically malnourished so that you can mind control me because I haven't had my vitamins today. That's what he wants.
Hold on. You're not allowed to drink water either. It's dry. You have to dry fast.
He wants me to come to Ecuador. Basically, Tristan's creating an alien cult. He wants me to move to Ecuador and be the slave labor to basically eat beans, just live on beans and mud or whatever.
Intellectual labor is the only work that you're going to be cut out for.
Okay, let me read the super chats. Hush, please. Black Hebrew, $5. We was James Brown, Judaizers for Israel. Give me $1,000. You all need a Zoom exorcism. I like that. I like that guy. Aquanote, $10. Would you check Streamlabs for what? I mean, I'll be reading both, dog. Let's see. Aquanote, $25. Jay, I've been a fan for a while. I'm not sure if you saw this. You blocked me on Twitter. I mean, are you Aquanote? I watch all your videos. I keep missing the calls. I was hoping to be a troll and to donate. Well, appreciate that, man. I'll look for Aquanote to unmute or to unblock. AC, what's up, AC? Simple correction to apostate prophet. There's no evidence for your girl a honeypot. My bad. You aren't an open religious heretic. You just aid the heretics and the humanists. Oh, is that what he argued? I didn't even pay attention to AP's stream. I parted ways with all that a long time ago. So, Black Hebrew Israelite, you mixing coffee with the color Quandus. That's light and sweet. Hold all the bullshit. RSL Democide. Jamie, can you give me espresso? Visible Chunk, $20. Today, Bishop Spiridon of Chicago, Mid-America, led a divine liturgy, and there was a doxology for St. Pantaleimon, the Russian Orthodox Church 7th anniversary. This was actually a very great event. Well, that's great, man. It sounds really cool. I've been invited to some Orthodox stuff up in Chicago. I just haven't been able to get up there. Lord Byron, $20. The video where Lecrae and Godlogic are talking, at 24 minutes in, Godlogic rejects exclusivism. From minutes 29 to 32, theology matters, but suddenly he won't debate it. At 56 minutes in, he borrows some monarchical Trinitarian doctrine, but explicitly rejects orthodoxy. 1 hour and 6 minutes in, notes there's no follow-up on any of the converts that he gets. So Godlogic is supposed to converting everybody, but he doesn't care what they're converting to or what church. Well, by the way, he does send them to the Messianic synagogue where they snip, you pee, so that's not true. At 1 minute and 1 hour 13 in, he grifts Sam Shamoun's articles for a new Godlogic book. Interesting. I bet he doesn't even cite it. Watch him not even cite the sources. So that's Lord Byron is saying, if you go watch Lecrae and Godlogic interview, it proves all these points we've been making. AC, $20. Do you remember when AP slandered Andrew Wilson, said he was anti-Semite because he said that we don't have a duty to support Israel? And who are you saying? Somebody apologized. I remember this. I was in David Wood's audience, and I was holding him to account for saying that we all support Islam. And then it's Ridvan saying that there is no such thing as a deep state. They're just normies, dude. They're like normie, or they're just paid shills. So, or both. Pro Zelch, Gator Fallacy. Tingu, $10. Jay, you talk a big game, but you're running from Pastor Randy Balls for years now. Well, that's the one person I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of Sneeko and butt buddies he's got. No, I'm afraid of Randy Balls. Nick, $20. I found a Greek Orthodox church near me. Should I go? Yes. I get confused what Orthodox actually is. I actually want to go learn. Well, that's where you got to go learn. Do not rely on internet. In fact, that should be backup. Okay. Internet orthodoxy is backup, not your primary source. You got to go to the actual church. Jose, $10. Jay, have you seen Nexpo video title called Internet Deepest Rabbit Hole? I actually did watch part of that, and I thought about covering it. It's in my to watch videos. We've been so distracted with all of these debate goobers that I haven't gotten to all the other interesting stuff that I want to get to, which we'll be getting to here in a minute with Tristan. But yeah, in fact, Internet Deepest Rabbit Hole was interesting. I watched half of that video, and I thought it'd be good to watch on a stream. Odd Harvey, $10. When I was a Protestant about 5 or 6 years ago, the popular apologists were not like this. I know. They weren't like these Gen Z goobers, and the AI has basically ruined all of this. I mean, most of it. We're going to keep it high tier, but a lot of this stuff is just garbage now. They would call the Roman Catholic Church Antichrist. They would get called out and call out other Protestant groups. Now it's, well, they're all ecumenist softies now because it's just about the optics and getting a bigger market. That's it. Joe Go, $5. For those hesitant to leave a heterodox church, Matthew 10, 37 to 39. If you love father and mother more than me, you're not worthy of me. Ernest Goes to Hell. Catechumen here being received in the Orthodox Church rather quickly. Is this irregular? I mean, 6 months is pretty fast, but you know, if they're going to receive you in 6 months, it's kind of their decision. But usually it's a year. But I can't even read all that gibberish. It says your focus should be on Yakub. How do you achieve a Yakub hairline? What about that guy interviewing Avery? He had a Yakub hairline. Interesting. Christos Anesti, God bless you.
I could give some tips.
Tristan has a lot of insight on that from personal existential experience. David, $5. Guys, help Jay hit that goal. Yeah, the goals are a little deceptive because it looks like there's no goal, because obviously the YouTube goals are not counting the Streamlabs super chats, but you can help me to hit both goals if you want. In the filth, Tim Gordon looks like Bayes Chris Angel. That was the funniest comment of the night. I don't know how I missed that joke. That was the obvious one. I should have made that a long time ago. Viceroy, $20. Being a Nick Cage fan, did you see Spider Noir yet? No, it's on my list. I just haven't got to it. Do you ever talk to the boys at MDE about Jesus? I mean, I've had long talks with Sam about it, about various aspects of theology, but I have not talked to Charles about it. Charles put out a video about the Catholic Church not that long ago. Was he pro or critical? I don't know. I did talk to Nick some about it when we went to dinner and hung out, but I think Nick's just kind of like, yeah, I'm Catholic or whatever. He kind of has yeah, I'm a, raised Catholic, so that's just what I am. That type of attitude. But I mean, Nick has found, I think, some of my posts and videos interesting, but I don't know how interested in theology is, so I don't know. It's Vara $5. Same with debating evolution. If an evolution proponent assumes a bunch of epistemology and metaphysics, it's a fruitless debate if you're debating like a evolution guy to act like, oh, well, we all have the same, starting ground. We don't. That's my whole point. Lost to Avarice $10. Jay, I'm checking in. Pleasure to get to meet you at DebateCon. Yes, great to meet you too. By the way, I've not forgotten the message you sent, and I'm going to send you a book, Avarice. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. Appreciate the reminder. AC, $5. When you call ICE on the entirety of Jesus and Whatnot's audience, the ICE officers inform you that they're arresting Erica Barra and Voice of Greece. They're all in the same audience because that's the Cholo audience, bro. Hey, dude, don't call no ICE on me, bro. Jails bot. Andrew took money. He doesn't believe in the government. Wait, he doesn't believe the government story and doesn't care about truth. He only wants to put Candace on trial. I think Andrew taught one day at TPUSA, so that there's no way that can be that much money. But I don't agree with every one of Andrew's positions, but I don't think that Candace would win that debate just solely on the basis of who I think is a better debater. But I don't think Candace is the best representation of
Candace. Even if Candace had the right position, she probably wouldn't win that debate.
That's what I'm saying. So regardless of who's right or wrong.
Completely. Yeah, I mean, and just seeing how Candace, she's not a professional, she's not an investigator, right? Like Candace is,
right.
She's like a scorned ex-girlfriend. I'm not trying to like be mean to Candace. I actually respect that she lost a friend. She's pissed off, and but I don't think she's not going to win a debate against him about most.
I would have liked to have seen the Candace Ben Shapiro debate. That would have been an interesting debate. Because I actually think Ben Shapiro's a little overrated in debate, but anyway. John says for $5, Muslim logic, favorableism. If Muhammad is favorable and a claim says that, it is true. If it is unfavorable, it is false. Evidence is always secondary. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's no better example of like paradigm, confirmation bias than Muslims. I mean, did you guys hear when Sam Shamoon came on last night? And he did the messianic dilemma. Not a single one of the Muslims could even like address it. Like they couldn't even state what he was arguing. It was crazy, but that proves exactly what you're saying. Little Natty says for $10, Jay, I'm learning about theology and different ideologies, but how do you keep yourself grounded in truth? For example, C.S. Lewis says there's a tag argument, but you don't use mere Christianity. Well, just because a person's using a tag argument doesn't mean for a bad line of reasoning. That doesn't mean that tag's bad or that they don't have part of the equation right. I mean, Van Til does transcendental argument. That doesn't mean I'm a Calvinist. C.S. Lewis does a type of a transcendental argument, yes, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily being consistent. So, in other words, there's no necessary connection between tag and mere Christianity that C.S. Lewis promotes. Papa says for $3, I'm sending an amount equal to Orthodox Muslims IQ. So 3. But what if the IQ is related to the pennies? So you're saying that Orthodox Muslim has a 300 IQ? I'm pretty sure he does because that dude was so freaking smart. Iron Giant $5. Jay Dyer. Iron Giant $5. Didn't Jesus and Whatnot debate a Muppet? Are you talking about Need God? Are you calling Need God a Muppet? He does look like a Muppet. He looks like he's some weird Protestant who looks like a Muppet. Yeah, you're talking about Need God. That's funny. Ryan Finley, $10. Jay, is there any chance that we get a formal scepter Wixantium restoration recognition of the spheres of Orblandia? We'll see. We'll see where it goes. We're still, in negotiations with now. Sam did say that he wants a list of the issues with Vatican I, Vatican II. So I said, okay, I'll give you that. I think I listed it in the past, but we can do that again. It was probably way up in the chat. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. A full center, $20. Is it not the duty of the church to have a view on immigration? They offer the sacraments to everyone. No, what you're saying, it is not the duty. It is the emperor's duty to actually protect the nation. The society does not function when the one head of the eagle is absent. I think that's an interesting point. Yeah, normally in a healthy society or something striving to be a healthy society, you would have, I think, the church deferring to the state for that type of a problem. I think you're right about that. Give me that old time religion. Thank you. Intrinsic distinctive, $10. There's nothing greater than a successful, educated black man on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I know you're not talking about Godlogic, but thank you. I am Marconi, $10. Have you ever looked into the Kabbalion? Yeah, I think it's just a bunch of retarded, mystical gibberish. What about Neville Goddard's esoteric teachings? No, I do not. He was a Rosicrucian. I was misled by him. He takes Bible verses out of context. Well, most of that esoteric stuff does that, but I'm not familiar with Neville Goddard. Brennan, $10. Pray for that Roman Catholic guy that called in. I was in his position. I spent my life as Roman Catholic. I was in the one true church. I used to ridicule the Protestants, and it took me many years to finally realize that it was Orthodox. I appreciate that. Bank Piggy, $15. Jay, special movie request. Do Kill the Messenger. You know, we haven't done that. That's Oliver Stone, right? Yeah, we need to do that. There's a lot of scenes where Jeremy Renner is copying you. What do you mean? How is Jeremy Renner copying me? Now I'll have to watch it because I don't. How would he be copying me? Sweet Princess, $5. Let's talk about why the Pope wears a zucchetto, aka a kippa. That is funny. I've wondered about that. I don't even know if I've even looked into that. Why does the Pope wear his little Ben Shapiro hat? Seeking the Kingdom, $5. I heard the debate with Libiano. Was that the first time you talked with him? Yeah, I've never talked to him. I called in his live and I asked them about basic Christian history and doctrine. They didn't know anything. Well, yeah, what did you expect? I mean, my assessment was that this guy's a total phony. Fundamental Jiu-Jitsu, $5. Why do women seem to be standoffish about orthodoxy? No, we did that yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me. Aquanote, we did that. Anonymous, $25. I had a follow-up to the last message. Jay, you're the man. I appreciate what your content is all about, whether it's deep analysis in the movies or politics, breakdowns, geopolitics, holding these heathens to the fire, and you do it in an artistic, comedic manner. Appreciate that, dog. Tristan, you hear that? That's what you need to shoot for. Q-Tard, $5. This is my gold fringed super chat. It's under maritime jurisdiction, and it invalidates everything because this is a sovereign super chat. Maritime law.
That's all true. Alex Soren is a lawyer. He can definitely verify that.
Maritime law grants that you can declare that you're a sovereign citizen and the New World Order no longer has control over your sovereignty. You just declare it and it's legally binding. That was my Jordan Maxwell. Visible chunk, $20. And we did that. T-Rock says for $10, did you hear the video, or see the video of Orthodox Muslim telling a female caller that he will grape her? He is a scumbag. I've heard of this, but I haven't watched it. But no, I'm not surprised. I mean, that's that whole culture, dude. Potato peeler, $5. Jay, thank you for leaving Orthodoxy. I will be starting catechesis in September. Appreciate that, man. Basil the Wigger Slayer, $25. Hold up. You're telling me that a guy named Orthodox Muslim actually has a penchant for doxing people? No way. Who writes this stuff? Yeah, well, you notice, by the way, they moved the goalpost because the initial reason I wasn't going to debate him was because he doxes people. Then they said there's no proof. And then when I put the proof out, they say, yeah, but he's just doxing a fellow Muslim. You idiots, if he's going to dox a Muslim, he'll dox everybody else. So, like, this is you're dealing with 80 IQs, bro. Nick Hughes, $20. I found a Greek church near me. Should I go? Yes. Sin City, $5. Thank you. David, I thought I said David Diarrhea. David Dazia, $11. I saw that you said Jerome was supporting Skittles. I listened to the audio. He said, okay, you're lying. That's not what he said. He defended the homoerotic if you don't act on it. So you're lying. Get out of here. Jack, $5. I attend non-denominational. I'm more interested in Orthodox. They believe once saved, always saved. What's the weakest point? I mean, the weakest point is that evangelicalism is not a church. It's just a strip mall, do-it-yourself business church. So the weakest point is the canon conundrum. Jay Beast Dyer, more like lowest tier goober to Sami boy. Okay. Jose Gaming, $10. Jay, I've been watching your content for a while. No, we did that. That was the next rabbit hole. Brian Dugas, $5. Jay, I'm watching AP. They're doing an Oprah a gab session about you. It was the fakest and gayest thing I've ever seen all year. Yeah, I don't care. Corey, I have $5. True obedience. I mean, we said a long time ago to Ridvan, like you can't make Orthodoxy Zionist. And if you're not going to submit to the church, then you're not going to become, it's not going to work. He doesn't care. So Corey, true obedience is always difficult. Multiple saints like Albercius of Edessa had to defy their fathers. Godlogic, you got to do. Oh, I see. Yeah, good point. Yeah, you can't make an idol out of Bishop Avery Austin. TJ, $5. I've been reading the Epistemology book. Good. WJ Wood places a huge emphasis on intellectual virtues to even be able to do philosophy. That is correct. You can tell that a lot of people that debate you don't even care about this. You are correct. The Muslim guy is a great example. Absolutely. Guys, got to remember, Islam is a religion that is tribal in that it preferences in-group tribal teams over any universal ethic. So there's no qualms for them to lie and to deceive and to do the slimy tactics because it's part of the Quranic ethic that literally says, it doesn't use the word taqiyya, but the Quran actually says, smile with your face and hate them in your heart so that you can deceive the infidel. They believe they're justified in that. I've asked Godlogic 3 times to debate. You won't do it. Cameron says for $5, will Tristan be taking calls? I don't know. What is that? Oh, Tristana's starting. All right, I got to go eat something, and then I'm going to run over here to Tristana. So you guys have a thank you.
No worries. I only started now, so we could just try it. Can you do a raid? And you can just, I think it forces.
Oh, okay. Let me.
It literally forces them to sit and watch the whole thing. So we can.
It will mentally, psychologically force the people to watch Tristan's show. So I'm pulling it up right now. I'm pulling it up.
Everybody in your chat and sends them to our next one. So that's why I said I'm going to make a coffee, so I'll be there in like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Start with some slander and read some libelous statements.
Some hate. Some. Yeah, exactly.
Muddy the waters, all that. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm gonna physically force everyone to be redirected.
Force all of the nerds into the land.
Okay, I've updated it. It will now redirect. Mind control operation engaged.
Operation MK alien butt stuff cosmic Cosby
engaged.
Diddy fried deep fried Diddy steaks. You're commencing. I'm gonna go make a coffee and
stop talking so I can eat, dog.
Dude, can you
hush?
Stop talking?
Please hush.
Never. Listen, all right.
He's trying to do this. This is a strategy for streams, is to make me emaciated and malnourished so I can't even think. This is his cult. It's his cult tactics.
Did you take the vitamins I sent?
The vitamins, aka the Quaaludes that will put me to sleep for his alien nonsense. I thought the aliens can get you Quaaludes, is what you claimed.
Try it. Just take like 3. You'll feel really good for the stream.
And then his alien cult will be up to whatever. Jesus and whatnot actually debated a Protestant, with a puppet. Oh, you're talking about not need God? I thought you were calling need God not a puppet. I thought you were saying he looks like a Muppet. You're saying he debated actually. So we're at puppet debates, right? We were making fun of Boomer Puppet Church. So this is the sad state of Gen Z apologetics. It's turned into actually debating puppets. You can't be serious.
I gotta play Orthodox Muslim in that.
Jay Dyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want you to know and take note that Jay Dyer really actually wants to talk during this debate, which makes him cringe. I'm supposed to just say Jay Dyer and make my point over and over again.
That's that's a really good impression. That's great. Cryptic Cobra, $5. Jay, thank you for Orthodoxy. You led me to Orthodoxy. I'm about to go to a Catholic seminary, but I dropped out. Oh, interesting. Crazy. Well, look, you just avoided. You just kept your